Welcome to the Nexus 616. Prepare yourself for an exciting journey through what if Harry collapsed at Gringotts and the Goblins found 50 blocks on his magic and soul. If this story touches your heart, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Share it with someone who loves a good tale. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Weight of Chains. The ceiling had a crack in it. Harry had been staring at it long enough to know it started near the light fixture and ran diagonally toward the corner, branching twice like a river delta on the maps Dudley never studied. He'd been staring at it for 3 hours. Maybe 4. Time didn't move right anymore. Hedwig clicked her beak softly from her cage. She'd been watching him with those amber eyes, patient and worried in whatever way owls worried. He hadn't let her out tonight. The bars on the window were gone. Uncle Vernon had removed them after second year, more from fear than kindness, but Harry hadn't opened the window. Hadn't moved from the bed. Hadn't done much of anything since he'd gotten back to Privet Drive 14 days ago. 14 days since the graveyard. He closed his eyes and saw green light. Opened them and saw the crack in the ceiling. Both felt equally real. Equally close. Cedric's face had started to blur in his memory, which was somehow the worst part. Not the killing curse, not the pain, not Voldemort's lipless smile, it was the fact that Harry couldn't quite remember if Cedric's eyes had been grey or blue, and the guilt of forgetting felt like swallowing glass. A car alarm went off somewhere on Magnolia Crescent. Dudley's television thumped bass through the floor. Normal sounds. Privet Drive sounds. The world continuing as though nothing had happened, as though a boy hadn't died in a churchyard hundreds of miles away while Harry watched. He rolled over and pressed his face into the pillow. It smelled like dust and the faint chemical tang of Aunt Petunia's detergent. Not like home. Not like anything. Sleep, when it came, brought the maze. He woke to tapping. Not Hedwig, she was asleep, her head tucked under her wing. The sound came from the window. Tap, tap, tap. Measured and precise, not the frantic pecking of a post owl. Harry reached for his glasses and the world sharpened. A small owl sat on the exterior windowsill, barely visible in the pre-dawn gray. It was unlike any owl he'd seen at Hogwarts, jet black, with eyes like polished copper, and it wore not a letter but a small leather cylinder strapped to its leg. The cylinder was sealed with dark red wax pressed with an emblem Harry recognized immediately. Gringotts. He opened the window. The owl hopped inside, extended its leg with mechanical efficiency, and waited. No affection, no hooting. A professional. Harry unstrapped the cylinder, and the owl departed without waiting for a treat or a reply, vanishing into the gray sky like a black stone dropped into water. The wax seal bore the Gringotts crest, crossed axes beneath a gemstone. Harry cracked it and unrolled the small parchment inside. The script was angular, inhuman, written in ink that shifted between black and deep bronze depending on how the light caught it. Mr. H. J. Potter, pursuant to Article 7 of the Triwizard Binding Accords, 1294, amended 1807, your participation in and survival of the Triwizard Tournament constitutes legal emancipation under both Goblin Covenant Law and Wizarding Statute 442b. As an emancipated magical citizen, you are required to present yourself at Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London, for a mandatory inheritance and estate review within 21 days of emancipation event. Failure to attend will result in automatic forfeiture of unclaimed assets to the Ministry of Magic per Wisengamot Resolution 77. Your appointment is scheduled for July 17, 9 a.m. Sincerely, Ragnarok Director, Gringotts Bank, London Branch. Harry read it twice. Then a third time, slower. Emancipated. The word sat strange in his mind. He'd been so consumed by the graveyard, by Cedric, by the screaming silence of a world that refused to tell him anything, that it hadn't occurred to him that being forced into a binding magical contract might have legal consequences beyond nearly getting killed. Emancipated meant no more Dursleys. No more bars on windows, no more cupboards, no more being sent here every summer like luggage to storage. It meant he was, in the eyes of magical law, an adult. And someone wanted him at Gringotts Inn. He checked the date, 2 days. The cynical part of his mind, the part that had grown sharp teeth over 4 years of annual murder attempts, whispered that this could be a trap. But goblins didn't work for Voldemort. Goblins didn't work for anyone but themselves. And that seal was real, he'd seen it enough times on his vault key's leather pouch. He sat on the edge of the bed, parchment in hand, and felt something he hadn't felt in 2 weeks. Not hope, nothing that clean. More like direction. A reason to move. Hedwig opened one eye. "I need to go to London," Harry said. She ruffled her feathers and looked supremely unsurprised. The next day and a half moved with a strange underwater quality. Harry packed his trunk, not because he was sure he wasn't coming back, but because some instinct told him to be ready. He moved carefully around the Dursleys, who ignored him with the practiced dedication of people pretending a loaded weapon wasn't sitting at their breakfast table. Dudley flinched when Harry reached for the orange juice. Uncle Vernon's mustache twitched. Aunt Petunia's eyes darted to the cupboard under the stairs and away again, fast, as if the glance might burn. None of them asked where he was going when he dragged his trunk downstairs at 7 in the morning on the 17th. Uncle Vernon grunted from behind his newspaper. Aunt Petunia scrubbed the same spot on the counter she'd been scrubbing for 10 minutes. Dudley wasn't awake yet. "I might not be back," Harry said from the doorway. Uncle Vernon turned a page. "Lock the door on your way out." Harry did. The morning was cool for July, a thin mist softening the edges of Privet Drive's identical houses. Harry walked to the corner of Magnolia Crescent, trunk floating behind him under a disillusionment charm he'd practiced until he could do it half asleep. Technically underage magic. He found it difficult to care. He'd noticed them 3 days ago. The Watchers. Mrs. Figg making too many trips to the shop. A man he didn't recognize sleeping behind a skip on Wisteria Walk, reeking of tobacco and fire whiskey, with the faint shimmer of a disillusionment charm that had worn thin. And once, at the edge of hearing, the distinct crack of apparition at 2 in the morning. Dumbledore had set a guard on him. The thought should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like another cage, the bars just farther apart. The sleeping man, Mundungus Fletcher, Harry guessed from the smell, was exactly where he'd been every morning. Snoring. Some guard. Harry walked past him, quiet, and made it to the end of the road before he stuck out his wand hand. The night bus slammed into existence with a bang that made car alarms wail up and down the street. Stan Shunpike started his welcome speech. Harry shoved 11 sickles into his hand and said, "Diagon Alley. Fast." Stan looked at his scar, opened his mouth, and Harry said, "Please don't." Stan closed his mouth. The bus lurched forward, and Privet Drive disappeared behind them. The Leaky Cauldron was quiet at 8:30 in the morning. Tom the barman nodded at Harry without making a fuss, which Harry appreciated more than he could express. He slipped through to the back courtyard, tapped the bricks, and stepped into Diagon Alley. It looked different in the early light. Fewer people. Shops still shuttered or just opening, proprietors sweeping stoops and adjusting window displays. Harry moved quickly, hood up, not because he was hiding, exactly, but because he didn't have the energy for being recognized. Being gawked at. Being the boy who lived when all he felt like was the boy who watched someone die. Gringotts gleamed at the end of the alley, white marble catching the morning sun. The building had always looked imposing. Today, something about it felt different. Weightier. Like the bank knew he was coming and had opinions about it. The goblin at the door gave him a look that was somewhere between professional courtesy and predatory assessment. Name and business. Harry Potter. I have an appointment with Director Ragnarok. The goblin's eyes flickered, surprise, quickly smothered. Follow. Not to the main hall. Harry was led through a side door he'd never noticed, down a corridor of dark stone lit by torches that burned without flickering, steady, blue-white, casting shadows that didn't move. The walls were carved with scenes Harry couldn't quite parse, battles, rituals, figures with inhuman proportions doing things he didn't understand. The air grew cooler as they descended. 3 turns, 2 flights of stairs going down, and a heavy iron door that opened at the guide goblin's touch. Beyond it was a chamber. Circular. Maybe 30 feet across. The floor was smooth obsidian, polished to a mirror finish, and set into its center was a basin of silver about 3 feet in diameter. The walls were covered in golden-laid runes that pulsed faintly, like breathing. 4 torches burned at cardinal points. At the far side of the room, behind a stone desk that looked like it had been carved from a single boulder, sat a goblin. Harry had seen Griphook. He'd dealt with the tellers upstairs. This was different. Ragnarok was old. Not in the way Dumbledore was old, all twinkle and carefully performed wisdom. Ragnarok was old the way mountains were old. Deep lines cut his face like valleys. His eyes were black and bright and utterly without warmth. He wore armor, actual armor, dark metal etched with the same runes as the walls, and his hands, folded on the desk, were scarred and thick-knuckled. A warrior's hands. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said. His voice was lower than Harry expected, rough, like 2 stones grinding together. "You're early. Good. Sit." There was a single chair before the desk. Stone, with a thin leather cushion. Harry sat. The door closed behind him with a sound like a vault ceiling. "Do you know why you're here?" Ragnarok asked. The letter said Inheritance Review. "Because the tournament emancipated me." "Correct. The Triwizard Tournament's binding contract treated you as an adult the moment your name left the goblet. Under our law and yours, that cannot be undone." Ragnarok studied him with those black eyes. "You seem unsurprised." "I've had a busy few years. Being technically an adult is pretty low on the list of strange things that have happened to me." Something moved in Ragnarok's expression. Not a smile, goblins didn't seem to do those, at least not in ways humans found reassuring. But something adjacent. "The review requires a blood inheritance ritual. Standard for all emancipated heirs. It will confirm your bloodlines, catalog your inheritances, and activate any dormant lordships. And if I refuse? Your assets revert to the ministry within the month. Minister Fudge has already filed preliminary claims." Harry's jaw tightened. Of course he had. "Then let's do it." Ragnarok stood, shorter than Harry by a head, but the weight of his presence filled the room. He moved around the desk to the silver basin in the floor and gestured for Harry to follow. 3 drops of blood into the basin. The ritual does the rest. It can be, he paused, choosing words. Uncomfortable. Harry had been hit with the Cruciatus curse. He'd been bitten by a basilisk. He drew his wand, pressed the tip to his left palm, and murmured a cutting charm so controlled it opened a line no wider than a paper cut. 3 drops of blood fell into the silver basin, bright red against the polished metal. The blood moved. Not falling, not spreading, moving, as though alive, tracing patterns across the basin's surface. The runes on the walls pulsed brighter. The air hummed. Then the basin filled with golden light and parchment began to materialize above it, floating in the air, text writing itself in blood-red ink. Harry's bloodline. His inheritances. The Potter line, stretching back centuries. And then, underneath it, Peveril. The word burned itself into the parchment like a brand. Ragnarok went very still. "Well," the goblin said, and for the first time, his voice held something other than professional detachment. "That is significant." Harry didn't get to ask why. Because the light in the basin changed, from gold to white, blinding white, and the hum in the air became a sound, a tone, rising, rising, and something inside Harry's chest cracked. Not broke. Cracked, like ice over a deep lake, the sound of something enormous shifting beneath the surface. His magic, the thing he'd always felt as a warm current running through him, familiar as his own heartbeat, suddenly surged. And then seized. And then screamed. Harry hit the floor. He didn't remember falling. One moment he was standing, the next, the obsidian was cold against his cheek and his body was convulsing, not with pain exactly but with pressure, as though his skin was a container 3 sizes too small for what was inside it. His magic thrashed like a trapped animal, slamming against walls he hadn't known existed, and each impact sent shockwaves through his bones. The torches exploded. All 4, simultaneously, spraying blue-white fire across the ceiling. The runes on the walls blazed so bright they left afterimages. The stone desk cracked down the middle with a sound like a gunshot. Ragnarok barked orders in gobbledygook, rapid, sharp, commanding. Harry heard running feet, heard more voices, but it was all distant, muffled, as though he was sinking underwater. His back arched. His scar split open and blood ran into his eyes, and behind the blood he saw, a room. A baby's room. Soft light, a mobile of broomsticks turning overhead. A man's hands, long fingers, one steady, moving in precise patterns over a crib. Over him. A baby, watching with green eyes that didn't understand. The man's face, long beard, half-moon spectacles, blue eyes bright with something that might have been tears. Forgive me, Harry. A spell. Another. Another. Layer after layer after layer, each one a chain, a lock, a wall. The baby's magic dimmed like a lamp being slowly covered. The green eyes dulled. The man kept casting. Harry screamed. More hands on him now, small, strong, goblin hands. He was lifted, carried. Voices in gobbledygook, urgent, clipped. A new room, brighter, with a long stone table. He was laid on it and the convulsions didn't stop, couldn't stop, his magic was tearing itself apart trying to break free of whatever was holding it and the pressure was building, cold metal on his forehead. His chest. His wrists. The runes flared and the convulsions slowed, not stopping but held, like a seizure caught mid-wave. Harry gasped, dragging air into lungs that didn't want to work. A face appeared above him. A goblin he hadn't seen before, female, he thought, though with goblins it was hard to tell. Older than Ragnarok, with eyes like carved onyx and hands that moved with the precise calm of a surgeon. Be still, she said. I am healer Ragnara. We are going to find out what is wrong with you. Something's, Harry choked. Something's on me. On my magic. I can feel it, it's like, walls, I know, Ragnara said, and something in her voice was cold and flat and dangerous. We can see them. She held up a crystal, clear, multifaceted, about the size of a plum. It glowed with a soft inner light, and when she passed it over Harry's body, the glow changed. Colors bloomed inside it. Red. Purple. Black. Sickly green. Gold. Layer after layer of color, each one distinct, each one pulsing at a different frequency. Ragnara's hand stopped moving. She stared at the crystal. Then she looked at Ragnarok, who had followed them into the healing chamber. She spoke in gobbledygook. One sentence. Ragnarok's face changed, and Harry had thought goblin expressions were hard to read, but this one was clear as a shout. Rage. Pure, incandescent rage. What? Harry managed. What is it? Ragnarok turned those black eyes on him, and for one moment, Harry understood viscerally that goblins were not the bumbling bankers the wizarding world pretended they were. They were warriors. Predators. And something had made this one furious. 50, Ragnarok said, and the word came out like a blade being drawn. There are 50 blocks on your magic and your soul, Mr. Potter. 50 distinct enchantments designed to suppress, redirect, dampen, and control what you are. The room went very quiet. Some are old, Ragnara said, passing the crystal over him again, reading the colors like a language Harry couldn't speak. Placed when you were an infant. Others are newer, this one, perhaps 2 years old. This one, 4. They are layered with precision. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. What do they? Harry's voice cracked. He swallowed. What are they blocking? Ragnara looked at him with something that might have been pity, or might have been the closest goblin equivalent to it. Everything, Mr. Potter. Your magical core is operating at perhaps 8% of its capacity. You have abilities sealed behind walls so thick we can barely see them. And here, she placed the crystal directly over his scar. It turned black. Pure, lightless black. This is not a block. This is a parasite. Harry's hand went to his scar involuntarily. What? A fragment of soul, Ragnara said. Not yours. Attached to you. Feeding on your magic like a leech. It is, foul. The room tilted. Harry gripped the edges of the stone table and held on while the world reassembled itself. A piece of someone's soul. In his scar. He knew, without asking, whose it was. He'd felt Voldemort in his head for years, the dreams, the visions, the searing pain when the Dark Lord was near. Not a connection. An infestation. Can you remove them? Harry asked. His voice was steadier than it had any right to be. All of them. The blocks. The thing in my scar. Can you get them off me? Ragnarok and Ragnara exchanged a look. We can, Ragnarok said. We have dealt with soul magic before. It is not common. It is not pleasant. And it is not cheap. I don't care what it costs. It will also be painful. The blocks have been part of you for most of your life. Removing them will release everything they have been holding back, memories, abilities, physical changes. Your body and mind will have to absorb 14 years of suppressed growth in a very short time. Harry thought about the graveyard. About the Cruciatus. About a basilisk fang in his arm and phoenix tears burning the poison away. About every year of his life that had been harder than it should have been, every time he'd felt weak when he should have been strong, slow when he should have been fast, confused when he should have been clear. 50 blocks. 50 chains he'd been dragging since before he could walk, and no one had told him. No one had even let him suspect. Dumbledore's face behind his memory eyes, half-moon spectacles catching the light in a baby's nursery. Forgive me, Harry. Do it, Harry said. Ragnara nodded. She turned to Ragnarok and spoke rapidly in gobbledygook. Ragnarok responded, then left the room. More goblins arrived, 4 of them, taking positions around the stone table at each corner. They wore the same dark armor as Ragnarok, and each carried a staff of black metal topped with a different gemstone. Ruby. Sapphire. Emerald. Diamond. The soul fragment first, Ragnara said, positioning herself at Harry's head. It is the most dangerous, and the most deeply embedded. When we extract it, it will resist. You must not fight us, no matter what you feel, no matter what you see. Let us work. Harry nodded. His hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against the stone. Ragnara spoke a word, and the 4 goblins slammed their staffs against the floor in unison. The gemstones ignited. Light poured from them, not warm light, not friendly light, but something older and harder, the light of forges and deep earth and things made to last. It converged on Harry's scar. The pain was immediate and absolute. Not like the Cruciatus, that was fire, nerve-deep, screaming agony. This was different. This was wrongness. It felt like something that had burrowed into the core of him was being gripped by iron fingers and pulled, and it was holding on, digging in deeper, shrieking in a voice that wasn't sound but sensation. Harry's back arched off the table. His mouth opened but no sound came out. Behind his eyes, he saw flashes, a dark room, a snake-faced man, a woman with red hair screaming, green light, and then deeper, older memories that weren't his, a boy in an orphanage, a ring on a finger, a diary dripping ink like blood, a cup in a vault, a locket in a cave. The goblins chanted. The light intensified. Ragnar placed both hands on Harry's temples and her magic joined the others, cold, precise, surgical. The parasitic fragment writhed. Harry felt it let go. It came free like a tooth being torn from a jaw, a sudden, tearing release that left a void where it had been, an emptiness that flooded instantly with something warm and bright in his. His magic rushed to fill the gap, and the thing that had been living in his scar screamed. Actually screamed, a thin, high, inhuman sound that echoed off the stone walls, and a wisp of something dark and oily rose from his forehead, twisting in the air like smoke given malice. One of the goblins swept his staff through it. The diamond flared. The fragment burned, bright white, then gone. Just gone. Like it had never been. Harry sagged against the table, gasping. The pain in his scar was gone. Not faded, not dulled, gone. For the first time in his memory, his forehead didn't hurt. The absence of pain was so startling it almost felt like a new sensation. The parasite is destroyed, Ragnar said. She was breathing hard. The 4 staff-bearing goblins looked drained but steady. Now. The blocks. How? Harry panted. How many at once? We will remove them in clusters, by Castor. The oldest first. She paused. I will warn you. As each block comes off, you may experience the memories of their placement. This is normal. It is not pleasant. Just do it. Ragnar placed the crystal on his chest. The first cluster. 34 blocks. All bearing the same magical signature. Her lips curled in something that was definitely not a smile. A signature I recognize. This wand has been in our bank before. She didn't say the name. She didn't need to. The first block came off like a bandage ripped from a wound. Harry saw the nursery again, Dumbledore's hands, Dumbledore's wand, Dumbledore's voice murmuring incantations in a language Harry didn't recognize. The block had suppressed his magical core, the first layer of many, pushed down when he was barely a year old. As it lifted, warmth flooded Harry's chest, warmth, and space, and the feeling of taking a full breath for the first time after years of breathing through a straw. The second block, placed the same night, metamorphmagus ability. Harry's bones shifted and he bit back a cry. His hair moved, rippled, like something alive. Ragnar placed a restraining hand on his chest. Let it settle. Don't fight the changes. The third, natural occlumency. Mental shields he should have had from birth, barriers that would have kept Voldemort out of his head, kept Snape from rifling through his memories like a filing cabinet. They snapped into place with an almost audible click, and Harry's mind went from a house with open windows to a fortress with the gates slamming shut. The constant background noise he hadn't even known was there, the faint whisper of other people's emotions, stray thoughts, the low-level psychic static of existing near other minds, went silent. The 4th through 7th, memory modifications. These were the worst. Harry remembered his parents. Not vague impressions. Not the echo of a scream in green light. He remembered his mother's laugh. The specific sound of it, warm, sudden, bright, and the way she smelled like something herbal and clean. He remembered his father picking him up and putting him on a broomstick, a toy one that hovered 3 feet off the ground, and the rush of joy that made the room's lamps flare. He remembered Sirius making faces at him through the crib bars. Remembered Remus reading to him, patient and soft-voiced. Remembered Peter, small, nervous, smiling too much. He remembered all of it, and the fact that someone had taken it from him hit harder than any curse. Tears ran down his face and he didn't wipe them. Ragnar paused, waiting. Harry shook his head. Keep going. Blocks 8 through 12, emotional modifications. Courage amplified beyond natural levels. Self-preservation instinct suppressed. Tendency toward reckless self-sacrifice enhanced. He made you a weapon that would throw itself on the blade, Ragnar said, clinical and cold. Your bravery was always real, Mr. Potter. But your survival instinct was silenced. You should have been afraid of things that could kill you. He took that from you. Harry felt it come back, not cowardice, not fear, but sense. A quiet voice in the back of his mind that said you matter too. Your life has value. Don't throw it away. It had been there once, when he was very small. Dumbledore had cut it out like a surgeon removing a healthy organ. Blocks 13 through 18, loyalty and aversion compulsions. These were subtle, woven into the fabric of his personality so skillfully that they felt like preferences. A warm pull toward Gryffindor. A cold aversion to Slytherin. Trust in Dumbledore that went beyond respect into something chemical, something compelled. A bone-deep certainty that authority figures knew best, even when they demonstrably didn't. As they lifted, Harry felt his opinions rearrange themselves, not changing, exactly, but loosening, like muscles that had been clenched for years finally relaxing. He still valued courage. He still thought dark magic was dangerous. But the absolutes softened into nuances, and the blind spots filled in, and for the first time he could look at his own thoughts and know they were his. Blocks 19 through 22, physical suppression. Harry's body changed. Not dramatically, not all at once, but steadily over the course of the removal. He grew. Inches, actual inches, his spine lengthening, his shoulders broadening, his frame filling out as though years of stunted growth were being corrected in minutes. It hurt, growing pains compressed into seconds, and he gripped the table's edges until his knuckles went white. When it stopped, he was taller. Leaner. His hands were different, longer fingers, wider palms. The physical frame he should have had if malnutrition and magical suppression hadn't kept him stunted. The remaining blocks in Dumbledore's signature came off in waves. Magical sight, the ability to see enchantments, wards, magical signatures as colors and patterns. Inherited Potter family magic, whatever that meant. Peveril bloodline abilities that Ragnar didn't explain, just removed the blocks and let them settle. Each one was a door opening in a house Harry hadn't known had rooms. By the time the 34th block lifted, Harry was shaking, not with pain, but with the sheer overwhelming fullness of what he was. His magic filled the room. Not visibly, not with light or fire, but the goblins felt it. They felt it the way you feel a storm rolling in, pressure change, electric charge, the hair-raising awareness that something enormous is present and barely contained. The next cluster, Ragnar said, and her voice was quieter now, careful. 5 blocks. Different signature. Harry knew before she said it. The warmth of the Burrows kitchen. The smell of cooking. Hands on his shoulders, pulling him into hugs he hadn't asked for but had always needed. Molly Weasley, he whispered. Ragnar confirmed with a nod. These blocks were different from Dumbledore's, less precise, more emotional, woven with genuine affection that made them somehow worse. Loyalty compulsions tied to Ron. Emotional attachment spells keyed to Ginny. A general warmth and belonging enchantment that made the burrow feel like home in a way that was real and artificial at the same time. As they came off, Harry didn't lose his feelings for the Weasleys. That was what made it so insidious. He still cared about Ron. Still felt warmth when he thought of the burrow. But the desperate, clinging need, the sense that they were the only family he'd ever have, that he couldn't survive without their approval, that dissolved. And in its place was a quieter affection, real but no longer compulsive. A choice rather than a chain. He thought about Molly's hugs. Her sweaters. The clock with all her children's faces on it. She'd wanted him on that clock. Wanted it badly enough to cheat. She loved me, Harry said to the ceiling. That's the worst part. She actually loved me, and she still did this. Ragnar said nothing. She moved to the last cluster. 3 blocks. A third signature. This one took Harry a moment. The memory that surfaced when the first block came off was dark and close, a dungeon classroom, the smell of potions, and hands, rough, angry hands, pressing a wand to the back of a child's head. A child who'd just arrived at Hogwarts, who'd just been sorted, who'd looked at his potions professor with his mother's eyes and been punished for it. Snape. The first block was a crude suppression of Harry's emotional pain response, not healing, not helping, just muting it, like turning down the volume on grief so Snape didn't have to see Lily's eyes filled with sadness. It had backfired spectacularly. Instead of reducing Harry's pain, it had made it loop, grief that couldn't be expressed, couldn't be processed, just cycling endlessly under the surface, feeding nightmares and despair. The second and third blocks were memory suppressions. Specific memories. Lily's voice. Lily's face. Lily reading to him, singing to him, casting charms that made colored lights dance above his crib. Snape had taken Harry's clearest memories of his mother because he couldn't stand the boy having what Snape had lost. They came flooding back now, vivid and piercing, his mother's red hair catching the sunlight through a window, her laugh like music, the way she said his name. Harry. Soft, warm, complete. Like the name itself was a love letter. Harry pressed his hands over his eyes and cried. Not the leaking, helpless tears from before. This was grief, real grief, the kind the blocks had prevented him from processing. He cried for his mother, for the memories he should have had, for the years of foggy half-remembering when he should have been able to close his eyes and see her face clearly. The goblins waited. They did not offer comfort. But they did not rush him either, and that was its own kind of respect. When the tears stopped, something had shifted. Not externally. Internally. The grief was still there, but it was clean grief now, a wound that could heal properly because it had finally been opened and drained of infection. That's all of them, Ragnar said. 50 blocks. Removed. Harry sat up. The room reacted. Not to anything visible, Harry didn't glow, didn't spark, didn't do any of the dramatic things magic did in stories. But the air compressed. The torches in the room flared, then dimmed, then flared again, as though confused. The runes on the walls pulsed in a rhythm that matched Harry's heartbeat. And the 4 goblins with their staffs took an involuntary step back. Ragnar held her ground. She looked at Harry with those onyx eyes and he saw it clearly now, saw through her, not into her mind but into her magic, the patterns and currents and structures that made up her power. He could see the enchantments on the staffs. Could see the wards on the walls. Could see the flow of magic through the building like blood through veins. Magical sight. One of 34 things Dumbledore had stolen from him. Harry looked down at his hands. They were steady. Larger than he remembered. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead was fading, he could feel it, the skin smoothing, the mark that had defined him for 14 years becoming just another scar instead of a brand. How do you feel? Ragnar asked. Harry considered the question honestly. He felt like himself. Not a new person, not a stranger, himself, the way he was always supposed to be. Like he'd been wearing a suit 3 sizes too small his entire life and had finally taken it off. His thoughts were clearer. His emotions were present but not overwhelming. His magic was a sea. Deep and vast and calm on the surface, with currents underneath that moved with purpose and power. He could feel it in every cell, every breath, every heartbeat. 8%. He'd been running on 8% of this. I feel awake, Harry said. For the first time in my life, I feel awake. Ragnar was waiting in the outer chamber. He'd changed, or maybe Harry was seeing him differently now, with the blocks gone and his magical sight active. The director's aura was iron gray, dense, compact, a warrior's magic, built for endurance and precision. The runes on his armor hummed with enchantments older than Hogwarts. Mr. Potter, Ragnar said, and his tone had shifted. Respect, Harry realized. The goblin was looking at him with actual respect. I owe you an apology on behalf of Gringotts. For what? You have been our client since birth. We manage your vaults. It is our duty to ensure the well-being of our clients, and we failed to detect what was done to you. The words cost him. Harry could see it in the tension of his jaw, the stiffness of his shoulders. Goblins took their obligations seriously, and this failure burned. In our defense, the blocks were expertly hidden, designed to be invisible to standard diagnostic spells. It took a full-blood ritual to expose them. But that is an explanation, not an excuse. I'm not angry at you, Harry said. You're the ones who found them. You're the ones who took them off. Something passed between them, not friendship, exactly, but understanding. A debt acknowledged on one side and waved away on the other, which in goblin culture meant more than any formal contract. Your inheritance review, Ragnar said, shifting to business with visible relief. The blood ritual confirmed what the preliminary results indicated before your episode. You are the sole heir of House Potter. You are also the sole heir, by direct bloodline, of House Peveril. He said the second name with weight. Harry's magical sight showed him why. The name itself seemed to resonate in the air, rippling through the ambient magic like a stone dropped in still water. The Peverils, Harry said. The name meant something. He'd heard it, read it, but the details were fuzzy. Blocked memories, he realized. Now they were unspooling. The three brothers. The Deathly Hallows. Among other things. Ragnar folded his hands behind his back. The Peveril line carries obligations as well as assets. We will discuss those in time. For now, your lordships. You are entitled to claim the head of both houses. I recommend you do so immediately, before certain parties learn what has transpired here and attempt to interfere. Certain parties, Harry repeated. Ragnar's smile was not reassuring. It was the smile of something with very sharp teeth. The individual who placed 34 blocks on an infant, for instance. The lordship ceremony was simpler than Harry expected. 2 rings, one for Potter, one for Peveril, presented on a velvet tray. The Potter ring was gold, set with a ruby, warm to the touch. The Peveril ring was silver black, set with a stone Harry couldn't identify, dark, with a faint inner light, like a star seen through deep water. When he put them on, both rings resized to fit, and Harry felt the family magic settle over him like a mantle. Wards, properties, vaults, secrets, all of it flowing into his awareness in a rush of information he'd need days to fully process. Lord Potter Peveril, Ragnar said formally. Gringotts recognizes your claim. Harry flexed his hands. The rings gleamed. I need a full audit of my accounts. Everything. Every transaction, every withdrawal, every authorization. Going back to the night my parents died. It will be done. The preliminary results will be ready by tomorrow. I expect, Ragnar paused, choosing his words with a care that told Harry the goblin already knew what they'd find. I expect the results will be informative. Harry understood the implication. He filed it away. There would be time for that anger later. Right now, he needed to move. To think. To plan. For the first time in his life, he had a clear head, and he intended to use it. I'd like to use one of your private meeting rooms, Harry said. I have letters to write. And I'd like a secure communication channel to Sirius Black. Your godfather is a wanted fugitive. My godfather was imprisoned without trial by a corrupt government. I'd like a communication channel. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw apparently satisfied him. Room 7, upper corridor. I will arrange the channel. Is there anything else? Harry hesitated. Something was nagging at him, a feeling at the edge of his awareness, like a sound just below hearing. He'd noticed it first in the healing chamber, after the blocks came off. A pressure. A presence. Something vast and cold and patient, pressing against, what? Reality? The fabric of magic itself? The peveril obligations you mentioned, Harry said slowly. What are they, exactly? Ragnar's expression went very still. That conversation requires more time than we have today, and more context than I can provide in a corridor. But I will say this, the peveril line was not merely powerful, Lord Potter. It was necessary. There is a reason your family has endured for 1,000 years, and it is not sentiment. The cold pressure at the edge of Harry's awareness pulsed. Like a heartbeat. Like a hand pressing against a locked door. Tomorrow, then, Harry said. Tomorrow. Harry followed a goblin guide to room 7, a small, comfortable space with a desk, 2 chairs, parchment, ink, and a mirror on the wall that Ragnar's assistant activated with a tap of her staff. For the communication channel. Speak the name of the person you wish to reach. It will find them if they are within range of any reflective surface. She left. Harry stood alone in the quiet room and breathed. Just breathed. Air in, air out, feeling his lungs expand to their full capacity, larger than before, his chest deeper, his frame taller. He caught his reflection in the communication mirror and stopped. The boy looking back at him was familiar but wrong. Or right. Righter than the version he was used to. Taller, he'd gained at least 3 inches, maybe 4. Broader across the shoulders. His face had lost the pinched, underfed quality that had always made him look younger than he was, the bones were cleaner, the jaw more defined. His hair was still dark and unruly, but it fell differently, thicker, with a natural wave instead of the random mess he'd fought with every morning. And his eyes. God, his eyes. They were green. Not the faded, grayish green he saw in bathroom mirrors at Privet Drive, vivid, saturated, luminous green, the color of new leaves in direct sunlight. His mother's eyes, the ones everyone always mentioned, finally living up to the description. The scar was fading. Already lighter than it had been an hour ago, the edges blurring, the angry red-white softening to something that could, in time, become invisible. He touched it. No pain. No tingle. No sense of a foreign presence lurking behind it. Just skin. Hi, he said to his reflection, and felt absurd, and didn't care. I'm Harry. Nice to finally meet you. The communication mirror hummed. Harry leaned toward it and said, clearly, Sirius Black. The surface rippled like disturbed water. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Sirius's face appeared, haggard and confused, clearly looking into some reflective surface, a window, maybe, or a darkened screen. Who, Harry? Sirius squinted. Harry, is that you? You look, Merlin, what happened to you? Long story. Are you somewhere safe? Define safe. I'm in a house that smells like my mother's racism and has a hippogriff in the attic. What's going on? You look different. You look, Sirius stopped. His eyes narrowed. You look like James. That hit Harry somewhere soft and unexpected. He swallowed. Sirius, I need you to listen. Don't interrupt. Don't break anything. Can you do that? When have I ever broken, Sirius? Something in Harry's voice, the new steadiness of it, the clarity, made Sirius go quiet. He nodded. Harry told him. Not everything, there wasn't time, and some of it he wasn't ready to say out loud, but enough. The summons. The ritual. The collapse. 50 blocks. Who placed them? What they did. The Horcrux. The removal. All of it, laid out in the clear, organized way his mind now worked when it wasn't being chemically shoved toward recklessness and self-sacrifice. Sirius's face went through a transformation. Confusion to understanding to horror to a rage so deep it went silent. His hands, visible at the edge of the mirror, were shaking. White-knuckled. When Harry finished, Sirius didn't speak for a long time. "I'll kill him," Sirius said finally, and his voice was the flattest, calmest, most terrifying thing Harry had ever heard. "I will walk into Hogwarts and I will kill Albus Dumbledore." "No. Harry, no. Listen to me. Killing him accomplishes nothing except putting you back in Azkaban, and I need you outside of Azkaban. I need you functional, Sirius. I need you smart. He put chains on you when you were a baby, I know. I was there. I have the memories now." Harry kept his voice steady. "We're going to deal with Dumbledore. We're going to deal with all of it. But we're going to do it right. Not with curses in a hallway. With leverage." Sirius stared at him. The rage was still there, Harry could see it churning beneath the surface, but something else was happening too. Sirius was seeing him. Really seeing him. Not James's son, not the boy who needed protecting, but someone who could stand on his own feet and think 3 moves ahead. "When did you grow up?" Sirius murmured. "About 2 hours ago, apparently." "Sirius, I need you to do something. I need you to formally name me heir to House Black. Blood adoption right. Can you do that from where you are?" Yes. There are ritual materials here, it's the Black family home." Sirius paused. "Heir to House Black. Harry, that would give you a 3rd lordship." "I know. That would make you the most politically powerful person under 30 in magical Britain." "I know." Sirius let out a breath that was half laugh, half something broken. "James would be so proud of you. And Lily would have hexed Dumbledore into next century." "I remember her now," Harry said quietly. "Clearly. What she sounded like. Her laugh." Sirius closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright. "I'll do the right tonight. You'll feel it when it takes hold." "Thank you, Harry." Sirius's voice caught. "I'm sorry. I should have, when I got out, I should have checked. Should have taken you to the Goblins, should have insisted on a healer, you were surviving. We both were. Don't apologize for that. I love you, kid. You know that, right? No compulsion required." Harry smiled. It felt strange on his face, not because he hadn't smiled before, but because this one came from somewhere real. "I know. I love you too. Get the right done. I'll contact you tomorrow." The mirror went dark. Harry sat in a quiet room and wrote 3 letters. One to Hermione, careful, honest, asking her to trust him and wait for a full explanation. One to Gringotts' legal department, requesting representation for matters he suspected would arise soon. And one that he sealed, addressed, and set aside for later. The 3rd letter was addressed to Albus Dumbledore. He wasn't ready to send it yet. But writing it, sitting with the words, feeling them take shape with the precision his unblocked mind now allowed, was an act of reclamation. Every sentence was a choice. His choice. Made with clarity, without compulsion, without manipulation. It felt like freedom. He left room 7 as the afternoon light was slanting through Gringotts' high windows. The upper corridors were quieter than the main hall, fewer customers, more goblins moving with purpose on their own business. Harry's new senses painted the world in layers, the visible surface, the magical substrate beneath it, the flow of enchantments and wards and old power that made the building hum like a living thing. He turned a corner and nearly walked into someone. She was his age, or close to it. Tall, almost his new height, with dark blonde hair pulled back in a way that was practical rather than decorative and blue eyes that assessed him with the speed and precision of someone who'd been trained to read people the way Harry had been trained to dodge curses. She wore robes of deep blue, well-made, tasteful, not flashy wealth, but the quiet kind that whispered old money to anyone who knew what to listen for. He didn't recognize her. Which meant she wasn't Gryffindor, because he knew all of them by sight, and his newly unclouded mind was rapidly reassessing 4 years of house-based assumptions. "Apologies," Harry said, stepping to the side. She didn't step. She was looking at him with an expression caught between curiosity and something sharper. "You're Harry Potter." Not a question. A statement, delivered with the confidence of someone who was rarely wrong. But her eyes were doing that assessing thing again, running over his face, his height, the lordship rings, the fading scar. "You don't look like Harry Potter," she said. "I've had some work done." That surprised a reaction from her, a slight widening of the eyes, the ghost of a smile that she killed before it could fully form. "Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin. We've been in the same year for 4 years, in case you were wondering." "I wasn't, but thank you for the context." Harry paused. "Greengrass. Your family does business with Gringotts?" Quarterly review. Riveting stuff. Vault balances and investment portfolios. She was studying him openly now, not bothering to pretend otherwise. "You've changed. You've noticed quickly for someone who's seen me from across a great hall for 4 years. I notice things. It's a Slytherin trait, though I understand Gryffindors prefer to call it sneakiness." She tilted her head. "You're taller. Your face is different. And your eyes are," she paused, as if catching herself. "Different. Greener. I was going to say, clearer. Like you're actually seeing things instead of looking at them." That was uncomfortably perceptive. Harry reassessed. Daphne Greengrass. He dredged up what he knew, which was, embarrassingly, almost nothing. Slytherin. Quiet. Good marks, if he remembered correctly. Part of a small group that seemed to orbit neither Malfoy's crowd nor anyone else. The press called some of the sacred 28 families neutral, which in practice meant they hadn't publicly picked a side in the last war and were facing increasing pressure to do so in what was shaping up to be the next one. "Are you all right?" she asked, and the question was odd because it sounded genuine. Not pitying, not performative, just a straightforward inquiry from someone who recognized the signs of a person who'd been through something significant. "Getting there," Harry said honestly. Something shifted in her expression. Not warmth, Daphne Greengrass didn't seem like the type to broadcast warmth to strangers, but something adjacent. Recognition, maybe. The acknowledgement that honesty was a rare enough currency to be worth noting. "Well," she said. "You look less like a stiff breeze would knock you over, so that's an improvement." High praise. "From me, it is." She stepped past him, then stopped. "Potter. Whatever happened today, you carry it differently than you used to carry things." "How did I used to carry them?" She looked back over her shoulder. "Like they were going to crush you and you'd decided to let them." She disappeared around the corner before he could respond. Her footsteps faded down the corridor, precise and unhurried, and Harry stood in the quiet passage and realized that was the most honest conversation he'd had with someone his own age in months. He filed it away. Daphne Greengrass. Worth paying attention to. The late afternoon sun was painting Diagon Alley in gold and shadow when Harry stepped out of Gringotts. The alley was busier now, shoppers, families, clusters of teenagers pointing at broomstick displays. Harry pulled his hood up out of habit, then paused and pushed it back down. The person he'd been this morning, the one who hunched and hid and hoped not to be noticed, that person had been partly manufactured. A compulsion toward smallness, toward invisibility, toward not taking up space. He took up space now. Not aggressively, not arrogantly, just naturally. He walked with his head up and his shoulders back and his strides long enough to match his new height, and people moved out of his way without quite knowing why. A few glanced at him, frowned, looked again. He could see the confusion, something familiar but not quite right. Who is that? He looks like. Nobody stopped him. Nobody recognized the boy who lived in this taller, sharper, clear-eyed young man with the fading scar and the 2 lordship rings. The invisibility was different this time. It was his choice. He bought an owl treat for Hedwig from Elop's, ate a late lunch at a small cafe he'd never noticed before, tucked between Flourish and Blots and a shop selling enchanted quills, and thought. 50 blocks. The number kept circling back, demanding attention. 50 deliberate decisions by 3 different people to reach inside him and change what he was. Not for his benefit, for theirs. Dumbledore wanted a weapon. Molly wanted a son. Snape wanted to not be reminded of what he'd lost. And Harry had walked through 4 years at Hogwarts, facing trolls and basilisks and dementors and dragons, at 8% of his power, with his instinct for self-preservation surgically removed and his trust in authority magically enforced. He should be dead. By any reasonable calculation, he should be dead several times over. The fact that he wasn't was either a testament to blind luck or an indication that even 8% of whatever he truly was had been enough to survive. Now he had the other 92%. And a clear head. And the first stirrings of a plan. He finished his lunch, left a generous tip, and walked back toward the leaky cauldron. He'd go to Grimmauld Place. Sirius had given him the address in their mirror conversation. It was time to see the Black family home. Time to start building something on his own terms. As he walked, the late afternoon shadows stretching long across the cobblestones, he felt it again. The pressure at the edge of his awareness. The cold, vast, patient presence pressing against something he couldn't see. It was stronger now than it had been in the goblin healing chamber, or maybe he was just more attuned to it, his Peveril blood responding to something that had been calling to it for longer than he'd been alive. He stopped in the middle of the alley. People flowed around him like water around a stone. The feeling intensified, not threatening, exactly, but insistent. Like a hand on the other side of a locked door, pressing firmly, testing the resistance. There was a whisper in it, something almost like a voice but too deep and too old for words, something that resonated in the marrow of his bones and the oldest parts of his magic. "I know you," it seemed to say. "I've been waiting." Harry stood very still. His Peveril ring hummed against his finger, a vibration so subtle he might have imagined it, except he didn't imagine things anymore. The blocks were gone. What he perceived was real. Something ancient was awake. Something connected to his bloodline, to the legacy Ragnarok had called necessary, to obligations that stretched back 1,000 years. And whatever it was growing stronger. Not today, Harry thought, and wasn't sure if he was making a promise or issuing a warning. The pressure eased. Not gone, never gone, he suspected, but retreating to the background. Waiting. Harry let out a breath and kept walking. The sun was setting behind the rooftops of Diagon Alley, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet. His shadow stretched out before him, long and dark and steady. He didn't look back. There would be time for the things behind him, the betrayals, the reckoning, the confrontations that were coming as surely as winter. But right now, in this moment, Harry James Potter Peveril was walking forward into his own life for the first time, and the weight of chains he hadn't known he was carrying was falling away with every step. His eyes were clear. His mind was sharp. His magic sang in his veins like a river finally freed from a dam, deep and wide and powerful, and his. And God help anyone who tried to chain him again. Chapter 2, The Board is Set. The Black family blood adoption rite hit Harry at 3 in the morning like a fist made of lightning. He'd fallen asleep in room 7 at Gringotts. Ragnarok had offered a private suite, but Harry had been mid-letter when exhaustion dragged him under, and he'd slumped forward onto the desk with his quill still in hand. Sleep found him fast and dreamless for the first time in years, his new occlumency shields holding the nightmares at bay like castle walls keeping out rain. Then the magic came. It started in his blood, a heat that wasn't temperature, a vibration that wasn't physical. The Black family magic was old, older than the Potters, old in the way that implied things done in dark rooms with sharp instruments and absolute conviction. It poured into him through whatever channel Sirius had opened, and Harry's own magic rose to meet it, not fighting, not resisting, but tasting, assessing, and then accepting with a rush of warmth that knocked him out of his chair. He hit the floor and lay there, gasping, as knowledge flooded in. The Black family tree burned into his awareness like a brand. Names, faces, connections, centuries of them, tangled and brilliant and occasionally horrifying. Properties: Grimmauld Place, a cottage in Wales, a villa in the south of France that hadn't been opened in 40 years. Vaults. Heirlooms. Secrets. And authority. The Lord Black ring materialized on his right hand, black metal, set with an onyx that drank light rather than reflecting it. 3 rings now. 3 houses. 3 seats on the Wisengamot. Harry pulled himself off the floor, sat back in the chair, and flexed his hand. Potter. Peveril. Black. The rings sat comfortably together, as though they'd been waiting to be reunited. A knock at the door. Lord Potter. A goblin's voice, clipped and professional. Come in. The goblin, young, by their standards, with sharp features and ink-stained fingers, entered carrying a leather folio thick enough to serve as a doorstop. Director Ragnarok sends the preliminary account audit you requested. He notes that it is, and I quote, worse than anticipated. Harry took the folio. Thank you. Director Ragnarok also wishes to inform you that a private suite has been prepared on the residential level, should you prefer to sleep somewhere other than a desk. I'll take it. And I'll need more ink. The goblin nodded and left. Harry opened the folio. For the next 4 hours, he didn't move. The numbers told a story. Not a complicated one, theft rarely was, once you stripped away the justifications. Dumbledore had been named magical guardian of Harry James Potter on the night of October 31, 1981. Within a week, he had authorized himself as primary signatory on the Potter family vault. Within a month, the withdrawals began. Regular payments to the Dursleys, generous ones, far more than the cost of raising a child, even a child they didn't starve and lock in a cupboard. Harry traced the amounts with his finger and did the math. Enough for a comfortable room, good food, new clothes, school supplies. Enough to ensure a child was well cared for, well fed, well loved. The Dursleys had taken the money and spent it on Dudley's second bedroom, Dudley's 37 birthday presents, Dudley's Smeltings uniform. Harry had worn Dudley's cast-offs and eaten scraps and slept in a cupboard under the stairs, and Dumbledore had paid for it. Handsomely. More withdrawals. Larger ones. Payable to the Order of the Phoenix, an organization Harry supported in principle but had never authorized funding for. The amounts were significant. Dumbledore had been running his private army on Potter gold for 14 years. And then the entries that made Harry's hands go still on the parchment. Monthly deposits. Modest by the standards of the other withdrawals, but consistent. Every month, without fail, for 13 years. Deposited into a personal vault, not a family vault, not a household account. A personal vault belonging to Molly Pruitt Weasley. Harry stared at the numbers. He thought about the burrow, warm, chaotic, crammed with love and hand-me-downs and the perpetual aura of not quite enough. He thought about Arthur Weasley, working long hours at the ministry for a salary that barely covered 7 children. He thought about Molly's patched robes and second-hand cauldrons and the way she'd always insisted they couldn't afford things. The personal vault told a different story. Not wealth, the deposits were modest, but a consistent income stream that Molly had never mentioned to her husband. Payments for services rendered. For keeping an eye on the Potter boy. For making sure he came back every summer, loyal and grateful and thoroughly bound. Harry closed the folio. He didn't throw it. Didn't slam it. Didn't send magic crackling through the room, though he could feel it wanting to, his power responding to his emotions with a sensitivity he was still learning to manage. He just closed the folio, set it on the desk, and pressed his palms flat against the wood until the grain bit into his skin. 8%. He'd been running on 8%, and they'd been running his life, spending his money, directing his friendships, shaping his personality. He tried to find the rage, the volcanic fury that should accompany this kind of betrayal, and found instead something colder. Quieter. More useful. Rage was what the old Harry would have felt, the Harry with amplified courage and suppressed self-preservation, the one who charged at problems head-on because Dumbledore had engineered him to be a blunt instrument. That Harry would have stormed out of Gringotts and confronted Dumbledore with his wand drawn and his judgment compromised. This Harry picked up his quill and began making a list. By the time Ragnarok arrived at 9, Harry had filled 3 pages with neat, precise handwriting that would have shocked anyone who'd seen his usual homework scrawl. The blocks on his fine motor control were gone too, apparently. Ragnarok entered without knocking, his bank, his rules, and stopped when he saw the pages. "You've read the audit. I have questions. I expected you would." Harry tapped the first page. "The withdrawals to the Dursleys. Was there ever an accounting? Any verification that the funds were used for my care?" "None. Dumbledore authorized the payments and signed off on them himself. There was no oversight because he held all relevant positions: Magical Guardian, Chief Warlock, Hogwarts Headmaster. He was, in effect, both the spender and the auditor. That's a conflict of interest. Under Goblin Covenant law, it is fraud. Under Wizarding law, Ragnarok's lip curled. Under Wizarding law, it is whatever the Wizengamot says it is. And Dumbledore controls the Wizengamot." "Controlled," Harry said. 3 seats changed the math. Potter, Peveril, and Black. What's the current composition?" Ragnarok's black eyes glinted. He took the chair across from Harry. The first time, Harry noted, the goblin had sat down in his presence. "The Wizengamot has 48 seats. 23 are currently held by what your society calls the Light faction, aligned with Dumbledore. 15 are Dark, aligned with families sympathetic to the previous Dark Lord. 10 are neutral or independent. Simple majority is 25. So Dumbledore needs 25 and has 23. My 3 seats were presumably counted in his column. They were proxied to him, yes. By his own authority as your magical guardian. Which he no longer is, because I'm emancipated." "Correct. Your seats are now yours to direct as you choose. If you remove them from Dumbledore's block, he drops to 20. If you add them to the independents, no faction has a majority. And if you build alliances." Ragnarok let the sentence hang. Harry understood. 3 seats wasn't power in itself, it was leverage. The fulcrum on which the entire Wizengamot balance rested. Whoever held those 3 seats could kingmake, or kingbreak, any faction they chose. "I want to freeze all unauthorized access to my vaults immediately," Harry said. "Every signatory except me is revoked. Begin recovery proceedings against the unauthorized withdrawals, all of them. File the proceedings under Goblin Covenant law, not Ministry jurisdiction. That will prevent Ministry interference, but it will also signal to Dumbledore that you are aware of the financial irregularities." "Good. I want him to know. But I want it done through legal channels, not confrontation. Paper trail, not hexes." Ragnarok's smile was sharp enough to cut. "You think like a goblin, Lord Potter. I'll take that as the compliment it is." It was. They spent the next 2 hours on logistics. Vault management. Property assessment. Investment portfolios that had been neglected for 14 years and needed restructuring. Harry absorbed it all with a focus and speed that surprised even him, another gift of the unblocked mind, the ability to process information without the artificial fog that had dogged him for years. Between financial discussions, Harry raised the matter of legal representation. "I need a solicitor. Someone good. Someone who isn't afraid of Dumbledore." Ragnarok considered. Talia Vance. Half-blood, trained in both goblin and wizarding law. She has represented Gringotts in disputes with the ministry and won more than she's lost, which is saying something given the ministry's institutional biases. She is expensive. I can afford expensive. Yes. You can. Ragnarok said it with something approaching satisfaction. I will arrange a meeting. At noon, Harry moved to the suite Gringotts had prepared. It was underground, everything in Gringotts was underground, or felt like it, but the enchantments on the ceiling mimicked the sky so convincingly that Harry could almost believe there was sunlight on his face. The rooms were spare by wizarding standards: a bed, a desk, a sitting area, a private bathroom with running water hot enough to strip paint. No portraits. No ghosts. No one watching. Privacy. Actual privacy, maybe for the first time in his life. No Dursleys listening at the door. No doormate snoring in the next bed. No Dumbledore peering at him through enchanted objects he was only now beginning to suspect existed. Harry stood under the hot water for 20 minutes and let the last of the tension drain out of his muscles. His body was still adjusting to its new proportions. He kept misjudging doorframes, reaching for things with arms that were longer than expected, catching his reflection and doing a double take. But the disorientation was fading. His magic was helping, he realized, smoothing the physical transitions, accelerating the adjustment, integrating the changes with a grace that felt instinctive. 8%. He kept coming back to that number. 8%, and he'd produced a corporeal Patronus at 13. 8%, and he'd fought off 100 Dementors. 8%, and he'd outflown a dragon. What would 100% look like? He dressed in the robes Ragnarok had provided, plain black, well-cut, clearly goblin-made given the quality of the fabric, and sat at the desk to contact Sirius. The communication mirror connected faster this time. Sirius looked better than yesterday, less haggard, more focused. The manic energy that usually crackled around him had settled into something steadier, directed by purpose. It worked, Sirius said before Harry could speak. I felt the adoption take. You're officially my heir. How does it feel? Like someone plugged a third river into an already full lake. I'm adjusting. Harry paused. Sirius, I need to ask you about Grimmauld Place. Sirius's expression darkened. What about it? Dumbledore is using it as headquarters for the Order. He had you offer it. He asked. I agreed. Seemed like the right thing. The house was sitting empty, and the Order needed a secure location. Did you set the wards? Or did he? Sirius frowned. He modified them. The existing Black family wards were already strong, but he added Fidelius layers and some monitoring. He stopped. The frown deepened. Monitoring. Bloody hell. He put monitoring charms on the house. On you? On everything. I never questioned it because he said it was for security, and Sirius's jaw tightened. I trusted him. After Azkaban, he was one of the only people who believed I was innocent. I wanted to trust someone, and he made it easy. He's good at that, Harry said, without heat. As Lord Black, I'm now the owner of Grimmauld Place. I want the wards audited and every non-black enchantment stripped. Can you begin that? Creature won't help. He hates me. He serves the head of House Black. That's me now. Give him a direct order in my name. If he resists, tell him I'll be there in person within 2 days. Sirius stared at him through the mirror. Harry. Genuinely. When did you become this? I was always this. Someone made sure I didn't know it. Later that afternoon, Talia Vance arrived at Gringotts. She was not what Harry expected. He'd pictured someone severe, sharp suit, sharper tongue, the kind of lawyer who used silence as a weapon. Talia Vance was small, round-faced, somewhere in her 40s, with laugh lines around her eyes and the warmest smile Harry had seen in weeks. She wore robes of practical gray, carried a briefcase that looked like it had survived a war, and shook Harry's hand with a grip that could crack walnuts. "Lord Potter Peveril Black," she said, settling into the chair across from him with the easy confidence of someone who was comfortable in every room she entered. "That's quite the mouthful. May I call you Harry? Please." "Lovely. I've read the preliminary brief Ragnarok sent over. I should tell you up front, I've been practicing law for 22 years, and this is the most appalling set of facts I've ever seen." She said it pleasantly, the way someone might comment on the weather. "Now. What do you want?" "I want control of my own life. Legally, financially, politically. Broad goals. Let's narrow them." She opened her briefcase and pulled out a self-inking quill that immediately began taking notes on a floating parchment. "The financial recovery against Dumbledore's unauthorized withdrawals. Ragnarok tells me you want that pursued under Goblin Covenant law." "Yes. It keeps the Ministry out of it." "Smart. It also means Goblin adjudicators rather than Wisengamot judges, which eliminates Dumbledore's home court advantage. I'll file the claim this week. The evidence is overwhelming, he won't be able to contest the facts, only the framing. He'll argue he acted in your best interest as your guardian. He starved me, locked me in a cupboard, and paid my relatives to do it." Talia's quill scratched faster. Her smile didn't waver, but something behind her eyes went very cold. "I'll need those memories. Pensive testimony is admissible under both legal systems. Are you willing?" "Yes." "The blocks." She held up a hand before Harry could speak. "I know. They're the nuclear option. If we present evidence that Albus Dumbledore placed 34 magical blocks on a minor, including suppression of survival instincts and compulsion charms, his career is over. His reputation is over. The entire Light faction collapses, because it was built on trust in his judgment. I hear a but. But we're at war. Voldemort is back, whether the Ministry admits it or not. Destroying Dumbledore right now removes the most powerful wizard in Britain from the board at the exact moment we need powerful wizards on the board." She met his eyes steadily. "I'm your lawyer, Harry. I'll do whatever you tell me. But you should know the costs before you choose." Harry had been thinking about this for 2 days. The political calculus was brutal. Dumbledore was a monster and an ally, a betrayer and a bulwark, and the timing of his exposure would determine whether it strengthened Harry's position or just created a power vacuum for Voldemort to fill. "Controlled release," Harry said. "We don't publish the blocks publicly. Not yet. Instead, we use them as leverage in private. Dumbledore steps down from his positions voluntarily, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwort, all of it. In exchange, the blocks stay between us and him. And if he refuses, then we publish. But I don't think he'll refuse. He may be a manipulator, but he's not stupid. He knows what public exposure would do." Talia's smile shifted into something genuinely impressed. "Ragnarok said you think like a goblin. I'm beginning to see why." She made several rapid notes. "What about the Weasley matter? And Snape? Molly Weasley placed 5 compulsion blocks on a child. That's assault under any legal framework." But, Harry paused. This was the part that hurt, the part where cold strategy met messy human feeling. She did it out of love. Twisted, controlling love, but love. I don't want her in Azkaban. I want her to know that I know. And I want the payments stopped. The payments are already frozen with the vault lockdown. As for the rest, a formal cease and desist, magical oath not to repeat the offenses, and perhaps a restorative justice arrangement. Community service, monitored wand usage for a period. That works. Keep it private. Arthur Weasley doesn't deserve public humiliation for his wife's choices. And Snape? Harry's jaw worked. The memories Snape had suppressed were the most personal wound, not the largest, not the most damaging, but the most intimate. Snape had stolen his mother from him. Had reached inside a child's mind and taken the clearest memories of Lily Potter because Severus Snape's grief mattered more to him than Harry's right to remember his own mother. "Snape, I'll handle myself," Harry said. "Not through legal channels." Talia nodded. She didn't push. "One more thing. The Ministry. Fudge has been running a smear campaign against you through the Daily Prophet. Claiming you're unstable, attention-seeking, lying about Voldemort's return. I've seen the articles. I've seen them too. From a cupboard in Surrey, where the man who claims I'm a liar sent me to be starved by muggles. I'd like to file formal defamation injunctions against the Prophet and against Fudge personally. Your emancipation and lordships give you standing. Fudge has been making statements about a legal adult and head of 3 ancient and noble houses. That's not schoolyard gossip, that's actionable slander with political consequences. Do it. With pleasure." Talia gathered her notes, closed her briefcase, and stood. "Harry. One piece of advice, lawyer to client. Go ahead. You're angry. You have every right to be angry. But you're also thinking clearly, and that's rare in someone your age with your reasons for rage. Don't let anyone, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not well-meaning friends, convince you that thinking clearly is the same as being cold. Clarity is a weapon. It's the best one you have." She left. Harry sat with her words and found he didn't need them, he already knew. But it was good to hear someone say it out loud. On the second day, Harry left Gringotts. He'd spent the morning with Ragnarok, discussing the Peveril legacy in terms that raised more questions than they answered. The Goblins knew the Peverils had been wardens of something, guardians of a boundary between the living world and something else. The details had been lost, or more likely, deliberately obscured. What remained was fragmentary, references to a veil, to a binding, to a duty that passed through the bloodline like a curse or a crown. The veil in the Department of Mysteries, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Ragnarok's expression confirmed it. We believe so. The Ministry treats it as a curiosity, an artifact of unknown purpose, studied by unspeakables who understand its mechanics but not its meaning. The Peveril records suggest it is considerably more significant than that. The cold pressure at the edge of Harry's awareness pulsed. He'd felt it constantly since the blocks came off, a presence beyond the veil, pressing against a barrier that was holding but not as firmly as it once had. His Peveril ring hummed in response, a resonance between his blood and whatever lay on the other side. I need to research this, Harry said. But not today. Today I need to be seen. Ragnarok understood. Visibility was a political tool. Lord Potter Peveril Black needed to exist in public consciousness before Dumbledore could shape the narrative of his disappearance. Harry stepped into Diagon Alley at 10 in the morning, and this time, he didn't hide. The robes were his first stop. Not Madame Malkin's, she was fine for school uniforms, but Harry needed something that communicated a specific message. He went to Twilfit and Tadding's, the shop at the upper end of the alley where the old families did their business. The interior was all dark wood and soft lighting and fabrics that cost more per yard than the Dursleys spent on groceries in a month. The proprietor, a thin, elegant woman with silver hair and measuring tapes that moved on their own, took one look at Harry's lordship rings and snapped to attention. Lord Potter. How may we serve? Full wardrobe. Something appropriate for Wisengamot sessions, something for daily wear, something for, he considered. Whatever comes after daily wear. Combat robes, the proprietor said without blinking, as though young lords requesting battle-ready clothing was perfectly ordinary. Perhaps it was. Dragonhide underlayer, self-repairing charms, integrated wand holsters. All of that. The fitting took an hour. Harry stood on a raised platform while enchanted tapes measured every angle and the proprietor's assistants brought fabric samples, deep greens, midnight blues, charcoal grays. No red, Harry noted. The old Harry would have gravitated toward Gryffindor colors without thinking. This Harry recognized the compulsion for what it had been and chose instead what actually suited him, dark tones that made his eyes stand out, clean lines, nothing ostentatious. He was examining the finished daily robes, charcoal gray, beautifully cut, with subtle potter and peveril crests embroidered at the collar, when the shop's bell chimed and Daphne Greengrass walked in. She saw him immediately. Her step faltered for just a fraction of a second, enough for Harry's newly sharp eyes to catch, not enough for anyone else to notice. "Lord Potter," she said, recovering with the smooth social grace of someone raised in politics. "Shopping?" "No, I broke in to try on robes for fun. They're calling the Aurors." That earned him an actual smile, small, controlled, but real. "You're funnier than I expected." "You expected things about me?" "Everyone expects things about you. You're Harry Potter." She moved to the counter and spoke briefly with the proprietor about an order for her sister, then drifted back toward the fitting area with the casual precision of someone who wanted to continue the conversation but would rather die than admit it. "You look different in proper robes," she said, studying him with that same assessing gaze from the Gringotts corridor. "Less like a lost puppy." "Did I look like a lost puppy before?" "You looked like someone who didn't know he was allowed to take up space. Now you look like someone who's decided to take up quite a lot of it." She tilted her head. "What happened at Gringotts, Potter? And don't say, inheritance review, because I've had 3 of those and none of them made me grow 4 inches overnight." Harry considered how much to share. His instinct, his real instinct, not the compulsion-driven version, said to be cautious. But there was something about Daphne Greengrass's directness that cut through his usual defenses. She wasn't trying to manipulate him. She was trying to understand him, and the distinction mattered. "I found out I was less than I should have been," he said. "And I fixed it." Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. She was parsing that, he could tell, turning it over, examining the implications. "Less than you should have been." Magically? "Among other things." "And the people who made you less, were they enemies or allies? That's the question, isn't it?" She held his gaze for a long moment. Whatever she saw apparently satisfied something, because she nodded slowly. "My family is neutral, Potter. We've been neutral for 3 generations, and the pressure to pick a side is getting worse every day. My father is being courted by people he doesn't want to associate with and threatened by people he can't afford to offend. And you're telling me this because you walked into a shop wearing 3 lordship rings and the expression of someone who's about to rearrange the furniture, and I'd rather know which pieces you're planning to move before they land on me." Her voice was cool, but underneath it, Harry heard something else. Not fear, concern. For her family. For her sister. For the impossible position neutrality put them in when war was coming. "I'm not Dumbledore," Harry said. "I'm not going to ask for your loyalty and punish you for withholding it. If your family wants to stay neutral, that's your business. But if you want options, if you want a side that won't demand you kneel, then we should talk. Not here. Not now. But soon." Daphne studied him for another long beat. "You really aren't the same person, are you?" "I'm exactly the same person. I'm just not wearing chains anymore." She left shortly after, carrying a wrapped package for Astoria. At the door, she paused. "Potter. For what it's worth, whatever they did to you, whoever made you less. You seem like more now. Considerably more." Then she was gone, and Harry was left standing in a fitting room with 3 sets of robes and the realization that he'd just had the most honest political conversation of his life with a girl he'd barely known existed a week ago. Ollivander's was his next stop, and it was the one he'd been both anticipating and dreading. The shop was the same as he remembered, narrow, dusty, crammed with thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. The air tasted like old wood and something electric. Harry pushed open the door and the bell chimed, and then silence, the heavy, watching silence that the shop always seemed to hold, as though the wands themselves were listening. "Mr. Potter." Ollivander materialized from between the shelves like a ghost in a cardigan. His pale eyes were wide, luminous, and fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on invasive. He'd always been unsettling. With Harry's magical sight active, he was something else entirely. The old wandmaker's aura was unlike anything Harry had seen. Not powerful in the conventional sense, but attuned. Resonant. He vibrated on the same frequency as every wand in the shop, a human tuning fork for magical potential. "You've changed," Ollivander said. Not a question. Not surprise. Observation. "I need a second wand." Ollivander's eyebrows rose, the first genuine surprise Harry had ever seen on the man's face. "A second wand? Your holly and phoenix feather wand is no longer adequate." Harry drew it. The wand hummed in his hand, warm, familiar, loyal. "It's still mine. It still works. But my capacity has expanded. Significantly. I need something that can handle the overflow." Ollivander reached out, not for the wand but toward Harry's hand. He stopped an inch away, as though touching an open flame. "May I?" Harry nodded. Ollivander's fingers closed around his wrist, light, dry, trembling slightly. The wand-maker closed his eyes. When he opened them, something in his expression had shifted from professional curiosity to something approaching awe. And beneath the awe, Harry saw fear. "Your core," Ollivander whispered. What happened to you?" "I was blocked. Extensively. The blocks have been removed." "Blocked?" "Yes. Yes, I see it now, the scarring, the residual compression." Ollivander released his wrist and stepped back, his hands visibly shaking. "Mr. Potter, I have fitted wands for every witch and wizard in Britain for the better part of a century. I have felt magical cores of every size and temperament. What I just felt in you is," he stopped. Swallowed. "I am going to need to go to the back." He disappeared into the depths of the shop. Harry heard rummaging, the sound of boxes being moved, something heavy being dragged across a floor. When Ollivander returned, he carried a single box, not the narrow kind that lined the shelves, but a longer, wider case of dark wood, covered in dust so thick it was almost furry. "I made this 40 years ago," Ollivander said, setting the case on the counter with reverent care. "It was an experiment. A commission from a client who never came to collect it, died, I believe, in the First War. I kept it because I couldn't bring myself to destroy it, and because I always suspected it was waiting for someone." He opened the case. The wand inside was beautiful. Darker than Harry's holly wand, black, with a faint grain that caught the light like wood smoke frozen in amber. Longer, too. 13 inches, maybe 14. "Elder wood," Ollivander said. "And before you ask, no relation to the elder wand of legend, though the wood is from the same species. The core is thestral tail hair, freely given. Only one other wand I've made shares that core type." He didn't say which one. He didn't need to. "The elder wand. Dumbledore's wand." Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, his magic surged. Not explosively, not dangerously, but with a completeness that his holly wand, for all its loyalty, had never quite managed. The holly wand was his voice. This wand was his reach. Together, they covered the full range of what he was, the warm, intuitive, instinctive magic of his mother's legacy and the deep, structured, vast power of the Peveril line. Silver sparks cascaded from the tip, filling the shop with cold light. Dust motes froze in the air, suspended. Every wand on every shelf hummed in response, a harmonic convergence that made the building vibrate. Ollivander gripped the counter. "Remarkable," he breathed. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And that wand has been waiting 40 years for you. How much? For that particular wand, paired with its particular owner?" Ollivander's pale eyes were bright, almost feverish. 14 galleons. And the promise that you'll use it well. I will. Harry paid, holstered the new wand in his left sleeve and his holly wand in his right, and left the shop. Behind him, Ollivander stood in the doorway and watched him go, and his hands didn't stop shaking for an hour. Diagon Alley was busy now, midday crowds filling the shops, families with children pointing at displays, the constant low murmur of a magical community going about its business while pretending a war wasn't coming. Harry moved through it differently than he ever had before. Not hiding. Not performing. Just existing, solidly and unapologetically, in public space. People noticed. Not because of the scar, that was nearly invisible now, but because of something else. Presence. Gravity. Whatever it was that made certain people draw the eye, Harry had it in abundance now, and he was still learning to manage its effects. Heads turned. Conversations paused. A witch loading packages into her bag stopped mid-motion and stared, her parcels slipping forgotten from her hands. Harry was heading for the leaky cauldron when a voice stopped him. Well. This is unexpected. Lucius Malfoy stood outside Flourish and Blots, resplendent in robes of pale grey, his cane wand held lightly in one gloved hand. His white blonde hair caught the sunlight. His expression was the perfect mask of aristocratic disinterest, but his eyes, sharp, grey, calculating, were doing the same thing Daphne's had done. Reading. Assessing. Recalculating. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said. And then, deliberately, with the full weight of 3 lordships behind the words, or do you prefer Lord Malfoy? I want to ensure I'm using the proper address. Something flickered behind the mask. Malfoy had expected, Potter spat with adolescent contempt. He'd expected the scrappy, angry, easy-to-provoke teenager he'd traded barbs with in a bookshop 2 years ago. Instead, he got formal courtesy delivered with a composure that signaled a very different kind of opponent. Lord Malfoy will suffice, Lucius said, recovering smoothly. And you are? Lord Potter, now. I'd heard rumors of an inheritance review. Lord Potter Peveril Black, actually. Harry said it casually, as though reciting his breakfast order. The paperwork's been quite extensive. The flicker became a flash. 3 lordships. 3 Wisengamot seats. Lucius's political calculus was visibly rearranging itself behind those grey eyes, shuffling alliances and power balances like cards in a deck. The Malfoy instinct for self-preservation was legendary. Lucius had survived the First War by claiming Imperius, had rebuilt his family's influence through generous donations and strategic friendships, and was, at this very moment, almost certainly calculating whether Harry Potter was more useful as an enemy or an investment. 3 houses, Lucius said. Your parents would be proud. I think so, yes. Harry met his gaze steadily. How is your family, Lord Malfoy? Draco must be preparing for 5th year. I hope he's well. The question was a needle, precisely placed. How is your family carried undertones? I know what you are. I know who you serve. And I know your son is being dragged towards something he may not survive. Harry didn't threaten. He didn't need to. The acknowledgement was enough. Lucius's smile thinned. Draco is well. I shall tell him you asked. Please do. Give my regards to Narcissa as well. I understand she's a Black by birth, we're family now, in a sense. I do hope we can maintain cordial relations. The silence that followed was the loudest thing in Diagon Alley. Lucius Malfoy, for perhaps the first time in his adult life, had no ready response. Harry had just claimed kinship with his wife, asserted social authority through it, and done the entire thing with a smile that never reached his eyes. Good day, Lord Malfoy, Harry said, and walked away. He could feel Lucius's gaze on his back all the way down the alley. Good. Let him watch. Let him wonder. Let him carry that conversation back to whatever dark room Voldemort was using as a headquarters, and let the Dark Lord wonder too. Harry met Neville by chance. Or what felt like chance. Later, he'd wonder if his Peveril magic had been guiding him, pulling him toward things he needed to find. He was cutting through the side passage between Flourish and Blots and the apothecary when he saw a familiar round face peering into the window of the magical menagerie with an expression of quiet longing. Neville Longbottom, alone, in clothes that didn't quite fit, holding a bag from the herbology supply shop and looking like a boy who'd been told to stay out of the way. Harry almost walked past. The old compulsions, avoid anything complicated, stay focused on the mission Dumbledore gave you, don't get involved, fluttered at the edges of his mind, ghosts of chains that no longer held. He ignored them and stopped. Neville. Neville turned. His eyes went wide. Harry. You look, what happened to you? Growth spurt. Harry studied him, really studied him, with his magical sight fully open for the first time. And what he saw made his stomach drop. Neville's magical aura was wrong. Compressed, muted, wrapped in layers of enchantment that dulled its natural color and dampened its output. Harry could see the block signatures, familiar signatures, the same angular, precise magical handwriting he recognized from his own blocks. Dumbledore's wand. At least a dozen distinct enchantments, wound tight around Neville's core like bandages on a mummy. Neville, Harry said carefully. I need to ask you something, and I need you to think about it before you answer. Has anyone ever suggested you might be more powerful than you seem? Neville blinked. My gran says that all the time. She says I should be stronger, that my mum and dad were some of the best in their year, and she doesn't understand why I'm so. He gestured vaguely at himself. The word he didn't say hung in the air. Weak. What if I told you there was a reason? What do you mean? Harry looked around. The side passage was empty. He cast a privacy ward with a flick of his new Elder Wand, effortless, precise, the spell snapping into place like a door closing, and watched Neville's eyes go round at the display of casual power. I went to Gringotts 2 days ago for an inheritance review. The goblins found blocks on my magic. 50 of them. Placed by Dumbledore, mostly. They were suppressing my core, my abilities, my memories, everything. They've been there since I was a baby. Neville stared. Blocks? Like, magical blocks. I've read about those, they're illegal, very illegal. And Neville, I can see them. I gained magical sight when my blocks came off. I can see enchantments, wards, block signatures. Harry paused. I can see yours. The color drained from Neville's face. Slowly, like water soaking into sand. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Mine. At least a dozen. Same signature as the ones on me. Dumbledore's wand. But, why? Why would he? Neville's voice cracked. I'm nobody. I'm not the boy who lived. I'm just, Neville. You were born at the end of July to parents who defied Voldemort 3 times, Harry said quietly. The prophecy could have applied to either of us. Dumbledore chose me as his weapon, but he couldn't leave the backup uncontrolled. The word backup hit Neville like a physical blow. Harry watched it land, watched Neville's face go through shock, then denial, then a slow, terrible recognition. Years of struggling with magic that should have come naturally. Years of being told he was disappointing. Years of wielding his father's wand, which had never worked properly for him because his core was too suppressed to bond with it. All of it reframed in an instant from personal failure to deliberate sabotage. My parents, Neville whispered. They were Aurors. They were strong. Gran always said, she always said I should have been, his voice broke. He looked at his hands as though they belonged to someone else. He did this to me. Dumbledore? The goblins can remove them. They did mine. Harry searched for honesty. It's not pleasant. But after, you'll be yourself. The real you. The real me. Neville's hands clenched into fists. Not anger, Harry saw, resolution. A boy who'd spent 15 years being told he wasn't enough, learning in a single conversation that he'd been deliberately diminished. How do I get to Gringotts? Come with me. Neville's unblocking was different from Harry's, fewer blocks, differently structured. Where Harry's had been layered with surgical precision over 14 years, Neville's were clustered, most of them placed in a single session when Neville was very young. Dumbledore had been less careful with the backup, or perhaps less invested. The blocks were effective but crude, like a padlock on a door rather than a series of deadbolts. Ragnara handled it personally. Harry stayed in the room, standing against the wall, watching as the goblin healer worked her way through the layers. The first block came off and Neville gasped, a sharp, shocked intake of breath as magic flooded spaces that had been sealed for 15 years. His body didn't change as dramatically as Harry's had. Neville had grown on his own, just slower and softer than he should have. But his face sharpened. His shoulders straightened. His hands, the same hands that had fumbled potions' ingredients and dropped teacups under Snape's withering glare, steadied. The second block released memories. Neville screamed. Harry gripped the wall and made himself watch, because someone should bear witness. Neville remembered his parents. Not the hollow shells in St. Mungo's, his real parents. Frank Longbottom's laugh, deep and warm, so much like Neville's own. Alice Longbottom's hands, capable and gentle, conjuring little dancing lights above his crib. The block had suppressed the clearest memories, leaving only the hospital visits, only the empty eyes and the gum wrappers. Dumbledore had stolen the before so that all Neville had was the after. By the seventh block, Neville's magic was filling the healing chamber with a pressure that made the torches sputter. He wasn't Harry, the sheer output was different, the tenor and texture of his power more grounded, more earthy. But he was strong. Genuinely, substantially strong, in a way that his suppressed magical education had never suggested. The 12th and final block came off with a sound like a bell being struck, and Neville sat up with eyes that were clear and sharp and blazing with a fury so controlled it was terrifying. "How long?" he said. His voice was lower. Steadier. How long did he know? "Since before you started Hogwarts," Harry said. "Since before you were born, probably." The prophecy named 2 candidates. "He picked me and shelved you." Neville's jaw worked. "I want to write to my grandmother. There's a communication mirror in room 7. No. I want to write to her. I want her to read it in my handwriting, in ink, on parchment. I want her to hold the evidence in her hands." He looked at Harry, and there was something new in his eyes, a spine, steel-forged and unbreakable. "Then I want to talk about what comes next." Augusta Longbottom arrived at Gringotts 4 hours later. Harry had met formidable people. Dumbledore. Voldemort. Ragnarok. McGonagall. Augusta Longbottom put them all in the shade. She swept into the bank like a warship under full sail, hat slightly askew, vulture-topped handbag gripped in white-knuckled fingers, and the look on her face would have made a dragon think twice. She'd read Neville's letter. She'd read it standing in her sitting room, alone, and the house elves later reported that every window in Longbottom Manor had cracked simultaneously. Ragnarok met her at the entrance to the private wing. "Lady Longbottom. Your grandson is, where is he?" It wasn't a question. Ragnarok, to his credit, simply pointed. The reunion was private. Harry stepped out of the room and gave them space. He could hear Augusta's voice through the door, though, rising and falling in waves. Not shouting. Something more dangerous than shouting. A grandmother learning that the man she trusted with the wizarding world had crippled her grandson's magic and stolen his memories of his parents. When the door opened, Augusta's eyes were red but dry. She looked at Harry with an expression that was part gratitude, part assessment, and entirely political. "Lord Potter Peveril Black," she said. "My grandson tells me you're building something. An alternative to Dumbledore's Order and Voldemort's Death Eaters." I'm building a position, Harry said carefully. Flexible enough to respond to threats without being controlled by anyone. You need allies. I do. House Longbottom stands with House Potter. She said it formally, with the weight of centuries behind it. As we have before. As we should have been allowed to, had Dumbledore not seen fit to diminish my grandson to a footnote. Harry extended his hand. Augusta gripped it, firm, decisive. The alliance sealed with a handshake and a look that said more than any contract. Neville appeared behind his grandmother. He looked different, not just physically, though the changes were visible, but in the way he carried himself. Shoulders back. Head up. Eyes clear. The boy who'd been afraid of Snape and ashamed of his own magic was gone, and in his place was someone who'd been forced to rebuild his self-image from the ground up and had chosen to build it strong. Harry, Neville said. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Gringotts, they did the work. I just told you it needed doing. Then thank you for telling me. Neville's voice was quiet but unwavering. Everyone else looked at me and saw someone who wasn't enough. You looked at me and saw someone who'd been robbed. Augusta Longbottom left with Neville's old wand, his father's, the one that had never worked properly, clenched in her hand. She was going to buy Neville a new one. His own. Chosen for the wizard he actually was, not the diminished shadow he'd been forced to pretend to be. After they left, Ragnarok found Harry in room 7, staring at the third letter, the one addressed to Dumbledore. You have a visitor, Ragnarok said. At the main entrance. Who? The man himself. Harry's hands went still. Dumbledore. He arrived 20 minutes ago. He is requesting entry to the private wing. He has invoked his authority as Chief Warlock. Ragnarok's teeth showed. I have informed him that the Chief Warlock's authority extends precisely as far as the front door, and not 1 inch further. Is he still there? He is waiting in the lobby. Patiently, for now. Harry picked up the letter. Read it one more time. It was short, barely a page. No emotion, no accusations, no threats. Just facts, laid out in precise, formal language. Every block listed by magical signature and date of placement. Every unauthorized withdrawal catalogued. Every compulsion charm identified by type and target. And at the bottom, a single paragraph, I have retained legal representation through Talia Vance, ESQ. All further communication regarding these matters should be directed to her office. I will be managing my own affairs, attending to my own education, and directing my own political interests from this point forward. Any attempt to interfere with my person, my magic, my properties, or my alliances will be treated as a hostile act and responded to accordingly. Respectfully, Lord Harry James Potter Peverell Black. Give him this, Harry said, handing the letter to Ragnarok. Personally. Ragnarok took it. And if he asks to see you? Tell him I'm unavailable. With pleasure. Ragnarok left. Harry sat alone in a quiet room and listened to his own breathing. His magic was calm, steady, deep, a sea at rest. The anger was there, beneath the surface, but it was banked and controlled, a forge fire rather than a wildfire. He would need that heat later. Right now, he needed clarity. He thought about Dumbledore in the lobby. Standing there in his purple robes, twinkling at the goblin tellers, performing the benevolent grandfather act for anyone who might be watching. Did he know yet? Had he suspected, when the goblins refused him entry, that the game had changed? He would know when he read the letter. He would know everything. Harry closed his eyes and let himself feel the moment, not triumph, exactly, but agency. The simple, extraordinary experience of making decisions without compulsion, acting without manipulation, existing without chains. It was still new enough to be remarkable. He wondered if it would ever stop feeling remarkable. He hoped not. In the lobby of Gringotts, Albus Dumbledore stood and waited. He had been waiting for 47 minutes, which was 46 minutes longer than anyone had made him wait in recent memory. The goblin tellers went about their business around him with pointed indifference. Several customers recognized him and nodded respectfully. He twinkled back, because that was what Albus Dumbledore did. He twinkled, he smiled, he radiated an aura of warm competence that made people feel safe and looked after and disinclined to ask difficult questions. Ragnarok appeared from a side door. He carried a sealed letter. "Director Ragnarok," Dumbledore said, his voice warm and unhurried. "I appreciate your patience. If I might speak with, Lord Potter Peverell Black is unavailable," Ragnarok said. He extended the letter. "He asked me to deliver this." Dumbledore's hand was perfectly steady as he took the letter. His face showed nothing. A century and a half of practice had made his expressions as controlled as a master painter's brushstrokes. But Ragnarok was a goblin, and goblins read things differently than humans. Ragnarok saw the old man's heartbeat accelerate. Saw the faint dilation of his pupils behind those half-moon spectacles. Saw the barely perceptible tightening of the muscles around his mouth. "Lord Potter Peverell Black," Dumbledore repeated, and the three surnames landed like stones in still water. "I see. Thank you, Director." He left Gringotts with the letter unopened. Walked down Diagon Alley with his characteristic long stride, robes flowing, hat slightly askew. He smiled at passers-by. He commented on the weather to Tom the barman. He operated from the courtyard behind the leaky cauldron with a soft pop. He opened the letter in his office at Hogwarts, alone, with the door sealed and the portraits feigning sleep. He read it once, quickly. Then again, slowly. Then a third time, and his hands, the hands that had placed 34 blocks on an infant, the hands that had wielded the Elder Wand for 50 years, the hands that had signed withdrawal slips and authorization forms and the futures of children who trusted him, those hands began to tremble. Not with fear. Not with anger. With the sickening, vertiginous sensation of a man watching a structure he'd spent decades building begin to crack. He set the letter on his desk. Leaned back in his chair. And for a long time, he sat in silence, listening to the whir of his silver instruments and the soft, distant sound of Fawkes not singing. The phoenix was watching him from its perch. Not singing. Not trilling. Just watching, with eyes that were older than Dumbledore and considerably less compromised. "I had no choice," Dumbledore said to the bird. The prophecy, Fawkes ruffled his feathers and turned away. "He had to be willing to die, Fawkes." An unblocked Harry, powerful, clear-eyed, with full access to his abilities, would never have walked willingly to his own death. He would have fought. He would have won, perhaps, but the Horcrux in his scar would have survived, and Voldemort would have been immortal, and the war would never end. The logic was sound. It had always been sound. That was the terrible part, the reasoning was impeccable, the greater good calculation was correct, and the result was a boy who'd been deliberately diminished, deliberately damaged, deliberately shaped into a sacrifice. A boy who was no longer a boy. Who had 3 lordships and a clear head and a legal team and the full backing of Gringotts, and who had sent Albus Dumbledore a letter so precisely devastating that it didn't need to raise its voice. He wasn't supposed to find out, Dumbledore whispered. Not yet. Not until it was done. Fawkes said nothing. The instruments whirred. Outside the window, the sun set over the Scottish Highlands, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and felt the future slipping through his fingers like water, and for the first time in a very long time, he did not know what came next. Harry arrived at Grimmauld Place at dusk. The house materialized between numbers 11 and 13 as Harry thought of the address, the Fidelius charm responding to knowledge Sirius had given him through the mirror. It was exactly as depressing as Sirius had described, narrow, dark, lurking between its muggle neighbors like something ashamed of itself. Harry pushed open the front door and stepped into darkness. The hallway was long and narrow, wallpaper peeling, carpet threadbare, the air thick with dust and the particular mustiness of a house that had been closed for a decade. Gas lamps flickered to life as he entered, casting unsteady shadows. Somewhere above him, something, probably the hippogriff Sirius had mentioned, scratched against a floor. And from behind a curtain on the wall, a voice began to scream. "Mudbloods and traitors and filth in the house of my fathers, shut up," Harry said, and pushed his magic into the words. Not a spell. Not a charm. Just raw authority, backed by the black family magic that now ran in his veins, aimed at a portrait that was bound to obey the head of house. The portrait of Walburga Black went silent mid-shriek. Her painted eyes bulged. Her mouth worked soundlessly, opening and closing like a fish. Then, slowly, the curtains drew themselves closed over her frame, and the hallway was quiet. A small, horrible creature appeared at the end of the hall. Creature the house elf, hunched and ancient, wearing a filthy pillowcase and an expression of deep suspicion. "New master," Creature rasped, his bulging eyes fixed on Harry's black ring. "New master is not a proper black. New master is a half-blood." Creature's old mistress would be spinning in her grave if, Creature. Harry kept his voice level. "I am Lord Black. You serve the lord of the house. We can do this the easy way, where you answer my questions and help me secure this house, or the hard way, where I give you a direct order and you comply anyway. Your choice." The elf's eyes narrowed. He was weighing Harry, not with magic, but with the cunning intelligence of a creature that had survived decades of the Black family's particular brand of dysfunction. "New master is different," Creature muttered. "Not like the blood traitor upstairs. New master has the feel of proper magic. The blood traitor upstairs is my godfather and your master's heir. Treat him with respect or I'll bind you to cleaning duties until you learn the habit." Harry crouched to Creature's level. "I'm not here to destroy the Black legacy, Creature. I'm here to claim it. There's a difference. Now, I need a full inventory of every enchantment, ward, curse, and monitoring charm in this house that wasn't placed by a member of the Black family." Creature's expression shifted. Not friendliness, Creature didn't seem capable of that, but something like grudging recognition. A master who cared about the house. Who spoke of claiming rather than discarding. Who wore the ring and felt the magic and didn't sneer at what it meant. "Creature can do this," the elf said slowly. "Creature knows every stone of the house. Creature knows what belongs and what doesn't." His eyes glinted. "The old man put many things that don't belong." "The old man?" "Dumbledore." Creature spat the name. "He came with his twinkly eyes and his soft voice, and he wove his magic into the walls like a spider. Listening charms. Tracking spells. Compulsion wards on the doors, subtle, very subtle, making people feel safe, making people trust, making people talk." The elf's lip curled. Creature felt them. Creature knows spider magic when he feels it. Harry's jaw tightened. Even here. Even in someone else's house, Dumbledore couldn't resist weaving his web. Strip them. Every one. If it's not Black family magic, tear it out. Creature straightened, actually straightened, gaining an inch of height that decades of servile posture had stolen. "Yes, Lord Black." The elf vanished with a crack, and Harry felt the house shudder around him as Creature began his work. Wards peeled away. Enchantments dissolved. The air grew clearer, the shadows less oppressive, as layer after layer of Dumbledore's subtle influence was ripped from the walls. Harry found Sirius in a drawing room on the first floor. His godfather was sitting in a wingback chair with a bottle of fire whiskey, watching the door with the tense alertness of a man who'd been jumping at shadows for 14 years. "Harry." Sirius stood. Stared. "Bloody hell, you really do look different. So everyone keeps telling me." Harry crossed the room and hugged him. Not the careful, restrained hug of a boy afraid to need too much, a real hug, full and firm. Sirius stiffened, then melted into it, and his arms came up around Harry and held tight. "I'm sorry," Sirius whispered into his hair. I'm so sorry I didn't see it. I should have. Stop. We've done this. You didn't know. Nobody knew, because nobody was supposed to. Sirius pulled back. His eyes were bright, his jaw set in that way that meant he was holding himself together by force of will. The blood adoption worked. I felt it. You're formally my heir, my son, in every legal and magical sense. I felt it too. Thank you, Sirius. Don't thank me for doing what I should have done 14 years ago. Sirius looked at the rings on Harry's hand and something complicated moved across his face. 3 houses. James would have laughed himself sick. He could barely manage one. I'm going to need help managing them. You'll have it. Sirius set down the fire whiskey. What's the plan? Harry sat in the other chair and told him. The financial recovery. The legal strategy. Talia Vance. The political calculus with the Wisengamot seats. The Longbottom alliance. The letter to Dumbledore. Sirius listened without interrupting, a feat that Harry suspected cost him considerable effort. When Harry finished, Sirius was quiet for a long moment. You know he'll fight this, Sirius said. Not openly, that's not his way. He'll maneuver. Try to isolate you. Paint you as a troubled, traumatized boy making rash decisions. I know. That's why I'm building the coalition before he can respond. By the time he formulates a strategy, I need to have enough allies that his options are limited. The Order is his tool. Built on his vision, funded with my gold, headquartered in your house. We'll deal with the Order when the time comes. For now, I want the house secured, the wards rebuilt, and every scrap of Dumbledore's influence scrubbed from these walls. Sirius nodded slowly. Creatures already on it. I heard the wards shifting when you came in. You got through to that miserable little, I spoke to him like the head of House Black. That's all he wanted, someone who held the title and meant it. I never could bring myself to. Sirius stopped. Ran a hand through his hair. I hated this house. Hated what it stood for. But it's still mine, isn't it? The name. The legacy. I can't run from it forever. You don't have to love it. You just have to stop letting it be a weapon other people use against you. Sirius looked at him, really looked, the way he'd been doing since Harry walked in, with that mix of pride and wonder and the faint sadness of a man seeing his best friend's son become something neither of them had planned for. Lily, Sirius said quietly. You sound like Lily. The evening deepened. Creature served dinner, better than anything Harry had eaten at Privet Drive, though that was a low bar. The elf's cooking improved dramatically when serving a master he grudgingly respected. Sirius and Harry ate in the kitchen, the warmest room in the house, and talked about things that weren't strategy. Sirius told stories about James and Lily, real stories, with details Harry's restored memories could now fill in. Harry told Sirius about the blocks, the specific ones, and watched his godfather's hands clench and unclench around his fork as the anger rolled through him. The emotional blocks, Sirius said, his voice rough. The self-preservation suppression. He was making you suicidal. Not suicidal. Sacrificial. There's a difference in his mind, I think. There shouldn't be. No. There shouldn't. After dinner, Harry stood alone in the entrance hall, looking at the black family tapestry. Names and faces stretching back centuries, connected by golden threads, punctuated by burn marks where disowned members had been blasted off. Sirius's face was gone, a scorch mark between Regulus and Narcissa. Harry pressed his hand to it and felt the black magic respond, asking him what he wanted. Restore him, Harry said. The threads rewove themselves. Sirius's face reappeared on the tapestry, older than the image that had been removed, marked by Azkaban, but unmistakably his. Alive. Acknowledged. Home. And below Sirius's name, a new thread appeared. A new face. Harry James Potter Black. Connected by the golden line of adoption, bright and strong. Harry stared at it for a long time. His name, woven into something ancient and permanent. Not because someone had compelled it. Because someone had chosen it. He turned away from the tapestry and stopped. The feeling was back. The cold pressure at the edge of his awareness, the vast and patient presence beyond the boundary of reality. Stronger here than in Gringotts. Much stronger. As though Grimmauld Place, with its centuries of dark magic and death-adjacent artifacts, was a thinner place, a spot where the wall between the living world and whatever lay beyond it was worn and fragile. Harry's Peveril ring pulsed. The cold intensified. He closed his eyes and reached toward it, not physically, not magically, but with that part of his awareness that the Peveril blood had awakened. And for just a moment, he felt it clearly. A boundary. A wall between worlds, woven from magic so old it predated wands, predated language, predated everything except the fundamental forces that held reality together. The veil. Not the physical arch in the Department of Mysteries, that was just an anchor point, a manifestation. The real veil was everywhere, a membrane between the living and something else, something vast and hungry and aware. And on the other side, something pressed against the barrier. Not mindlessly, with intelligence. With patience. With the focused, relentless will of an entity that had been imprisoned for millennia and had never stopped trying to get free. Harry could feel the barrier holding. But he could also feel the cracks. Hairline fractures, spreading slowly, each one corresponding to a tear in the fabric of soul magic. Horcruxes. Every Horcrux Voldemort had created was a wound in reality, a hole punched through the natural order by splitting a human soul, and each wound weakened the veil a little more. And the blocks on Harry, the Peveril heir, the Warden's bloodline, had ensured that no one was watching. No one was maintaining the barrier. No one was doing the job that his family had been bred, across 1,000 years, to do. The presence beyond the veil shifted. Focused. Something ancient and cold and impossibly vast turned its attention toward the thin point in reality where Harry stood, and he felt it see him. Felt it recognize what he was. Warden. The word wasn't spoken. It was transmitted directly into his awareness, a concept, a title, a demand. Not hostile, not friendly. Simply, identifying him. Categorizing him. Noting that the Warden's line still existed, that the prison was weakening, that the game was changing. Harry opened his eyes. The hallway was dark. The gas lamps had gone out. And in the shadows at the edge of the corridor, something moved, not physically, not in any way his eyes could track, but his magical sight caught the ripple. A shadow that was darker than the darkness around it, with a weight and presence that shadows shouldn't have. It was there for a heartbeat. Then it was gone. Harry stood in the dark hallway and breathed. His heart was pounding. His magic was up, shields raised, both wands warm in their holsters. But there was nothing to fight. Not yet. The presence had retreated, sinking back behind the veil like a whale descending into deep water. Waiting. Not today, Harry thought again, and again didn't know if it was a promise or a warning. But this time, something answered. Not in words. In feeling. A cold, amused patience that said, clearer than language, not today. But soon. Harry exhaled slowly. He added, Peveril research, to the top of his mental priority list and underlined it twice. Then he went upstairs, found the bedroom Sirius had prepared for him, lay down on a bed that smelled like clean linen and old wood, and slept. No dreams. No nightmares. Just deep, dark, restful sleep, guarded by occlumency shields that no one would breach again. In the morning, the war would continue. The board was set, his pieces in motion, his allies identified, his enemies on notice. And somewhere in a castle in Scotland, an old man with a cracked plan and a silent phoenix sat in the dark and understood, perhaps for the first time, that the weapon he had forged had turned in his hand. Chapter 3, The Serpent's Gambit. The Order of the Phoenix held its first meeting of August in a house that no longer belonged to them. Not technically, Harry hadn't thrown anyone out. He'd simply informed Sirius, who had informed Dumbledore through a carefully worded letter, that Grimmauld Place was now under the authority of Lord Black and that all non-family enchantments had been removed for security purposes. The monitoring charms, the compulsion wards, the listening spells woven into the wallpaper, all gone. Kreacher had been thorough to the point of vindictive, tearing out Dumbledore's web with a glee that bordered on the religious. The Order members who arrived on the evening of August 3rd found a different house than the one they remembered. The hallway was cleaner. The gas lamps burned steady. Walburga Black's portrait was silent behind its curtains, obedient to a new master. And at the head of the kitchen table, the long, scarred table where Dumbledore usually sat, Harry Potter waited. He'd dressed deliberately. Not ostentatiously, but with intention. The charcoal robes from Twilfit and Tattings. The 3 lordship rings visible on his hands. His hair was still unruly, some things couldn't be changed, blocked or unblocked, but the rest of him projected a composure that several Order members clearly found unsettling. Sirius stood behind Harry's left shoulder, arms crossed, wearing an expression that dared anyone to comment. Kreacher lurked near the stove, ostensibly making tea but actually watching the arriving witches and wizards with undisguised suspicion. They came in 2s and 3s. Moody first, his magical eye spinning as it catalogued the changes to the house. He looked at Harry, grunted, and took a seat near the door, positioning himself, Harry noted, where he could see everyone and reach the exit. Tonks followed, her hair a subdued brown that suggested she sensed the tension. Lupin came next, grey-faced and wary, his eyes flicking between Harry and Sirius as he tried to read the room. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Hestia Jones. Emmeline Vance, no relation to Harry's lawyer. Mundungus Fletcher, who slunk in smelling of stale tobacco and had the good grace to avoid Harry's gaze, perhaps remembering that he'd been the sleeping guard Harry had walked past on his way to Gringotts. The Weasleys arrived together, and the kitchen's temperature dropped. Arthur came first, looking tired and confused, his hand on Molly's elbow. Molly's face was set in a rigid expression of cheerful normality that didn't reach her eyes. Behind them, Fred and George, unusually quiet, Ginny, small and watchful, and Ron. Ron looked awful. He'd grown over the summer, taller, broader, but there were shadows under his eyes and a tightness around his mouth that suggested he hadn't been sleeping well. His gaze found Harry and stuck there, and what passed across Ron's face was a complicated tangle of relief, confusion, and something wounded. "Harry," Ron said. "You look, mate, what happened to you?" "Sit down, Ron. I'll explain everything." Hermione appeared from the hallway behind them. She'd been staying at Grimmauld Place for 3 days already, brought in after receiving Harry's letter and demanding, in her Hermione way, to be included immediately. She'd read the documentation. She'd processed it. She'd cried, then stopped crying, then organized her thoughts into a 15-point analytical framework, because she was Hermione and that was how she survived. She took the seat at Harry's right. Her hand found his under the table and squeezed once. Solidarity without performance. Dumbledore arrived last. He came through the front door like he always did, tall, unhurried, purple robes and half-moon spectacles, the image of benevolent authority so carefully maintained that it had become indistinguishable from reality for most people. But Harry saw past the image now. His magical sight showed him what lay beneath, a powerful aura, yes, vast and complex, but threaded with stress fractures. Fatigue. The bright, desperate energy of a man holding too many things together by force of will. And around Dumbledore's right hand, almost invisible, the faint shimmer of the Elder Wand's resonance. Harry's new wand hummed in recognition. Elder calling to Elder. Peveril calling to Peveril. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept the room, paused on Harry, and, Harry saw it, flinched. A microsecond of reaction, buried instantly beneath a century of control. But Harry caught it, and Dumbledore knew he caught it, and something passed between them in that moment that was too complicated for words. "Good evening," Dumbledore said, and took the chair at the far end of the table. Not the head. He'd read the room well enough for that. "Thank you all for coming," Harry said. He didn't stand. Didn't need to. Every eye in the room was already on him. "I asked for this meeting because there are things you need to know. Some of you will find them difficult. I'm going to ask you to hear me out completely before responding." "Harry, dear," Molly said, her voice the perfect pitch of maternal warmth, "perhaps Professor Dumbledore should, Mrs. Weasley." Harry's tone was quiet and level and stopped her like a wall. "I'll get to you. Please sit down." The kitchen went silent. Molly's mouth opened, closed. Arthur's hand tightened on her arm. She sat. Harry laid it out. Not all of it, not the Peveril obligations, not the Hollow King, not the strategic details of his political maneuvering. Those were cards he wasn't ready to play. But the blocks. The financial theft. The compulsions. The Horcrux. He presented it the way Talia had taught him, facts first, evidence second, conclusions last. No emotion in the delivery, because the facts were emotional enough on their own. He'd brought copies of the Gringotts diagnostic reports. Ragnara's healer's assessment, translated from gobbledygook into precise, clinical English. The financial audit, with unauthorized transactions highlighted. The legal filings, already in process. He passed them around the table and let people read. The room went through stages. Confusion first, furrowed brows, exchanged glances, the rustle of parchment. Then comprehension, arriving at different speeds for different people. Tonks got there fast, her hair cycling through colors as her emotions surged. Lupin was slower, reading each line twice, his face going progressively grayer. Moody's magical eye stopped spinning and fixed on Dumbledore with an intensity that could have bored through stone. Fred and George read the financial summary and went utterly still. Their usual animation drained away, replaced by a cold focus that made them look, for the first time, like the formidable wizards they were underneath the jokes. Ron read the section on Molly's blocks. Harry watched it happen. Watched Ron's eyes track across the words, loyalty compulsion, target, Ronald Bilious Weasley, emotional attachment charm, target, Ginevra Molly Weasley, placed by, Molly Pruitt Weasley, and watched his best friend's face go through something that looked like a building collapsing from the inside. Ron looked up. Not at Harry. At his mother. "Mum." His voice cracked on the single syllable. Molly's composure shattered. Not all at once, in pieces, like a dam breaking in stages. Her rigid smile fractured. Her eyes filled. Her hands, folded on the table in a posture of deliberate calm, began to shake. "Ronald, I can explain, you put spells on me." Ron's voice was rising. "You put spells on me to make me be friends with Harry? Was any of it real? Was any of it?" He shoved back from the table. His chair scraped across the floor with a sound like a scream. "Was I even choosing? All those years, was I choosing?" The compulsions were minor, Dumbledore said, and every head in the room turned toward him. The old man's voice was calm, measured, the voice of reason in a room full of raw emotion. They enhanced existing tendencies. They didn't create, don't. Harry's voice cut through the kitchen like a blade. Don't you dare sit in this room and minimize what was done. Don't frame it. Don't contextualize it. Don't tell him his violation was minor. The air pressure shifted. Not visibly, Harry's control was too good for that, but everyone felt it. A heaviness, a charge, the sensation of standing near something vast and barely restrained. Glasses on the counter rattled. The fire in the grate surged and dimmed. Dumbledore's mouth closed. "Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, and his voice was steady again, controlled, but the temperature beneath it hadn't changed. I'd like to hear it from you. Not from him. From you. Why did you do it? Molly was crying now, not the dramatic weeping of someone performing grief, but the quiet, messy tears of someone whose walls had finally come down. Arthur had his arm around her, his own face a mask of bewildered pain. He hadn't known. That much was clear from the way he held her, the way a man holds someone he loves when he's just discovered they're capable of something he never imagined. You were so small, Molly whispered, looking at Harry with red-rimmed eyes. That first time, on the platform. 11 years old and alone. No one with you. No one to help you find the train, no one to wave goodbye. I saw you and her voice broke. I wanted to take you home. I wanted to wrap you up and feed you and put you somewhere safe. And Dumbledore said, he said you needed connections. Needed to bond with children your age. That it was important for the plan. But he said you might not, that you might be withdrawn, that the Dursleys had, she pressed a hand to her mouth. He said the compulsions would just help. Just a nudge. Just enough to make sure you felt welcome. And the payments? Harry asked. Molly flinched as though struck. I never asked for money. He sent it. Said it was compensation for looking after you during summers, for the extra mouth to feed. I should have refused. I know that. But we were struggling, and the children needed things, and Arthur's salary, I told myself it was fair. That I earned it by loving you. The kitchen was so quiet Harry could hear Creature breathing by the stove. You could have just loved me, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. His voice was soft now. Not angry. Something worse than angry, sad, in a clear-eyed way that offered no comfort and asked for none. I would have stayed. You didn't need chains. You didn't need compulsions or payments or Dumbledore's permission. I was an 11-year-old boy who'd never been hugged in his life. If you'd just been kind, genuinely kind, without the spell work, I would have loved your family with everything I had. You didn't need to cheat. Molly broke. Not spectacularly. She just folded, shoulders collapsing inward, head bowing, hands covering her face. Arthur pulled her closer. Ginny, at the far end of the table, sat frozen, her eyes fixed on something middle distance, processing in silence. Ron shoved past George and left the kitchen. The door banged behind him. Fred stood, glanced at George, and the twins followed their brother without a word. Harry let them go. This wasn't a conversation that could be resolved in one evening, and chasing Ron down would only make it worse. The wound was too fresh, the implications too vast, the question of whether a friendship is real if compulsions were involved, even minor ones, was the kind of thing that could take months to untangle. Molly. Arthur's voice, quiet and steady, the voice of a man who was shattered but standing. Was there anything else? Anything you haven't told me? Molly shook her head, her face still buried in her hands. Harry's magical sight confirmed it, no hidden enchantments, no further deceptions. Just a woman who'd loved too much in the wrong way and been enabled by a man who knew exactly which levers to pull. Harry turned to Dumbledore. The old man sat in his chair with the stillness of a statue. His face was composed, Merlin, the man's composure was extraordinary, a fortress of serenity built over a century and a half of practice. But Harry could see the cracks now. Could see the pulse hammering in his throat, the slight tremor in his hands, the brightness in his eyes that might have been tears or might have been the desperate energy of a brilliant mind running calculations at full speed. 34 blocks, Harry said. Placed on me between November 1981 and June 1995. Magical core suppression. Metamorphmagus ability sealed. Natural occlumency barriers destroyed. Memory modifications targeting my parents. Emotional restructuring, courage amplified beyond natural levels, survival instinct suppressed, self-sacrifice tendency enhanced. Loyalty compulsions tied to you, specifically. Aversion compulsions against Slytherin House, against questioning authority, against independent thinking. Physical growth suppression. Magical sight sealed. Inherited bloodline abilities locked. He recited the list from memory, each item a separate charge, each one landing in the silence of the kitchen like a stone dropped into deep water. Around the table, faces changed. Tonks went pale. Lupin looked like he was going to be sick. Moody's scarred face was unreadable, but his wand hand had moved beneath the table. And a soul fragment, Harry continued. A piece of Voldemort's soul, embedded in my scar. You knew about it. You always knew. It's in your correspondence with the Goblins. They found a letter, dated 1982, in which you declined their offer of a standard soul parasite screening for the Potter heir. You declined because removal would have eliminated the connection between me and Voldemort, and you needed that connection. You needed me linked to him. Needed me as a tracking device, a monitoring tool, a bridge, Dumbledore said quietly. A bridge between two souls, one of which had to die for the other to become mortal. The room went very still. You intended me to die, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the twinkle was gone, not hidden, not dimmed, but genuinely absent, and the eyes behind the spectacles were ancient and exhausted and unbearably human. I intended you to sacrifice yourself, Dumbledore said. Willingly. At the right moment, in the right way. The Horcrux in your scar could only be destroyed if you accepted death. If you walked to it freely. If you chose it. And you would have, the Harry I shaped would have walked into that clearing and let Voldemort kill him, because that Harry valued everyone else's life above his own. Because I made him that way. You made me a suicide weapon. I made you capable of love so profound that you would die for it. That was, Dumbledore's voice wavered. That was the only way. The prophecy demanded nothing. Harry leaned forward. I've read it. Neither can live while the other survives. That's a description, not a prescription. It doesn't say I have to die. It says one of us has to end. You chose to interpret it as my death because that was easier than finding another way. There was no other way. The Goblins removed the Horcrux in 40 minutes. 40 minutes, Dumbledore. With a ritual that's been in their archives for 800 years. You could have asked them any time in the last 14 years. You chose not to because a living, unblocked, fully powered Harry Potter was harder to control than a diminished, self-sacrificing one. The silence that followed was so complete Harry could hear the clock ticking in the hallway. Moody spoke first. His voice was a low growl, rough as gravel, and it carried the weight of decades spent fighting dark wizards. Albus. Tell me the boy is wrong. Dumbledore looked at his oldest ally with eyes that held no performance, no deflection, no twinkling warmth. Just the bare, terrible honesty of a man who knew the verdict was already in. I cannot, Dumbledore said. Moody's chair scraped back. He stood, slowly, deliberately, the movement of a man making a decision he couldn't unmake. His magical eye fixed on Dumbledore. His real eye looked at Harry. I've fought Dark Lords who did less to the people they claimed to protect, Moody said. At least Voldemort's honest about what he is. He turned and limped to the door. I need air. Tonks followed him. Her hair had gone white, not grey, not silver, but the blank, shocked white of someone whose emotional state had overloaded her metamorphmagus abilities. Lupin stayed. He sat in his chair with his hands flat on the table, his knuckles white, his face a battlefield of conflicting loyalties. Dumbledore was the man who had allowed a werewolf to attend Hogwarts, who had given Remus Lupin a chance when the rest of the world had written him off. That debt was enormous, foundational, and it was now sitting on the same scale as the knowledge that Dumbledore had systematically abused his best friend's son. Remus, Harry said gently. You don't have to choose right now. Lupin looked at him with eyes that were far too bright. You sound like your mother. I remember her now. Clearly. He blocked those memories, Remus. The sound of her voice, her face, the way Harry stopped. Breathed. He took her from me. Everything the Dursleys didn't take, he did. Lupin made a sound, small, choked, animal, and pressed his fist against his mouth. He didn't speak again for the rest of the meeting. Dumbledore remained in his chair through all of it. He didn't defend himself again, didn't argue, didn't deploy the formidable rhetorical arsenal that had won him every debate for a century. He sat and absorbed the reactions of the people who had trusted him, and Harry watched the old man's face and saw something he hadn't expected. Shame. Real, searing shame, the kind that burned from the inside. Dumbledore believed, still believed, even now, that the blocks had been necessary. That the sacrifice he'd engineered was the only path to victory. But he was watching the cost of that belief play out in real time, in the faces of people he cared about, and the gap between necessary and right had never been wider. "Here is what happens now," Harry said, addressing the room. "I am not pressing public charges against Dumbledore for the blocks. Not because he doesn't deserve it, but because we're at war, and destroying the Light Faction's leadership creates a vacuum Voldemort would fill. Instead, Professor Dumbledore will step down from his positions, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, voluntarily. He will retain the headmastership for the moment, because Hogwarts needs stability. But he will no longer direct my life, my finances, my education, or my strategy." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "The Order of the Phoenix will continue to operate. I won't disband it, the intelligence network is too valuable. But it will no longer be your personal army funded by my gold. Operational decisions will be made by a council, you, me, Moody, and one representative each from the Longbottom and Greengrass families." "Greengrass?" Kingsley spoke for the first time, his deep voice careful. "They're neutral." They were neutral. Neutrality is becoming untenable, and the Greengrass family knows it. They need a side that won't demand they kneel. "I'm offering one." Dumbledore spoke. "And if I refuse your terms? Then the blocks become public knowledge. Every diagnostic report, every financial record, every memory. I have pensive testimony ready. Talia Vance has injunctions prepared. The Daily Prophet would pay a fortune for the story, but I'd give it to them for free." Harry held the old man's gaze. "You'd be finished, Professor. Not just politically, historically. Every good thing you've ever done would be reframed through the lens of what you did to me. Grindelwald, Voldemort, Hogwarts, all of it tainted. Is your pride worth that?" The longest silence of the evening. Dumbledore sat motionless, and Harry could see the war behind his eyes, the strategic mind weighing options, calculating outcomes, searching for an angle, a leverage point, a way to maintain control. And finding, one by one, that every door was closed. "I accept your terms," Dumbledore said. "The resignation letters will be on Talia Vance's desk by morning." "They will." Harry nodded. He didn't feel triumph. He felt tired, in the deep way that came from doing something necessary and ugly. "Then this meeting is adjourned. Mrs. Weasley, Talia will be in touch regarding the restorative arrangements. They'll be private. Arthur won't be publicly involved." Arthur Weasley looked at Harry with an expression of confused gratitude. He'd been silent through the entire meeting, processing, Harry suspected, the simultaneous revelations that his wife had been paid to manipulate a child and that the child in question was protecting Arthur's reputation. "Thank you, Harry," Arthur said quietly. "Don't thank me. Just take care of your family." The kitchen emptied slowly. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand again before leaving to find Ron, who hadn't returned. Kingsley and Hestia left together, speaking in low voices. Lupin lingered, then departed without making eye contact with anyone, his shoulders hunched under a weight that had nothing to do with the moon. Dumbledore was the last to stand. He moved toward the door, then stopped. Turned. The kitchen was empty now except for the two of them and Sirius, who leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and his eyes flat. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice was stripped of performance, raw, old, human. "I need you to know something. You had no choice. The prophecy demanded it. The greater good required sacrifice." Harry's voice was empty of malice. "I know your reasons, Professor. I've known them since Ragnara pulled the first block off my core. You're not a monster. You're a man who decided the math justified the cost, and you never asked the person paying the price if they agreed." "I loved you," Dumbledore said. "That is not a justification. But it is true. I know that too." Harry met his eyes. "That's what makes it unforgivable." Dumbledore left. The door closed behind him, and Harry let out a breath that seemed to come from the bottom of his lungs. Sirius was beside him in 2 steps, a hand on his shoulder, warm, real, uncharged with any magic except the simple human kind. "You did well," Sirius said. "I feel like I just performed surgery without anesthesia. On myself and everyone I care about. That's what the truth does. It's a scalpel, not a bandage." Harry sat at the table and put his head in his hands. The anger was spent, leaving behind a hollow ache that he recognized, clean grief, the kind Ragnara's work had made possible. He could feel it, process it, and let it pass. Kreacher appeared with tea. He set the cup in front of Harry with something approaching gentleness, then retreated to his corner. "Thank you, Kreacher," Harry said. The elf said nothing. But Harry could have sworn, in the firelight, that Kreacher's horrible little face twitched in something that was almost a smile. Harry found Snape the next day. Not at Hogwarts, that would have meant going through Dumbledore, and Harry was done going through anyone. Instead, he followed the trail that his newly unclouded memories provided, augmented by information from the Black Family Library and a few pointed questions to Kreacher, who knew more about the movements of Order members than anyone suspected. Snape lived in Spinner's End, in a Muggle neighborhood that had seen better days. The house was narrow and dark, sandwiched between identical terraces near a polluted river. Even from the outside, Harry's magical sight showed him the wards, competent, layered, paranoically thorough. Snape trusted no one and his defenses reflected it. Harry knocked. Silence. Then footsteps, deliberate, unhurried, the footsteps of a man who was deciding whether to open the door or hex through it. The door opened. Snape stood in the gap, wand in hand, wearing Muggle clothes that made him look even more like a large, irritable crow. His dark eyes took in Harry, the height, the frame, the clear eyes, the fading scar, the lordship rings, and Harry watched something complicated move through Snape's expression. Not surprise, exactly. More like the confirmation of something he'd feared. Potter. The name came out as it always did, clipped, contemptuous, a reflex so deeply ingrained it preceded thought. "Professor. We need to talk. I have nothing to say to you." "That's fine. I have things to say to you, and I'd rather do it inside than on a doorstep where any passing Death Eater could see us having a civil conversation." Snape's lip curled. But he stepped aside. The interior of Spinner's End matched the exterior, dark, cramped, filled with books. Everywhere books, floor to ceiling, stacked on every surface, creating narrow canyons between towering walls of text. The air smelled of old paper and something acrid that might have been a potion left simmering somewhere out of sight. Harry stood in the sitting room and didn't wait for an invitation to speak. 3 blocks. You placed 3 blocks on me. The first when I was 11, a suppression of my emotional pain response. You did it during a clemency practice, or possibly earlier, during my first year. The diagnostic shows the signature is consistent with your wand. Snape's face went blank. The controlled, expressionless mask he wore like armor, but Harry could see past it now. Could see the pulse in his throat, the tightening of the tendons in his wand hand, the almost imperceptible shift of his weight onto his back foot. The second and third blocks were memory suppressions. Specific memories. My mother. You blocked my memories of my mother, Snape. Her voice. Her face. The way she laughed. The way she held me. Something cracked behind the mask. Hairline, barely visible, but there. You took her from me, Harry said. Not the way Voldemort took her, that was murder, and it was clean in its horror. What you did was theft. You reached into a child's mind and stole his mother because you couldn't bear to see her in his eyes. Snape's breathing had changed. Shallow, rapid, the breathing of a man under siege. His wand hand trembled. The room felt close, the air thick with unsaid things. You don't understand, Snape said, and his voice was rougher than Harry had ever heard it, stripped of the silky contempt, the theatrical disdain, reduced to something raw and wounded. Then explain. Snape turned away. Walked to the window. Stood with his back to Harry, looking out at the grey street and the dirty river beyond, and when he spoke, the words came out like they were being extracted under torture. Every time you looked at me with her eyes, Snape said, I saw her. Not you, her. The boy was irrelevant. An inconvenience. A container for the only thing in this world I ever. He stopped. His shoulders were rigid, the muscles bunching beneath his shirt. You had her. You had her face, her eyes, her laugh. I heard it once, your first year, laughing in the corridor with your little friends, and it was her laugh, the same pitch, the same warmth, and he broke off again. His hand was pressed flat against the window glass, the knuckles white. I couldn't bear it, Snape whispered. Hearing her in you. Seeing her in you. Having you sit in my classroom with her eyes and his face and knowing that she chose him, she always chose him, and she died for you, not for me, and all that was left was a boy who didn't even know how she sounded when she said his name. The silence that followed was thick and terrible. So you made sure I didn't know either, Harry said. Snape said nothing. You took her voice from me so you wouldn't have to hear it. You took her face from me so you wouldn't have to see it. You took a child's last connection to his dead mother and burned it because your grief was bigger than his right to remember. Snape's reflection in the window was a ruin. The mask was gone, not cracked, not fractured, gone, and what lay beneath was a face that had been twisted by decades of guilt and obsession and a love so toxic it had poisoned everything it touched. I told myself it was protection, Snape said. His voice was barely audible. That the memories would cause you pain. That suppressing them was a mercy. And the emotional dampening? The block on my pain response. Snape's throat worked. You were suffering. After the troll, after the stone, you had nightmares. I could hear you screaming through the wards at night. The block was supposed to mute the worst of it. Give you peace. It made it worse. The grief couldn't process. It just cycled, endlessly, feeding on itself. The goblins said it was the most damaging of all the blocks, not the strongest, but the most insidious, because it turned natural healing into a closed loop. Snape closed his eyes. Harry waited. He waited because this moment mattered, not for strategy, not for leverage, but for something more fundamental. He had come here for honesty, and Snape was giving it, dragged out of him syllable by painful syllable. The least Harry could do was let the man bleed. I remember her now, Harry said finally. Clearly. Every memory you suppressed. The way she smelled, something herbal, like rosemary and lemon. The way she read to me before bed. The way she said my name. Snape made a sound. It was small and involuntary, and it was the most honest thing Harry had ever heard from him. I'm not here to punish you, Harry said. I'm not going to report this to the ministry or file charges or drag your name through the prophet. What you did was wrong, deeply, personally, unforgivably wrong, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But I understand why you did it, and that understanding is the only mercy I can offer. Snape turned from the window. His face was wet. Not sobbing, not breaking down, just tears, running silently down the harsh planes of his face, as though his body was processing an emotion his mind had refused to acknowledge for 15 years. "She would hate me," Snape said. "If she knew what I did to you. She would hate me." "Probably," Harry said. "She was protective like that." The ghost of something, not a smile, but the memory of what a smile felt like, crossed Snape's face and vanished. "You're a clemency," Snape said, and the shift to the practical was so abrupt it was almost jarring. "The blocks I placed on your pain response interfered with natural shield development. Your clemency lessons with me were sabotaged before they began, not just by my teaching methods, which were terrible, suboptimal, but by the block itself. Your mind couldn't build walls because the block was preventing emotional processing, which is the foundation of all clemency. I should have seen it. I should have recognized." He stopped. "I didn't want to look closely enough to see. I have natural clemency now. The blocks are gone. My shields are holding." Snape studied him, the potion's master assessment, cold and clinical, but with something new underneath it. Something that might have been respect, buried under layers of habit and hostility. "You're different." "I'm the same. Just more. Your mother used to say something similar when people commented on her power." Snape's voice was barely above a whisper. "She'd say, 'I'm not special, Sev. I'm just me, all the way through.'" The use of the childhood nickname, Sev, was so unexpected, so unguarded, that Harry felt something shift in his understanding of the man standing before him. Not forgiveness. Not absolution. But a recognition that Severus Snape was, beneath the cruelty and the bitterness and the masks, a human being who had been broken by love and had never learned how to be anything but sharp edges and poison. "I'm leaving," Snape said abruptly. "Not today. After the war, or when my role becomes untenable. Whichever comes first." "Leaving?" "Hogwarts. England. The whole bloody circus." He moved to a desk in the corner and opened a drawer. Pulled out a package, flat, wrapped in brown paper, tied with ordinary string. He held it out to Harry. "These are yours." Harry took the package. It was light, papers, maybe. Letters. "Your mother's letters," Snape said. "From before. From when we were friends. I kept them. They should be with you." Harry's hand tightened on the package. He didn't open it. Not here, not now, not in front of this man who had loved his mother so badly it had become its own kind of violence. "Thank you," Harry said. Snape nodded once. He didn't say goodbye. Harry didn't expect him to. He left Spinner's End and walked 3 blocks before he had to stop and lean against a wall and breathe through the pressure in his chest. Not grief, he'd processed that. Something else. The weight of understanding a person you had every reason to hate, and finding that the understanding didn't make anything easier. He tucked the package of letters inside his robes, close to his chest, and kept walking. The attack came on August 7th. Harry was at Grimmauld Place when Kingsley's Patronus burst through the kitchen wall, a lynx, sleek and urgent, speaking in the Auror's deep voice. Death Eater attack. Mixed community, magical and muggle, village called Thornfield, Sussex coast. 30 to 40 Death Eaters, confirmed giants. Civilian casualties already. Ministry response delayed, Fudge is blocking deployment. Harry was on his feet before the Patronus finished speaking. Sirius was right behind him. Fudge is blocking, Sirius started. He's still pretending Voldemort isn't back. If he sends orders, he admits the truth. Harry grabbed his combat robes from the hook by the door, the dragon hide underlayer, the self-repairing charms, the integrated wand holsters. I'm going. Harry, you can't just, Thornfield. I know the area, it's near the coast, half magical, half muggle. Those people have nowhere to run. If the ministry won't help, we will. He was dressed in 30 seconds, both wands holstered, his magic rising to combat readiness with a speed and intensity that made the kitchen lamps flare. Send word to the order. Anyone who can fight, Thornfield, now. Sirius argued for exactly 4 more seconds before giving up, transforming into Padfoot, and following Harry out the door. Harry apparat. Not the uncomfortable squeeze of side-along, not the tentative pop of someone who'd barely passed their test. He thought of where he needed to be and his magic moved, and reality folded around him like a closing fist, and he was there, standing on a hillside above a village that was burning. Thornfield was small. Maybe 100 houses, a church, a pub, a handful of shops. Half of it was on fire. The smoke rose in dark columns against the evening sky, and beneath the smoke, Harry could hear screaming. Not the dramatic, cinematic kind, the real kind. Ragged, terrified, the sound of people who were dying or about to die and couldn't do anything about it. He could see them from the hill. Dark robes. White masks. Moving through the streets in groups, systematic, methodical, not a raid but a demonstration. This wasn't about taking territory. It was about sending a message. Voldemort wanted the world to see what happened when the Ministry pretended he didn't exist. 2 giants lumbered at the edges of the village, their massive forms silhouetted against the firelight. One was smashing houses with a tree trunk. The other was simply walking, its footsteps cratering the road, ignoring the spells that bounced off its hide like raindrops. Harry counted. 37 Death Eaters visible. Possibly more inside buildings. Civilians scattered, some fleeing toward the fields, some trapped, some already down and motionless. A group of maybe 15 people were clustered behind the church, protected by shields that were flickering and failing. Someone was fighting back. Harry's magical sight showed him the defensive spells, competent, precise, cast by at least 3 different wands. Through the smoke and firelight, he could make out figures behind the church's low wall. One of them was tall, wearing robes of deep blue. Greengrass. He didn't pause to think about why the Greengrass family was in a coastal village in Sussex. He moved. Apparition again, short range this time, pinpoint, placing himself on the church roof with a crack that split the air. From above, the battlefield opened up like a map. He could see the attack patterns, the gaps, the pressure points. The Death Eaters were converging on the church, where the defenders were holding but wouldn't hold much longer. 3 other groups were sweeping the village, torching houses, hitting anything that moved. Harry raised his Elder Wand and called fire. Not fiend fire, he wasn't insane. But the spell he cast was something he'd found in the Peveril Vault's grimoire, and it was old magic, deep magic, the kind that didn't just create flame but commanded it. The fires raging through the village answered. Every flame, every burning house, every torch and spark, they turned. Pulled toward Harry's were like iron filings to a magnet, rising and twisting and coalescing into a wall of fire that swept across the main street and drove a wedge between the Death Eaters and the civilians. The Death Eaters scattered. Shields went up. Curses flew toward the church roof, and Harry's holly wand was in his other hand now, casting barriers that deflected the incoming fire with contemptuous ease. Dual wielding. 1 wand for offense, 1 for defense. The Elder Wand for power, the holly for precision. They worked together the way his hands worked together, naturally, instinctively, each complementing the other. He dropped from the roof into the churchyard. A Death Eater rounded the corner and Harry hit him with a stunner so powerful it threw the man 15 feet backward into a wall. He didn't get up. Another appeared, 2, 3, wands raised, masks gleaming, and Harry moved through them like a scythe through wheat. Not recklessly, not with the berserker courage Dumbledore had engineered. With precision. Shield, counter, disarm. Shield, redirect, bind. He read the battlefield 3 seconds ahead, anticipating angles of attack, positioning himself where the spells weren't, striking where the defenses were weakest. A killing curse came at him, green light, the color of his eyes, the color of his worst memory. His holly wand flicked and a chunk of stone ripped from the churchyard wall, interposing itself between Harry and the curse. The stone exploded. The fragments reversed direction under his Elder Wand's guidance and peppered the caster with shrapnel. He reached the defenders behind the church wall. 3 of them. Cyrus Greengrass, Harry recognized him from the ministry records he'd studied, a tall man with Daphne's blonde hair and a soldier's bearing, bleeding from a cut above his eye but still casting with mechanical precision. Beside him, a witch Harry didn't know, possibly a family retainer or friend, maintaining the shield dome over a cluster of civilians. And Daphne. Daphne Greengrass, in practical robes with her hair coming loose from its pins, sweat on her face and fury in her eyes, dueling 2 Death Eaters simultaneously with a skill that Harry's old, compulsion-clouded mind would never have noticed. She was good. Not flashy, not powerful in the raw output sense, but efficient. Every spell served a purpose. No wasted motion, no theatrical flourishes. She fought the way she spoke, precisely, economically, with an edge sharp enough to cut. Potter! Cyrus shouted. They have my younger daughter, they took her toward the pub before we could reach her. I'll get her. Hold here. Harry reinforced their shield with a wave of his Elder Wand, pouring power into the dome until it blazed white and solid, strong enough to hold against anything short of a giant's fist. Then he turned to Daphne. Their eyes met. In the firelight, with spells crackling overhead and smoke stinging their lungs, there was no time for wit or careful assessment. She looked at him and he saw recognition, not surprise, not disbelief, but the clear-eyed acknowledgement of someone seeing exactly what they expected. Go, she said. I'll hold the line. I know you will. He went. The pub was 300 yards down the main street, through the fire wall he'd created and into the wreckage beyond. Harry ran, and as he ran, he let his magic loose. Not all of it, not even close, but enough that the air around him crackled and the ground trembled and Death Eaters who turned to face him took one look at what was coming and hesitated, and that hesitation was all he needed. Stunner. Disarm. Bind. Stunner. He moved through them without slowing, a current through water, and in his wake, dark-robed figures dropped like puppets with cut strings. One didn't drop. A tall Death Eater, unmasked, stepped into his path and cast with a fluidity that told Harry this one was different. Not a foot soldier. Inner circle. The spells were darker, cutting curses, organ-rupturing hexes, things designed to kill slowly and painfully. Harry dueled him. 20 seconds. The Elder Wand handled the heavy magic, shield against shield, force against force, while the Holly Wand wove between the gaps, finding openings, threading spells through defenses with surgical precision. The Death Eater was good. Harry was better. He ended it with a binding curse that wrapped the man in chains of solid magic, followed by a stunner that dropped him like a stone. The mask had fallen during the duel, Harry didn't recognize the face. It didn't matter. The pub was half collapsed, one wall caved in by a giant's passage. Harry ducked through the broken doorframe and found them, 5 Death Eaters, and on the floor, a girl. Young, 13, maybe 14, with hair lighter than Daphne's and a face twisted in pain. Astoria Greengrass, Harry assumed. She was conscious but hurt, one arm bent at a wrong angle, a spell burn across her shoulder. The Death Eaters turned. 5 wands rose. Harry could have shielded. Could have dueled. Instead, he did something he'd never have been capable of at 8%. He pushed. Not a spell. Not a charm. Raw magical force, projected from his core through both wands simultaneously, a wave of pure power that hit the 5 Death Eaters like a physical wall. They flew backward, not gently, not controllably, backward, through the pub's remaining wall and into the street beyond, sprawling in the rubble. 3 were unconscious before they landed. 2 staggered up and ran. Harry knelt beside Astoria. Can you move? My arm, she was pale, shaking, but her eyes were clear. A green grass. Tough stock. I'm going to carry you. This will hurt for a second. He lifted her as gently as he could, her injured arm cradled against his chest, and carried her out of the ruined pub. Behind him, the fire wall still burned, controlled by his sustained will, keeping the Death Eaters from regrouping. Above, the sky was full of smoke, and through the smoke, crack. 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 Apparition. A dozen pops, then more. The order was arriving. Harry saw Moody's distinctive silhouette, wand blazing. Saw Tonks's hair, red now, battle red, as she engaged a Death Eater at the end of the street. Saw Kingsley, calm and devastating, his deep voice calling out commands. And others. Not order, Harry's magical sight caught different signatures. Goblin magic, sharp and angular. Ragnarok had sent warriors. 4 of them, in dark armor, appearing at the edge of the village with weapons that hummed with ancient enchantments. They hit the Death Eater's flank like a hammer, and the Dark Lord's forces, already reeling from Harry's assault, began to collapse. Harry carried Astoria back to the church. Daphne saw them coming in her face, her controlled, careful, never give anything away face, broke. Just for a second. Relief and fear and love crashed through her expression, and then the mask was back, but Harry had seen what was underneath, and he filed it away in the part of his mind that was increasingly occupied by Daphne Greengrass. Astoria. Daphne's hands were gentle as she took her sister, checking the arm, the burn, the eyes. You're safe. You're safe now. He came through the wall, Astoria said, looking at Harry with wide eyes. He just walked through 5 of them like they weren't there. Harry turned back to the battle. It was ending, the Death Eaters were retreating, operating away in 1s and 2s, leaving their bound and stunned comrades behind. The giants were lumbering into the distance, driven off by Moody and the goblin warriors working in concert. But something was wrong. Harry felt it before he saw it. The cold pressure, the vast patience, the presence beyond the veil, it was here. In the village. Not fully manifested, not present in any way his eyes could track, but leaking through the cracks in reality that the violence had widened. Near the pub, 3 dead Death Eaters lay in the rubble. Harry had seen them fall, killing curses from their own side, friendly fire in the chaos. They were dead. Definitively, unambiguously dead. One of them moved. Not a twitch of nerves. Not a post-mortem spasm. Movement, deliberate, purposeful, wrong. The dead man's hand closed around his dropped wand. His head turned, eyes blank and filmed with death, and looked directly at Harry. Then another. And another. 3 corpses, moving with the jerky, marionette wrongness of things being operated from far away. They didn't fight. Didn't cast spells. They just moved, sitting up, standing, turning toward Harry with the coordinated precision of puppets on a single string. Shadows pooled around their feet. Not firelight shadows, darker than that, denser, with a weight and texture that shadows shouldn't have. The temperature dropped. Harry's breath misted in the August evening air. The Hollow King was reaching through. Not all the way. Not with its full attention or its full power. This was a finger through a crack, a test, a probe. But it was real, real in a way that made Harry's peveral blood sing with alarm and his warden's instinct scream seal it, close it, push it back. Harry raised his elder wand and spoke a word. He didn't know where it came from. Not from any book, not from any lesson. It rose from somewhere deep in his blood, in his lineage, in the 1,000-year legacy of the Peveril Wardens. A word in a language older than Latin, older than English, older than anything humans had written down. It meant boundary. It meant no further. It meant this is mine and you cannot have it. Light blazed from the elder wand, not the warm gold of a Patronus or the harsh white of combat magic, but something silver pale and cold and ancient. It hit the three walking corpses and they crumpled, the animating force driven out of them like water from a wrung cloth. The shadows recoiled. The temperature stabilized. And from somewhere far away, something laughed. Not audibly. Not in sound. In sensation, a deep, rumbling amusement that Harry felt in his marrow, cold and patient and utterly unafraid. The Hollow King wasn't threatened by what Harry had done. It was interested. "Warden," the presence said. "There you are." Then it withdrew. The crack sealed, not permanently. Harry could feel the fragility, the temporary nature of the fix. But for now, the boundary held. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was shaking. Not with fear, with the effort of channeling magic he didn't fully understand through instincts he hadn't had time to develop. The peveril ring was warm on his finger, the dark stone glowing faintly. Daphne was watching him. She'd seen the whole thing, the dead men moving, the word, the light. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes were wide and very bright. The battle was over. Thornfield was damaged but not destroyed, the fire wall had contained the worst of the burning, and Order members were already moving through the village, helping civilians, administering healing charms. Goblin warriors patrolled the perimeter with the efficient ruthlessness of professionals. Ministry Aurors arrived 20 minutes after everything was finished, looking embarrassed. Harry found Draco Malfoy in the rubble of a collapsed house on the edge of the village. He almost missed him. The blonde hair was matted with dust and blood, the expensive robes torn, the pale face bruised and slack. Draco was half buried under a fallen beam, unconscious, and he was wearing neither a Death Eater's mask nor the dark robes of his father's companions. Harry knelt. Checked for a pulse. Found one, thready, weak, but present. He lifted the beam with magic and pulled Draco free. The boy, because that's what he was, a boy, the same age as Harry, and he weighed almost nothing, stirred as Harry dragged him clear. "Father." Draco mumbled. His eyes were glazed, unfocused. He left me." Harry understood. Lucius had been here, staging area, perhaps, or overseeing the attack from a safe distance. When things went wrong, when the Order arrived and the Death Eaters scattered, Lucius had operated away. And Draco, too young to have the mark, too compromised to be useful, too risky to be seen protecting, had been left behind. Discarded. Expendable. "He's gone," Harry said. "Can you walk?" Draco's eyes focused. He saw who was holding him and something moved across his battered face, not the sneer, not the contempt. Something raw. Shame, maybe. Or the particular humiliation of being rescued by the person you'd spent 4 years trying to diminish. "I don't need your help, Potter. You're half buried under a house and your father left you to die. You need someone's help. I'm the one who's here." Draco said nothing. Harry helped him to his feet. The blond boy swayed, caught himself, and stood on his own power, shaky, hurt, but standing. His chin came up. The Malfoy pride, battered but not broken. "This doesn't mean anything," Draco said. "It doesn't have to mean anything right now," Harry said. "But eventually, you're going to have to decide what it means to you." He left Draco with the Aurors who were finally doing their jobs, and walked back through the ruined village. The fires were dying. The screaming had stopped. In its place, the quieter sounds of aftermath, crying, murmured healing charms, the crunch of boots on broken glass. Harry found Daphne sitting on the church steps, her sister asleep against her shoulder. Astoria's arm had been healed by someone, set and splinted, the burn treated, and the younger girl's face in sleep was peaceful in a way that seemed impossible given what had just happened. Harry sat beside them. Not close, a respectful distance, a body width of space on the stone step. The evening was cooling, the smoke thinning. Stars were appearing through the haze. They sat in silence for a while. It was comfortable, the silence of two people who had nothing to prove and no energy left for pretense. "You were good in there," Harry said eventually. "I was adequate." "You were," Daphne paused, searching for the word. "Something else." "Terrifying." "I was going to say effective." "But yes, also terrifying." She looked at him. In the starlight, with the firelight behind them and the smoke drifting, her eyes were very blue. "What was that, at the end?" "The dead ones moving." "The word you spoke." Harry considered lying. Considered deflecting. Found he didn't want to. "Something old. Connected to the Peveril bloodline. I'm still figuring out what it means." "That's not a complete answer." "No. But it's an honest one." She accepted that with a nod. "My father wants to talk to you. Formally. About an alliance." "I know. I'd been planning to approach him before," he gestured at the ruined village. "Before this. This is going to get worse, isn't it?" "Yes. And the ministry will keep pretending it's not happening. Until they can't. Fudge's position is untenable, this attack will leak, the Muggle authorities will have questions, and the political cover will collapse. But it'll take time, and people will die in the gap. People already died tonight." Daphne's voice was quiet but steady. No tremor. No break. She was processing it, filing it away in whatever internal architecture she used to survive in a world that demanded composure. But Harry could see the cost in the tension around her eyes, the set of her jaw. "How are you?" he asked. She blinked. The question surprised her, he could see that. Not the fact that someone asked, but the way he asked it. Direct, genuine, without preamble or expectation. Like he actually wanted to know the answer and wasn't just performing concern. "I'm scared," she said, and the admission cost her. He could see it in the way her shoulders tightened, the way her hand moved unconsciously to Astoria's hair. "My sister was almost, they had her for 10 minutes, Harry. 10 minutes before you got there. Do you know what Death Eaters do with 10 minutes? He did know. The old Harry, the one with the survival instinct suppressed and the self-sacrifice amplified, would have offered comfort, platitudes, reassurance. This Harry said, "I know. And I got there. And she's alive, and she's sleeping against your shoulder, and tomorrow you're going to teach her how to shield better because you're her sister and that's what you do." Daphne stared at him. Something shifted behind her eyes, a wall coming down, or maybe just a door opening. Not all the way. Just a crack. Enough to let light through. "You're very strange, Potter." "Harry. You're very strange, Harry." "Thank you. You're extremely competent and frightening, Daphne." The ghost of a smile. Small, real, there and gone. "My sister would have died without you. Your sister would have died without you. You held the line while I ran the errand." She looked at him for a long moment. The firelight painted gold across her cheekbones. Her hand, the one not supporting Astoria, rested on the stone step between them, not reaching, not offering, just present. "What does it feel like?" she asked. "What does what feel like?" "All of it. The blocks coming off. Being, whatever you are now. Having the whole world suddenly become bigger." Harry thought about it. Really thought, because she deserved a real answer, and because he'd discovered over the past week that thinking with a clear head was a luxury he'd never get tired of. You know that feeling when you've been in a dark room for hours and someone opens the curtains? And for a second, the light is too much, it hurts, it's overwhelming, you want to close your eyes and go back to the dark because at least the dark was familiar? Yes. It's like that. Except the room was my entire life, and the curtains were made of chains, and the light isn't just light, it's everything I should have been from the beginning. He paused. It's beautiful. And it's lonely. Because everyone who helped keep the curtains closed is someone I trusted. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, for what it's worth, I never had curtains to put on you. You were always just the boy across the great hall who seemed too small for his own story. And now? She looked at him, and this time the assessment wasn't political or strategic. It was personal. Intimate, in the way that honest eye contact between two people who are beginning to understand each other is always intimate. Now you seem like exactly the right size, she said. Astoria stirred, murmured something in her sleep, and settled. Daphne adjusted her grip, gentle and sure. Harry watched and felt something warm and complicated bloom in his chest, not a compulsion, not a charm, not an engineered emotion. Just the simple, human recognition of someone extraordinary, seen clearly for the first time. My family needs allies, Daphne said. But I don't want you to mistake alliance for something transactional. If I stand with you, it's because I've decided to. Not because of contracts or seats or political arithmetic. Because I looked at the board and decided you were the side worth standing on. And have you decided? She didn't answer with words. She held his gaze, steady and certain, and then she did something Harry hadn't expected from Daphne Greengrass. She leaned slightly toward him, not much, just enough to close a fraction of the distance between them on the stone step, and her shoulder brushed his, and she stayed there. It wasn't a declaration. It wasn't a kiss or a promise. It was a presence. A choice to be near him, made freely, without compulsion or calculation. Harry sat with it. Let it be what it was. And for the first time in a week that had been full of revelations and confrontations and the bone-deep exhaustion of rebuilding himself from the ground up, he felt something that might have been peace. The moment broke gently. Astoria woke, groggy and sore, and Daphne shifted into caretaker mode with practiced ease. Harry helped them to the apparition point, where Cyrus Greengrass was waiting, battered, bloodied, but alive. The older man gripped Harry's hand with both of his. Lord Potter. I owe you my daughter's life. You owe me a conversation, Lord Greengrass. Preferably when we've all had some sleep. Cyrus looked at him, then at Daphne, then back at Harry. Whatever he saw apparently satisfied him, because he nodded once, sharp, decisive, and disapparated with his daughters. Harry stood in the empty field as the last of the order cleaned up behind him. His body was exhausted. His magic was depleted, not empty, not even close, but reduced from the ocean to a deep lake, which was still more than most wizards had at full capacity. His mind was turning over the night's events, cataloging, analyzing, filing. The Hollow King had reached through. In a village in Sussex, on an August evening, something ancient and imprisoned had pushed a finger through the cracks in reality and animated the dead. It was testing the barriers. Testing him. And it had been amused by what it found. Harry needed to understand the Peveril legacy. Needed to understand the veil, the binding, the duty that his blood carried. And he needed to do it fast, because the cracks were widening with every Horcrux Voldemort created, every soul fragment that tore the fabric of reality a little more. He also needed to find and destroy those Horcruxes. The locket, the cup, the ring, the diadem, he'd seen them in the flash of memories when the soul fragment was extracted from his scar. Seen where they were, felt what they were. Voldemort's anchors to immortality, and reality's wounds, and the Hollow King's opportunities. 3 problems with a single solution: find them, destroy them, seal the veil. Simple. Not easy. Moody appeared beside him, silent despite the wooden leg. The old Auror's magical eye was fixed on the horizon, tracking something Harry couldn't see. That thing at the end, Moody said. The dead one's moving. You saw that. Saw it. Didn't like it. Wasn't any kind of dark magic I've ever encountered, and I've encountered most kinds. The magical eye swiveled to Harry. You knew what it was. I knew what to do about it. I don't fully understand what it is yet. That's a dangerous combination. I know. Moody grunted. He reached into his coat and pulled out a flask, not the polyjuice flask, but a smaller one, dented and well used. He took a swig and offered it to Harry. "Fire whiskey." Harry took a sip and felt it burn all the way down. "I meant what I said at the meeting," Moody growled. "About Dumbledore. I've known him 60 years. Fought beside him. Trusted him with my life more times than I can count. And what he did to you was worse than anything I've seen from the other side." He paused. "But you handled it right. Didn't let anger make you stupid. Used leverage instead of force. That's good instinct. Or I'm just too tired to shout. Same thing, in practice." Moody took another swig. "You've got enemies now, Potter. More than before. Dumbledore's lost his grip and the wolves will smell it. Voldemort's accelerating. The Ministry's a dumpster fire. And that thing you dealt with tonight, the dead walking, that's going to happen again, isn't it?" "Yes." "Then you'd better be ready. Because the next time, it might not be 3 corpses. It might be 30. Or 300. Moody clapped him on the shoulder, a heavy, scarred hand, the grip of a warrior acknowledging a peer, and limped away. Harry stood alone in the field. The stars were clear now, the smoke dispersed. Thornfield was quiet behind him, damaged but surviving. In the distance, the sea was a dark line against a darker sky, and somewhere beyond it, beyond everything, the Hollow King waited in its prison, patient and amused and absolutely certain that time was on its side. Harry's Peveril ring pulsed once. A heartbeat. A reminder. He had work to do. He operated to Grimmauld Place and found a letter waiting on the kitchen table. Hermione's handwriting, precise and urgent. "Harry, Ron came back. We talked. It was bad, then it was better, then it was bad again. He's sleeping now. He doesn't know if his friendship with you was real or compelled, and it's eating him alive. He needs to hear from you. Not the political version. The real one." Harry sat down and wrote back. "Hermione, tell Ron the compulsions were on him, not on me. His friendship was my choice. Always. The question isn't whether what we had was real. It's whether he can forgive his mother enough to let it be real going forward. That's not my choice to make. It's his. He set down the quill. Flexed his hands. The 3 rings gleamed in the lamplight, gold, silver black, obsidian. 3 houses. 3 legacies. 3 sets of obligations pulling him in 3 directions. And underneath it all, the deep, steady pulse of his own magic, vast, clear, unbound, carrying him forward into whatever came next. He went upstairs. Lay down on his bed. And just before sleep took him, he felt the Hollow King's presence one more time, distant now, retreated behind the veil, but watching. Always watching. Not today, Harry thought. And for once, nothing answered. Chapter 4, The Unbound. The Peveril Vault was not a vault. Harry had expected gold. Stacks of it, like the Potter Vault, coins and goblets and the accumulated material wealth of a 1,000-year bloodline. What he found, 300 feet beneath Gringotts in a cavern that required a dragon cart ride and 2 blood-sealed doors to reach, was a library. Shelves carved from the living rock, reaching upward into darkness that swallowed the light of his wand. Books, scrolls, tablets of stone etched with runes that predated every magical language Harry had encountered. The air was dry and ancient and tasted of something mineral, something deep earth, something that had been sealed away from sunlight and human breath for centuries. And in the center of the cavern, on a pedestal of black marble, a single book. Unbound, no cover, no spine, just pages held together by magic so old it had become indistinguishable from the material itself. The pages were not paper. They were something thinner, something that caught the light in a way that suggested skin, not human, not animal, something else entirely. The text was written in a language Harry couldn't read but somehow understood, the way he'd understood the word he'd spoken in Thornfield. Blood knowledge. Peveril knowledge. Bred into the bone across 40 generations. He spent 3 days in the vault. Ragnarok provided food, water, and light. The goblins understood the significance of what Harry was doing, even if they didn't fully grasp the specifics. The Peveril legacy was one of the oldest mysteries in magical history, and the goblins had been guarding this vault for longer than Hogwarts had existed. They had opinions about its contents, and those opinions were uniformly respectful. Harry read. And as he read, the pieces of a puzzle he hadn't known he was solving fell into place with a clarity that was almost painful. The Deathly Hallows were not gifts from death. The story was a children's tale, 3 brothers, a bridge, a cloaked figure offering boons. Pretty. Memorable. Wrong. The reality, preserved in the Peveril Chronicle, was both simpler and more terrible. 1,000 years ago, something had broken through. Not from another country, not from another plane, from beyond. Beyond death, beyond the veil, beyond the boundary that separated the living world from whatever vast, cold, hungry emptiness lay on the other side. It had no name that human mouths could form. The Chronicle called it the Hollow King, not because it wore a crown, but because it was absence given will. A void with intent. An emptiness that wanted. It had nearly ended everything. The magical world, smaller then, more fragile, had been devastated. Entire communities consumed. Not killed, unmade. The Hollow King didn't destroy life, it negated it, leaving behind spaces where reality itself was thinner, weaker, less real. The Muggle world felt it too, though they didn't understand what they were feeling. The chronicles corresponded with what historians called the early medieval climate anomaly. Crops failed. Plague spread. Civilizations collapsed. The world dimmed. 3 brothers of the Peveril line had ended it. Not killed it, you couldn't kill absence. They had bound it. Driven it back beyond the veil and sealed the boundary with 3 anchors, 3 tools forged from materials that existed at the intersection of life and death. The wand, carved from the elder tree that grew at the boundary's edge, channeled the power needed to enforce the binding. Raw force, shaped and directed by will. The stone, pulled from beyond the veil itself, anchored the binding to the physical world. It was the foundation, the keystone, the point around which the entire seal rotated. Without it, the veil was just a curtain. With it, the veil was a wall. The cloak, woven from the fabric of the boundary itself, hid the warden from the Hollow King's sight. The entity couldn't break what it couldn't find. As long as the warden was cloaked, the binding's maintenance was invisible, undetectable, safe from interference. 3 tools. 3 anchors. 1 duty, the warden of the veil, the eldest Peveril and their descendants, tasked with maintaining the binding across generations. It was not optional. It was not symbolic. It was the reason the Peveril line existed, bred and maintained and magically reinforced across a millennium, specifically to produce heirs capable of holding the boundary. And for 1,000 years, it had worked. The wardens had maintained the binding, generation after generation, each one taking up the tools and reinforcing the seal. The Hollow King pressed and tested and probed, but the wall held. The world continued. Life went on. Then the tools were separated. The wand passed from warden to warden by conquest, a design flaw, the Chronicle admitted, born of the eldest brother's arrogance. He'd built the wand to respond to strength, assuming his descendants would always be the strongest. He was wrong. The wand was stolen, taken by force, passed through a succession of owners who had no idea what they held, who used it for personal power rather than its intended purpose. Each transfer weakened the binding slightly, like removing a support beam from a cathedral. The stone was lost when the second brother's line died out, or appeared to die out. In fact, the bloodline had merged with another family, the Gaunts. The stone had been set into a ring and passed down as an heirloom, its true purpose forgotten, its power dormant. And then a young man named Tom Riddle had found it, and in his ignorance and his hunger for immortality, he had turned it into a Horcrux, defiling the anchor, corrupting its purpose, tearing reality a little wider with every year the soul fragment persisted. The cloak alone had stayed true, passing through the Potter line, descended from the third brother, to Harry. It had protected him, hidden him, kept the Hollow King from finding the last thread of the Warden's bloodline. But without the wand and the stone, the cloak was just concealment. It couldn't maintain the binding alone. Harry sat in the Peveril vault and understood, with a clarity that cut like glass, exactly why Dumbledore's blocks had been so catastrophic. It wasn't just personal. It wasn't just about Harry's stolen childhood or his suppressed abilities or the weapon Dumbledore had tried to forge. By blocking the Peveril heir, by suppressing Harry's bloodline abilities, his connection to the Veil, his instinctive awareness of the boundary, Dumbledore had removed the Warden from duty. For 14 years, no one had been watching the wall. No one had been maintaining the binding. No one had been doing the one job the Peveril line existed to do. And the Hollow King had noticed. Every Horcrux Voldemort created was a wound in reality. Every year without a Warden was a year the wounds went unhealed. The binding was failing, not catastrophically, not all at once, but steadily, the way a dam fails, hairline cracks spreading, water seeping through, pressure building on the other side until the whole structure was one bad day away from collapse. Thornfield had been a preview. The dead walking. Shadows with weight. Reality thinning at the edges. It would get worse. It would keep getting worse until either the binding was reinforced or the Hollow King broke through, and if it broke through, the Chronicle was clear about what happened if it broke through. The last time, 1,000 years ago, it had taken 3 of the most powerful wizards in history to drive it back, and they had barely succeeded, and the cost had been everything they were. Harry closed the book. Sat in the silence of the vault. And felt the weight of 1,000 years settle on his shoulders like a mantle he couldn't refuse. He needed the Hallows. All 3. The cloak he had. The stone was in the Gaunt ring, a Horcrux, currently in Dumbledore's possession, retrieved from the Gaunt shack at some point during the summer. And the wand was on Dumbledore's hip, where it had rested for 50 years. Harry was going to have to ask the man who chained him for the tools to save the world. The irony was not lost on him. He returned to Grimmauld Place on August 14th and found the house fuller than he'd left it. The Thornfield attack had accelerated everything. Fudge's grip was slipping, the Prophet was hedging its coverage, and people who'd been content to sit on the sidelines were now choosing sides with urgent speed. Neville was there, staying in one of the upper bedrooms. He'd grown into his unblocked self with a speed that startled everyone. The uncertain, stammering boy was gone, replaced by someone steady and quietly formidable. His new wand, cherry wood, unicorn hair, 10 inches, worked for him the way a good tool should, and the magic he produced with it was earthy and powerful and deeply, instinctively natural. He'd been practicing in the basement, working through a backlog of spells that should have come easily but hadn't because Dumbledore's blocks had kept his core at a fraction of its capacity. Hermione had essentially moved in, using the Black Library with the single-minded intensity of someone who'd discovered a previously unknown wing of the British Museum. She was cross-referencing everything, Harry's diagnostic reports, the Peveril materials he shared with her, legal precedents, historical records. She was building the informational architecture that would support whatever came next, and she was doing it with the ferocious competence that had always been her greatest weapon. Ron was there too. Awkward, bruised, sleeping badly. He and Harry hadn't talked since the meeting, not properly, not about the things that mattered. Ron hovered at the edges of rooms Harry occupied, starting sentences and abandoning them, caught between wanting to bridge the gap and being terrified of what he'd find on the other side. Harry found him in the kitchen on his second morning back. Ron was eating toast with the mechanical rhythm of someone who wasn't tasting it, staring at the table, his ears red. Harry sat across from him and waited. "I don't know if I'm real," Ron said, without looking up. "If what I feel is real. If I actually like you or if it's just residue." Leftover compulsion. How do you tell the difference between a feeling and a spell? The compulsions were removed when I told your mum I knew. She cancelled them that night. I verified with the goblins. Whatever you feel right now is yours. But how do I know that what I feel right now isn't just habit? Pattern? For years of enchanted friendship leaving grooves in my brain that feel like the real thing because they've been there so long. Harry considered the question. It deserved a real answer, not a reassuring platitude. You were jealous of me, he said. 4th year. The tournament. You were furious and jealous and you didn't talk to me for weeks. Ron flinched. Yeah. Not my finest, the compulsions were loyalty charms, Ron. They made you want to be near me, want to support me, want to be my friend. Jealousy isn't loyalty. Anger isn't support. If the compulsions were controlling you, you would never have been able to feel those things. You would have been physically incapable of turning your back on me. Harry leaned forward. You turned your back on me because you're a real person with real feelings, and real people get jealous and angry and petty sometimes. The compulsions were a nudge, not a leash. The friendship was yours. Ron looked up. His eyes were red-rimmed but clear. You believe that? Ron asked. I know it. You're my best mate because you chose to walk into a compartment on the Hogwarts Express and sit down and offer me a chocolate frog. Your mum's spells might have made you more inclined to stay, but the choice to show up in the first place was yours. Ron's throat worked. He nodded once, short, sharp, the nod of someone making a decision. Okay. Okay. Then I'm choosing now. No spells, no compulsions, no, whatever. I'm choosing to be here. I'm choosing you. Good. Because I'm going to need you. For what? For whatever comes next. And Ron, Harry caught his eye. Whatever comes next is going to be considerably worse than a chess set and a troll. Ron's mouth twitched. The ghost of a grin, the first Harry had seen in weeks. Bigger chess set. Much bigger. The meeting with Daphne's father happened that afternoon. Cyrus Greengrass arrived at Grimmauld Place via Flo, accompanied by Daphne, who served as both his daughter and his political advisor. The man was everything Harry had expected, tall, sharp, meticulously dressed even 2 weeks after nearly watching his family die in a coastal village. He moved through the house with the careful attention of someone cataloging exits and assessing threat levels, and when he sat down across from Harry in the drawing room, his posture was that of a man conducting business, not asking favors. Lord Potter Peverell Black, Cyrus said. I'll be direct. My family has maintained neutrality for 3 generations. It has served us well. It is no longer serving us. What changed? Thornfield. Not the attack. Attacks happen in wars, and we've survived wars before. What changed was the aftermath. I filed a report with the ministry. Detailed, documented, witnessed. It was suppressed within 48 hours. Fudge's office classified it as a minor civil disturbance and sealed the file. Cyrus's jaw tightened. My daughter was abducted by Death Eaters in front of witnesses, and the official record says it didn't happen. Fudge won't last, Harry said. The political ground is shifting under him. But you're right that he'll do damage on his way down. I need guarantees. Not for myself, for my children. Daphne and Astoria. If I align with your bloc, the Greengrass family becomes a target. I need to know you can protect them, or at minimum, that your alliance has the infrastructure to respond if they're threatened. Harry looked at Daphne. She sat in the chair beside her father, posture mirroring his, but her eyes were on Harry. Not asking for reassurance. Watching to see how he handled the question. I won't promise perfect safety, Harry said. Anyone who promises that is lying. What I can promise is this, the Potter Peverell Black Alliance will treat an attack on the Greengrass family as an attack on itself. Full response, full resources, no hesitation. Your daughters will have the same protection as my own family, because that's what alliance means. And politically? The Greengrass seat on the Wisengamot will be yours to direct. I won't proxy it, won't influence it, won't treat your voice as an extension of mine. You'll vote your conscience, and I'll respect the outcome even when I disagree. The bloc functions by consensus, not command. Cyrus studied him for a long moment. Harry let him look. The man was reading him, trying to find the angle, the hidden agenda, the trap door. It was what generations of political survival had trained him to do. You're either exactly what you appear to be, Cyrus said finally, or you're considerably more dangerous than Dumbledore. I'm exactly what I appear to be. That's what makes me dangerous. Cyrus extended his hand. Harry shook it. The alliance between House Potter Peveril Black and House Greengrass was sealed with a handshake, a direct gaze, and the unspoken understanding that what they were building was too important for games. After Cyrus left, Daphne lingered. She stood by the window, looking out at the grey London street, her reflection ghosting in the glass. He likes you, she said. He trusts me. That's different and better. He doesn't trust easily. Neither do I. I know. She turned from the window. The afternoon light caught her hair, turning it from dark blonde to something warmer. You're planning something. Something beyond politics and alliances. I can see it in the way you've been moving, faster, more urgent. Like you're racing a clock. Harry hesitated. The Peveril legacy, the Hollow King, the Veil, it was the kind of information that could terrify or paralyze, and he'd been careful about who he shared it with. But Daphne had stood in Thornfield and watched dead men walk. She'd seen the silver light from his wand and the shadows recoiling. She deserved the truth. He told her. All of it. The Peveril Chronicle, the binding, the Hollow King, the Hallows, the cracks in reality. She listened without interrupting, her face still, her eyes sharp. When he finished, the room was quiet for a long time. So the war with Voldemort is the smaller problem, she said. The two problems are connected. Every Horcrux he created weakened the Veil. Destroying them heals the wounds. But I also need to reinforce the binding itself, which means I need the Hallows. Which means you need Dumbledore. Yes. The man who chained you and built you into a weapon and stole your childhood needs to voluntarily hand you the most powerful wand in existence. She raised an eyebrow. That should be a comfortable conversation. I'm planning to lead with charm. You don't have charm. You have intensity and honesty and a concerning willingness to walk toward things that could kill you. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Compliments are for people who need encouragement. You need a reality check and possibly a keeper. She said it with perfect composure, but the corner of her mouth was doing something that might have been a smile. Harry felt the warmth again, the uncomplicated, unchained warmth of genuine connection. He'd been so careful with it since the blocks came off, so wary of anything that felt like manufactured emotion. But this was real. He knew it was real because it wasn't comfortable or easy or smooth. It was complicated and challenging and slightly irritating, and those were things compulsion charms never produced. When this is over, Harry said, and then stopped, because he wasn't sure what he was promising. Daphne waited. Patient. Curious. When this is over, he repeated, I'd like to have a conversation with you that isn't about politics or war or existential threats to reality. What would it be about? I have absolutely no idea. I've never had one. This time, the smile broke through. Small, real, and it changed her entire face, softened the sharp edges, lit the blue eyes, made her look less like a political operative and more like a 17-year-old who'd been carrying too much weight for too long. I'd like that, she said. And left before he could respond, her footsteps precise on the hallway floor, the door closing with a click that felt like punctuation at the end of a sentence he wanted to keep reading. Harry went to Hogwarts. Not by flu, not by apparition, He walked through the gates, because the Hogwarts wards recognized lordship rings and he wanted the castle to feel him coming. It was August 22nd, 3 weeks before term started, and the castle was quiet, just the ghosts and the house elves and Dumbledore, who had been living in near isolation since the Order meeting. The gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office moved before Harry spoke. The castle knew him. The stairs spiraled upward, and Harry climbed them with steady steps and a heartbeat that was faster than he would have liked. Dumbledore was at his desk. He looked old, genuinely old, in a way the performance of grandfatherly wisdom usually concealed. The silver instruments on their spindle-legged tables were still. Fawkes was on his perch, watching Harry with those ancient eyes, and for the first time, Harry felt the Phoenix's magic clearly, warm, vast, patient, and sad. Not for Harry. For Dumbledore. The bird grieved for its bonded companion, for the man it had chosen who had chosen so badly. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. He didn't twinkle. He didn't perform. The mask was down, or at least thinner than Harry had ever seen it. I expected you sooner. I needed information before I came. I have it now. The Peveril Vault. You know about it. I have known about the vault for decades. I have never been able to open it, the blood wards are absolute. Dumbledore's hands were folded on the desk, and Harry noticed something he hadn't before, the right hand was blackened. Withered. As though it had been burned by something that was still burning, a slow decay that was eating the flesh from within. Harry's magical sight showed him the curse, a vicious, spreading necrotic enchantment, anchored deep in Dumbledore's magical core. Soul magic. Horcrux magic. The gaunt ring. You put on the ring, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at his hand. I did. A moment of weakness. I recognized the stone, the resurrection stone, the Peveril anchor, and he paused. Something flickered behind his eyes. I wanted to see my sister. Ariana. I put on the ring, and the Horcrux curse took hold before I could stop it. How long? Severus has slowed the progression. Months, perhaps. A year, if I'm fortunate. He said it with the calm of a man who had made peace with his own mortality, or at least had performed the making of peace so many times that the performance had become indistinguishable from the reality. Harry sat down. The chair was the same one he'd sat in after the graveyard, after the tournament, after Cedric. It had been a different boy sitting here then, smaller, weaker, chained. The chair hadn't changed. He had. I know what the Hallows are, Harry said. Not the fairy tale. The real purpose. The binding. The Hollow King. The Warden. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, there was something in them Harry hadn't expected, relief. The terrible, exhausting relief of a man who'd been carrying a secret alone for too long and was finally able to set it down. How much do you know? Dumbledore asked. Everything the Chronicle contains. The 3 anchors. The binding. The Warden's duty. The fact that by blocking my Peveril abilities, you removed the Warden from the wall for 14 years and allowed the binding to deteriorate to the point where the Hollow King can now push through the cracks and animate the dead. The words landed like blows. Dumbledore absorbed them with the stillness of a man who had already beaten himself with them in private. I knew the veil was weakening, Dumbledore said. I suspected the connection to the Peveril line. I did not, I could not, he stopped. His composure cracked, briefly, and what showed through was a weariness so profound it was almost physical. I convinced myself that containing you was more important. That the prophecy, the Horcruxes, the war with Voldemort, that these were the immediate threats, and the veil was a long-term concern that could be addressed after the war was won. You were wrong. Yes. Because the Horcruxes and the veil are the same problem. Every soul fragment Voldemort created tore reality wider. And every year I spent blocked was a year the tears went unrepaired. Yes. A whisper now. I was wrong. I was wrong about the timeline, wrong about the priorities, wrong about," his voice caught. "Wrong about you. What you could handle. What you could become. I need the Hallows, Professor. All three. The stone is in the ring, you have it. The wand is yours. I need them." Dumbledore's hand moved, the good one, the left, and came to rest on the desk near his wand. The Elder Wand. Harry could feel it from across the room, a resonance, Elder Wood calling to Elder Wood, Peveril Blood calling to Peveril Craft. His own Elder Wand hummed in response, and the harmonic vibration between the two wands made the air shimmer. "If I give you these," Dumbledore said slowly, "what guarantee do I have?" Harry looked at the man who had shaped his life, who had loved him and caged him and prepared him for sacrifice and called it all necessary. The man who had blocked a baby's magic with tears in his eyes and would do it again if he thought the math justified it. The most brilliant, most dangerous, most tragically well-intentioned man Harry had ever known. "None," Harry said. "Welcome to how the rest of us live." Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then something happened that Harry had never seen before and would never see again. Albus Dumbledore laughed. A real laugh, short, surprised, tinged with loss but genuine. The laugh of a man recognizing something he'd underestimated. "Lily," Dumbledore said. "You are so very much your mother's son." He opened a drawer in his desk and produced the gaunt ring. It sat on the wood between them, a heavy, ugly thing, tarnished gold set with a cracked black stone. The Horcrux curse radiated from it like heat from a stove, but beneath the corruption, Harry's Peveril senses could feel the stone's true nature. The anchor. The keystone of the binding. Defiled but not destroyed. "The Horcrux must be dealt with first," Dumbledore said. "The soul fragment is corrupting the stone's purpose. Until it's cleansed, the anchor won't function. The goblins can handle it. They destroyed the one in my scar. A Horcrux in an object should be simpler. And the wand." Dumbledore picked up the Elder Wand. Held it for a moment, and Harry saw, with painful clarity, how much it cost the old man to hold it and know he was about to let go. 50 years. 50 years of unmatched power, of being the strongest wizard in the room, of having the certainty that came with wielding the most powerful wand ever made. Giving it up wasn't just surrendering a tool, it was surrendering an identity. "I've made terrible mistakes, Harry," Dumbledore said. "More than I can count, more than I can atone for. Let me make one thing right." He held out the wand. "Handle first." Offering it. Harry took it. The moment the Elder Wand touched his skin, his magic, all of it, the full, vast, unbound ocean of it, sang. The wand recognized him. Not as a conqueror, not as a thief, but as the heir. The Peveril bloodline, the Warden's legacy, the purpose for which the wand had been created 1,000 years ago. It settled into his grip with a rightness that was almost painful, and power, ancient, enormous, purposeful, flooded through the connection. His own Elder Wand resonated in harmony. The Peveril ring on his finger blazed. And somewhere deep beneath the castle, in a chamber Harry had never seen but suddenly knew existed, something ancient stirred and recognized that the Warden had finally, after 1,000 years of separation, reclaimed his tools. Dumbledore sat back in his chair. Without the Elder Wand, he looked diminished, still powerful, still formidable, but smaller. Less. The architecture of his identity, built around being the most powerful wizard in the world, had lost its keystone. "How does it feel?" Dumbledore asked. Harry looked at the wand. Felt its weight, its warmth, its hunger to be used for the purpose it was made for. "Like coming home to a house I've never seen but always remembered. Then use it well. Better than I did." Harry stood. At the door, he stopped. Turned back. The question had been sitting in him for weeks, pressing against the inside of his ribs, and he owed it to both of them to ask. "When this is over." When the war is won and the veil is sealed and Voldemort is dealt with, will I be able to forgive you? Dumbledore's blue eyes were bright, not with the twinkle, but with something raw. I don't know, Harry. I don't think forgiveness is something that can be predicted. It either grows or it doesn't. Ask me in 50 years, Harry said. I'll have lived a life by then, a real one, the one you tried to take from me. Maybe then I'll have an answer. He left the office. Behind him, Fawkes sang, one note, a single clear tone that hung in the air like a held breath. Not a song of joy. A song of farewell. Events accelerated. Harry brought the gaunt ring to Gringotts, where Ragnara and her team destroyed the Horcrux with the same brutal efficiency they'd used on the fragment in his scar. The soul piece screamed as it died, a thin, wailing cry that echoed off the stone walls and made every goblin in the chamber bare their teeth. When it was gone, the resurrection stone sat in Harry's palm, cleansed and humming with its true purpose. The anchor. The keystone. 3 Hallows. For the first time in a millennium, all 3 were held by a single person, the Peveril heir, the Warden of the Vale. Harry didn't unite them immediately. The chronicle was clear, the union of the Hallows was not a casual act. It was a transformation, a fundamental shift in the Warden's relationship to the boundary between life and death. Once united, the Hallows couldn't be separated again without catastrophic consequences. The Warden would carry them for life. He needed to be ready. He needed to understand what he was committing to. But time was running out. Voldemort was moving. The intelligence from Snape, still functioning as a double agent, though Harry suspected the man's loyalty calculus had shifted significantly since their conversation at Spinner's End, indicated that the Dark Lord was fixated on the Department of Mysteries. Specifically, on the Hall of Prophecy and the Veil. The prophecy was the public motivation. Voldemort wanted to hear the full prophecy, believing it contained information about how to defeat Harry permanently. But Harry's Peveril senses told him something else was happening. The Hollow King was influencing Voldemort, not controlling him, nothing so crude, but pulling. Drawing him toward the veil the way gravity draws water downhill. The entity beyond the boundary wanted Voldemort near the veil because Voldemort's fractured soul, his Horcruxes, his fundamental violation of the natural order, all of it was a key that could widen the cracks enough for the Hollow King to push through. Voldemort didn't know he was being manipulated. The greatest Dark Lord in a century, the man who prided himself on bending the world to his will, was being led like a horse to water by something so far beyond him that it didn't even register as a threat. Harry understood, with cold clarity, that the battle of the Department of Mysteries was coming. Not a question of if, a question of when. And when it came, he would have to fight on 2 fronts simultaneously, Voldemort and his Death Eaters on one side, the Hollow King and its assault on reality on the other. He couldn't do it alone. The coalition came together in the final week of August. Not at Grimmauld Place, at Gringotts, in a conference chamber deep enough underground that no ministry surveillance could penetrate. Harry sat at the head of a long stone table and looked at the faces around it. Serious. Steady now, the manic energy channeled into purpose, the man Harry needed him to be rather than the broken prisoner he'd been. Neville. Straight-backed, clear-eyed, his cherry wand resting on the table before him. Augusta Longbottom sat beside him, her vulture-topped hat slightly askew, her expression that of a woman who had come to fight and intended to win. Daphne. Composed, sharp, her blue eyes moving from face to face with the analytical precision Harry had come to rely on. Cyrus sat at her left, his political mask firmly in place but his loyalty confirmed. Hermione. Fierce and focused, her preparation showing in the thickness of the folio she'd brought. Ron beside her, his jaw set, his decision made. The Weasley twins, who had arrived uninvited and dared anyone to send them away. Their humor was intact but sharpened, weapons rather than distractions. Moody. Alone, answering to no one, but present. His magical eye fixed on Harry with something that might have been approval. And Ragnarok, at the far end of the table, representing the Goblin Nation. He had brought 4 warriors, the same ones who had fought at Thornfield, and the offer of more if the situation warranted. Voldemort will move on the Department of Mysteries within the week, Harry said. Intelligence is consistent across all sources. He wants the prophecy, but the real threat is the veil. Something beyond it is drawing him in, and if he reaches the veil chamber with his magic at full power, the boundary will fail. He explained the Hollow King. Not the full chronicle, there wasn't time, and some of the details would only cause panic, but enough. The binding. The cracks. The consequences of failure. He showed them the Thornfield memory in a pensieve, the dead walking, the shadows with weight, the word of power that had driven the entity back. When he finished, the room was silent. So we're fighting a war on 2 fronts, Moody said, his voice flat. Lovely. Haven't done that since '78. 3 fronts, Hermione corrected. The Ministry is still a factor. Fudge will interfere if he can, not because he supports Voldemort, but because admitting the threat means admitting he's been wrong. And Umbridge has been pushing legislation that would give the Minister's office authority over Hogwarts and the Department of Mysteries. Fudge is a dead man walking, Harry said. Politically. The Thornfield suppression was the last straw. I've got 3 Wisengamot seats, the Longbottom Alliance, and the Greengrass faction. Amelia Bones has been quietly building a reformist bloc within the Ministry. When the battle happens, and it will happen in a public enough way that denial becomes impossible, Fudge falls. The question is whether we're ready to fill the vacuum. Bones is ready, Kingsley said. He'd arrived late, slipping in through a goblin side entrance. She has contingency plans. She's been expecting this. Then the political front is covered. Harry turned to the map of the Department of Mysteries that Hermione had somehow acquired. The tactical problem is the Veil Chamber. I need to reach it before Voldemort does. Once I'm there, I can reinforce the binding, but I'll need time, and I'll need cover. How much time? Neville asked. Minutes. Maybe 10. The Hallows do the work, I just have to hold them and let them function. But while I'm doing that, I'll be vulnerable. I can't fight and seal the veil simultaneously. You won't have to, Daphne said. That's what we're for. The Death Eaters will be there in force, Sirius said. Inner Circle. Bellatrix, the Lestrange brothers, Dolohov, the heavy hitters. And if Voldemort himself shows up, when, Harry corrected. He'll come. He'll feel the veil's pull and he won't be able to stay away. When Voldemort shows up, who holds him? I will, Dumbledore said. Everyone turned. He stood in the doorway. Harry hadn't heard him enter, hadn't felt him approach. The old man looked diminished without the Elder Wand, his right hand blackened and withered, his robes hanging on a frame that seemed thinner than it had been a week ago. But his eyes were clear, and his magic, even reduced, even without the wand, was still formidable. You weren't invited, Sirius said coldly. No. But I'm needed. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Only at Harry. You can't seal the veil and fight Tom at the same time. You said so yourself. I can hold him. Perhaps not defeat him, not without the Elder Wand, but I can hold him long enough for you to do what needs to be done. Why should we trust you? Neville's voice was quiet and hard. He'd earned the right to ask. You shouldn't, Dumbledore said. I've given you no reason to trust me and considerable reason not to. But I'm the only wizard in this room who has dueled Tom Riddle to a standstill, and I'm dying regardless of what happens in the Department of Mysteries. Let me spend what I have left on something worthwhile. The room was silent. Harry read the faces around the table, suspicion, anger, reluctant acknowledgement. No one wanted to admit that Dumbledore was right. But he was. You fight under my command, Harry said. Not alongside me as an equal, not as a mentor, under my command. If I give an order, you follow it. If I tell you to fall back, you fall back. No independent action, no secret plans, no greater good improvisation. Agreed. And you should know, if you betray this, if you use this as an opportunity to reassert control or manipulate outcomes, I will stop you. Permanently. The word hung in the air. Harry hadn't specified what permanently meant. He didn't need to. Understood, Dumbledore said. The battle came on September 1st. Not at Hogwarts, at the Ministry. The timing was deliberate. September 1st was the day the Hogwarts Express departed, the day the magical world's attention was focused on King's Cross and Platform 9 3/4. Voldemort chose it because the Ministry would be understaffed, the Auror Corps divided between station security and normal operations, and the symbolic value, attacking the seat of government on the day that represented the wizarding world's future, was exactly the kind of dramatic gesture that fed his mythology. Harry knew it was coming. Snape's intelligence had narrowed the window to a 3-day range, and Harry's peveral senses, increasingly attuned to the veil's condition, felt the Hollow King's anticipation ratcheting upward like a tightening spring. The morning of September 1st, Harry woke at Grimmauld Place with the certainty that today was the day. Not a premonition, a physical sensation, a change in the texture of reality itself. The air felt thinner. The shadows in the corners of the room were deeper than they should have been. And the peveril ring on his finger was warm, not hot, but warm, a steady pulse that matched Harry's heartbeat. He dressed in his combat robes. Holstered his wands, Holly on the right, Personal Elder on the left. The Elder Wand, the original, Dumbledore's, the Death Stick, he wore in a specially made sheath across his back, accessible but not in play until it was needed. The cloak was folded inside his robes, close to his skin. The stone was in his pocket, cleansed and humming. He came downstairs and found them waiting. All of them. Not because he'd called a meeting, because they knew. The same instinct, the same shift in reality's texture, had woken them all. Today, Neville said. It wasn't a question. Today. They moved. The Ministry of Magic's visitor entrance was a red telephone box on a London street. Harry's team didn't use it. Ragnarok had provided an alternative, a goblin tunnel that connected to the Ministry's lower levels, bypassing the atrium entirely. It was ancient, pre-Ministry, built during a time when goblins and wizards had shared the underground spaces beneath London. The Ministry had sealed their end centuries ago. The goblins had not sealed theirs. They entered through a Gringotts sub-basement and walked. Harry led, his magical sight painting the tunnel in shades of grey and gold. Behind him, Sirius, Neville, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Fred, George. Behind them, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, 3 more Order members. And behind them, Ragnarok's warriors, 6 this time, in full battle armor, moving with a disciplined silence that made the human wizard sound like a herd of elephants by comparison. Dumbledore brought up the rear. Alone, by choice. His remaining magic was gathered around him like a cloak, conserved and focused, a weapon being held in reserve. They emerged in the Department of Mysteries. The corridor was dark. Black doors and black walls, the circular room that the Unspeakables used as a hub. Harry's magical sight showed him the enchantments, layers upon layers of security wards, monitoring charms, containment fields. The Department of Mysteries was the most heavily warded location in Britain after Gringotts and Hogwarts, and navigating it without the Unspeakables' knowledge should have been impossible. It wasn't. The Peveril Ring opened doors that hadn't been opened in centuries. The wards recognized the warden's bloodline and parted like curtains. They made it to the Veil Chamber without opposition, and Harry allowed himself a single moment of hope that they'd arrived first. Then the doors at the far end of the chamber blew open, and hope died. Death Eaters poured in. Not the disorganized mob from Thornfield, a disciplined force, masks gleaming, wands raised, moving in formations that spoke of training and preparation. Bellatrix Lestrange at the front, her wild hair and wilder eyes, a smile on her face that made Harry's skin crawl. Behind her, Dolohov, Rookwood, Mulciber, the Lestrange brothers. The inner circle. Voldemort's best. And behind them, in the doorway, a figure that made the temperature drop and the torches dim, tall, impossibly thin, snake-faced, red eyes burning like coals in the gloom. Voldemort. He looked different from the graveyard. Stronger. More present, in a way that suggested something was feeding him power from outside his own reserves. The Hollow King's influence, Harry realized, the entity beyond the veil pouring energy into its unwitting tool, fattening the lamb for slaughter. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and his voice filled the chamber like smoke filling lungs. I expected to find you hiding. Instead, you've come to me. I'm done hiding, Harry said. The battle began. Not with a dramatic pause, not with a villain's monologue, Bellatrix fired the first curse before Voldemort finished speaking, a killing curse aimed at Harry's chest, and the world exploded into violence. Harry's shield caught the curse, deflected it into the ceiling, where it blew a hole in the stone and showered the chamber with dust. His holy wand was up and casting before the debris settled, a chain of stunners and binding curses that forced the front line of Death Eaters to scatter. Positions. Harry shouted, and his team moved. Moody took the left flank, his wand blazing with the vicious efficiency of a veteran who'd been fighting dark wizards since before most of them were born. Tonks was with him, her magic creative and unpredictable, shifting attack patterns faster than the Death Eaters could adapt. Kingsley held the center, a rock in the current, his deep voice calling out targets and coordinates with the calm precision of a man who'd trained for exactly this moment. The Weasley twins took the right, and Harry saw for the first time what Fred and George Weasley looked like when they weren't pulling punches. Their magic was inventive, chaotic, and devastating, transfigured projectiles, charm bombs that detonated in cascading effects, shields that reflected curses back at their casters with amplified force. They fought like they pranked, in tandem, instinctive, finishing each other's spells. Ron and Hermione fought together, Ron's raw power and tactical instinct complementing Hermione's precision and encyclopedic spell knowledge. They covered each other without speaking, moving in patterns they'd developed over 4 years of surviving things that should have killed them. The Goblin warriors hit the Death Eaters' flank like an armored fist. Goblin combat magic was different from human, harsher, more direct, focused on breaking and binding rather than elegant dueling. The Death Eaters weren't prepared for it. 2 went down in the first exchange, wrapped in chains of dark metal that suppressed their magic entirely. Daphne fought at Harry's side. They hadn't planned it, hadn't discussed it. She was simply there, covering his right while he pushed forward, her spells weaving between his with a precision that spoke of instinctive compatibility. Her magic harmonized with his, not identical, not matching, but complementary, 2 instruments playing different parts of the same piece. She shielded when he attacked. She attacked when he shielded. They moved through the chaos like 2 halves of a single fighter. It was electric. Not romantic, there wasn't time or headspace for that, but something deeper. Recognition. The bone-deep awareness that they were better together than apart, that their magics were meant to work in concert. A cutting curse came at Daphne's back. Harry caught it on a shield he hadn't consciously cast, his magic responding to the threat before his mind processed it, protecting her as instinctively as it protected him. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. She nodded. He nodded. They kept fighting. Neville found Bellatrix. Harry saw it happen across the chamber, Neville advancing through the chaos with the steady, deliberate pace of someone who had waited his entire life for this moment. His cherry wand blazed. His magic filled the space around him with a pressure that made the air shimmer. Bellatrix saw him coming. Her smile widened, the deranged, gleeful smile of a woman who recognized the son of the people she'd tortured into insanity and found it amusing. "The Longbottom boy," she crooned. "Come to play." "Your mummy and daddy couldn't handle me either," Neville hit her with a disarming charm so powerful it cracked the flagstones under her feet. Her wand flew. She scrambled for it and found Neville's wand at her throat. "My parents," Neville said, and his voice was steady as stone, "would want you to face trial. So you will." He bound her. Not gently, with chains of living magic that wrapped around her limbs and torso and tightened with every struggle. She screamed, she cursed, she thrashed. The chains held. Neville stepped over her and kept fighting. The battle in the Vale chamber raged. Harry was pushing toward the Vale itself, the stone archway at the room's center, ancient and terrible, its curtain rippling in a wind that had no source. His Peveril senses screamed at him. The boundary was thin here, stretched to translucency, the Hollow King pressing against it with mounting force. The violence of the battle was feeding it, magic discharged in combat, the psychic energy of fear and rage and death, all of it weakening the fabric further. Dead Death Eaters began to move. Not all of them. 3, then 5, then more, bodies that should have been still, rising with that terrible marionette jerkiness, eyes blank, hands closing on dropped wands. Shadows pooled around them. The temperature plummeted. The torches in the chamber turned blue, then gray, then began to go out entirely. Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp with understanding. She'd read the Peveril materials. She knew what this meant. The Vale. Now. Harry broke from the fight and ran for the archway. Behind him, Daphne and Neville closed ranks, filling the gap he'd left, holding the line. Ahead of him, the Vale rippled, faster now, more violently, the curtain bulging outward as something vast pressed against it from the other side. And Voldemort stepped into his path. The Dark Lord had been holding back, observing, directing, letting his servants fight while he assessed Harry's capabilities. Now he moved forward, and the chamber warped around him. Reality bent. The air itself seemed to recoil from his presence, and Harry understood, the Hollow King was pouring power through the cracks directly into Voldemort, using him as a conduit, a living battering ram aimed at the Vale. You feel it, Voldemort said, and his voice was wrong, deeper, older, layered with harmonics that didn't belong to any human throat. The power beyond the Vale. You feel it calling. That's not power. It's a trap. Power is never a trap. Power is freedom. Voldemort raised his wand, yew and phoenix feather, the brother to Harry's holly, and the killing curse built at its tip, green light pooling like liquid emerald. You could have been magnificent, Potter. Instead, you chose to be good. I chose to be free. There's a difference. The duel began. It was not like the graveyard. Not like anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort at full power, augmented by the Hollow King's influence, was a force of nature, each spell carrying the weight of something beyond mortal magic, darker and stranger and wronger than anything in the human tradition. Reality cracked where his curses landed. The stone floor liquefied and reformed. The air itself split and healed, leaving scars that Harry's Peveril sight could see as glowing fault lines. Harry fought with both wands, Holly for precision, Elder for power. He matched Voldemort's spell for spell, shield for shield, his unblocked magic rising to the challenge with a ferocity that surprised even him. He was faster. He was more creative. He adapted mid-exchange, shifting tactics, exploiting openings, forcing Voldemort to react rather than dictate. But Voldemort had the Hollow King's borrowed power, and that power was vast. A curse got through, not the killing curse, something else, something cold and corrosive that ate through Harry's shield and clipped his shoulder. Pain lanced down his arm. His holly wand faltered. Voldemort pressed the advantage, a barrage of curses that drove Harry back toward the Vale, step by step, and Harry realized with sick clarity that this was the Hollow King's plan, not to kill him, but to push him through, to force the Warden beyond the boundary where the entity could deal with him directly. He dug in. Planted his feet. Channeled everything through his personal Elder Wand, the 40-year-old Ollivander masterpiece with the Thestral hair core, and threw a counterbarrage that stopped Voldemort's advance cold. The chamber shook. Stone cracked. Magic so dense it was visible filled the air between them, a storm of light and force that made both sides of the wider battle pause and stare. Behind Harry, the Vale pulsed. The curtain tore. A hand, Not a human hand, something too large and too dark and made of shadow and void, reached through the rip, grasping at reality. Dumbledore appeared. He came from the side, moving faster than a man his age and condition had any right to move, and his magic, diminished, mortal, wand-dependent without the Elder Wand, hit Voldemort like a train. Not with power, but with skill. 50 years of wielding the most powerful wand in existence had taught Albus Dumbledore how magic moved, how it flowed, how to redirect force rather than oppose it. He used Voldemort's own augmented power against him, turning curses into shields, channeling killing curses into the floor, fighting not to win but to occupy, to hold the Dark Lord's attention, to buy time. Go! Dumbledore shouted. Do it now. Harry turned to the veil. The archway loomed above him, ancient stone carved with runes that matched the ones in the Peveril vault. The curtain was shredding, reality tearing like wet paper, and through the tears, Harry could see it. The Hollow King. Not a shape, not a form, an absence. A void with awareness. A darkness so complete that it made regular darkness look like noon. It pressed against the failing barrier with the patient, inexorable force of a glacier, and where it touched reality, things stopped being. Harry drew the Elder Wand. The original. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. He pulled it from the sheath on his back, and the moment it joined the other wand in his hands, his magic doubled, no, more than doubled, unified, the full spectrum of his power flowing through both conduits simultaneously, Elder and Elder, Peveril and Peveril. He reached into his pocket and closed his hand around the resurrection stone. And the cloak, the invisibility cloak, the third hallow, the Peveril concealment, he pulled from inside his robes and draped over his shoulders. 3 hallows. 1 warden. The union hit him like a wave. Not power, purpose. The hallows weren't weapons. They weren't artifacts of domination or mastery or conquest. They were tools of guardianship, forged to maintain the boundary between existence and void, and when they came together in the hands of the heir they'd been made for, they didn't make Harry more powerful. They made him right. The right person, in the right place, doing the right thing. The Warden of the Veil, standing at the boundary, holding the line. Power flooded through him, not his power, not entirely. The world's power. The living magic of reality itself, channeled through the hallows, focused through the Warden's bloodline, directed by Harry's will. It was vast and bright and terrible, and it was exactly what he needed. He placed his hand on the stone archway and spoke the word. The same word from Thornfield, the word that meant boundary, meant no further, meant this is mine, but amplified now through all 3 hallows, spoken with the full authority of the Warden's office, backed by 1,000 years of Peveril legacy and the combined force of every Warden who had ever held the line. Silver-white light erupted from the archway. Not light in the ordinary sense, something older, something that existed at the intersection of magic and meaning, the raw substance of the boundary itself. It poured through the tears in the veil, filling the cracks, sealing the wounds, knitting reality back together with the patient, inexorable precision of bone healing after a break. The Hollow King screamed. Not in frustration. Not in pain. In rage, the cold, ancient fury of an entity that had been imprisoned for a millennium and had come within inches of freedom, only to feel the door slam shut in its face. The sound wasn't audible. It was felt, a vibration in the marrow, a shockwave in the soul, a roar of thwarted hunger that made every person in the chamber stagger. The hand that had reached through the veil was driven back. The shadows that had pooled around the animated dead burned away like mist in sunlight. The dead bodies fell, truly dead now, the animating force severed. The temperature stabilized. The torches relit. And the veil sealed. Not temporarily, not partially, sealed, the curtain going still, the archway going quiet, the boundary between life and void restored to a strength it hadn't had in centuries. Harry felt it, felt the binding lock into place, felt the anchor of the stone sink deep into the foundation of reality, felt the wand's power enforcing the barrier, felt the cloak hiding the work from the entity beyond. The Hollow King retreated. Not defeated, Harry could feel that, could feel the vast intelligence withdrawing to a distance, reassessing, recalculating. It was patient. It had been imprisoned for 1,000 years and would wait 1,000 more if necessary. But today, right now, the wall held. Harry sagged against the archway. The power receded, not vanishing, but settling, becoming a constant presence rather than an overwhelming flood. The hallows hummed against his skin, warm and steady, integrated into his magical signature in a way that felt permanent. He turned back to the battle. Dumbledore was still fighting Voldemort, but the dynamic had shifted. The Hollow King's borrowed power had been cut off when the veil sealed, and Voldemort, suddenly operating on his own reserves for the first time in hours, faltered. His curses lost their reality-warping weight. His movements slowed. The alien harmonics in his voice faded, and what was left was a man, powerful, yes, brilliant, dangerous, but mortal in a way he hadn't been minutes ago. Dumbledore pressed the advantage. Without the Elder Wand, he couldn't overwhelm Voldemort's power, but he could outthink it, outmaneuver it, redirect and deflect and channel until the Dark Lord's own strength worked against him. It was a masterclass in magical combat, and even through his exhaustion, Harry recognized what he was seeing, not the Dumbledore who had manipulated and betrayed and chained, but the Dumbledore who had defeated Grindelwald. The warrior. The guardian. The man he might have been if he'd never learned to play chess with human pieces. Harry joined the duel. 2-on-1. Dumbledore from the left, Harry from the right. Their magics didn't harmonize the way Harry and Daphne's did, too much history, too much damage between them for easy cooperation. But they complemented, the old man's decades of experience covering for Harry's relative youth, Harry's raw power compensating for Dumbledore's diminished reserves. Voldemort was magnificent in his desperation. Even outmatched, even cut off from his borrowed power, he fought with a ferocity and brilliance that made Harry understand, viscerally, why the wizarding world had feared this man for half a century. Every curse was lethal. Every shield was flawless. Every counterattack was innovative, unexpected, dangerous. But he was losing. Harry felt the moment the tide turned, felt it in the rhythm of the duel, in the way Voldemort's attacks became fractionally slower, his shields fractionally thinner. Cut off from the Hollow King, fighting two opponents who refused to break, the Dark Lord was burning through his reserves faster than he could replenish them. Harry shifted his approach. He stopped trying to overwhelm Voldemort's defenses and started doing something that required more precision, more control, more of the surgical capability his unblocked magic provided. He started pulling. Not Voldemort's wand. Not his body. His magic. Reaching through the Elder Wand, the original, the Peveril-forged tool designed to enforce boundaries, Harry gripped the edges of Voldemort's magical core and pulled. It was not a spell anyone had taught him. It was not in any textbook, any grimoire, any tradition. It was Warden's magic, the ability to enforce boundaries, including the boundary between a wizard and their power. The Elder Wand was made to hold the line between worlds. Harry used it to hold the line between Tom Riddle and his magic, and then he moved that line. Voldemort screamed. Not the cold, theatrical scream of a Dark Lord performing menace. A human scream. A mortal scream. The sound of a man feeling the thing he valued most, the thing he had killed and betrayed and torn his own soul apart to protect, being stripped away layer by layer. No, Voldemort staggered. His wand hand shook. Magic bled from him in visible wisps, streaming from his skin like steam, pulled by Harry's will and the Elder Wand's purpose. "You can't, this isn't, I am Lord Voldemort, your Tom Riddle," Harry said, and his voice was quiet and steady and carried across the entire chamber. "You're a brilliant, broken man who was so afraid of dying that you destroyed yourself trying to live forever. And it's over." He pulled harder. Voldemort's magic tore free, not all at once, not in a single dramatic moment, but in a steady, inexorable stream, like water draining from a basin. The Dark Lord's curses weakened, then sputtered, then stopped. His shield flickered and died. His body, that serpentine, inhuman body, sustained by dark magic and Horcrux-fueled immortality, began to change. To diminish. The red eyes dulled. The snake-like features softened, became more human, more like the handsome young man who had once charmed his professors and terrified his classmates. Voldemort fell. Not dramatically. Not with a final curse or a villain's last stand. He simply collapsed, his legs giving way, his wand dropping from fingers that could no longer hold it, his body folding onto the stone floor of the Veil chamber like a puppet with its strings cut. He was alive. Breathing. Conscious. But his magic was gone, not suppressed, not blocked, not temporarily disrupted. Gone. Stripped from his core by the Warden's authority, by the tool designed to enforce the ultimate boundary. Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had feared death above all things, who had split his soul and murdered and tortured and waged war to avoid the fate of ordinary men, was now the most ordinary man in the room. Mundane. Mortal. Powerless. And from the way he screamed, that thin, keening, broken scream, this was worse than death. Infinitely worse. Death was an ending. This was existence without the only thing that had ever made him feel alive. Dumbledore looked at the fallen Dark Lord, and Harry saw something in the old man's face that was too complicated for any single word. Relief. Grief. Recognition. The awareness that Tom Riddle had been, in a sense, Dumbledore's creation, a boy the system had failed, a prodigy no one had reached, a monster that might have been a man if someone, somewhere, had done something differently. Bind him, Harry said. He was swaying on his feet, his reserves drained, the Hallows' power sustaining him but barely. Don't kill him. He faces trial. Around the chamber, the battle was ending. With Voldemort fallen and the inner circle either bound or fled, the remaining Death Eaters lost their cohesion. Some surrendered. Some ran. Some fought to the death and got their wish, though Harry was too exhausted to feel much about that. Sirius was alive. Harry found him in the wreckage near the Veil, not injured, exactly, but badly shaken. During the fighting, Bellatrix had broken free of Neville's bindings long enough to fire one last curse, not at Neville, but at Sirius, a killing curse aimed with the precise spite of a woman who hated her cousin more than she feared her captor. It had caught Sirius mid-stride, knocking him off balance, sending him stumbling backward toward the Veil's archway. Harry had felt it happen. Even while fighting Voldemort, even while sealing the Veil, some part of his awareness had tracked Sirius, and when his godfather tipped toward the boundary, Harry's magic had responded. Not a spell. Not a conscious choice. Pure will, channeled through the Warden's authority, aimed at the one person Harry could not lose. Sirius had frozen in mid-fall, inches from the Veil's curtain, suspended by invisible hands that gripped him with the gentle, absolute certainty of a parent catching a falling child. Then he'd been pulled back, set on his feet, steadied, held upright while the world shook around them. You caught me, Sirius said, still looking dazed. From across the room. While fighting Voldemort. You caught me. Of course I did. You mad, brilliant, Sirius's voice cracked. He pulled Harry into a hug that was more collision than embrace, and held on. In the aftermath, the Ministry found itself at war with reality. Fudge was in the building when the battle erupted. He'd been in his office, 5 floors above, dictating another denial of Voldemort's return, when the explosions from the Department of Mysteries shook the entire structure. He'd tried to lock down the building. He'd tried to suppress information. He'd tried to maintain the fiction that everything was under control. Then the atrium doors had blown open, and wounded Aurors and terrified unspeakables had poured through, and behind them, bound and unconscious, the inner circle of Voldemort's Death Eaters, including several who held seats on the Wizengamot and had shaken Fudge's hand at fundraising dinners. Amelia Bones took command with the calm, decisive authority of a woman who had been waiting for this moment. Within an hour, Fudge was removed from office, not by force, but by a vote of no confidence called by the 3 Potter Peveril Black seats, the Longbottom seat, the greengrass seat, and a cascade of neutrals and moderates who had been waiting for someone else to go first. Bones became interim minister. Her first act was to issue a public statement confirming Voldemort's return and his subsequent capture. Her second was to order a full review of every decision Fudge had made in the past year. The prophet, with the particular shamelessness of a press corps that had been parroting government propaganda for months, pivoted overnight. Harry Potter, the liar and attention-seeker, became Harry Potter, the hero and savior. Harry didn't read the articles. He suspected he wouldn't like them any more than the hit pieces. Draco Malfoy appeared at the battle's end. Harry hadn't seen him arrive, his attention had been consumed by Voldemort and the Veil. But when the dust settled, Draco was there, in the chamber, bleeding from a cut above his eye and wearing an expression of terrified determination. He'd come for his father. Lucius Malfoy was among the captured Death Eaters, bound, unconscious, his mask cracked, his wand confiscated. Draco found him on the floor and knelt beside him, and Harry watched the boy's face cycle through emotions that didn't fit the narrative of spoiled pureblood prince. Fear. Love. Shame. The terrible, complicated loyalty of a child who loved a parent who had chosen wrong. An Order member moved toward Draco, wand raised, seeing a Malfoy in a battle zone and drawing the obvious conclusion. Harry stepped between them. He's not a combatant. He's a Malfoy, he's a 16-year-old boy looking for his father. Stand down. The Order member backed off. Draco looked up at Harry, and what passed between them was not friendship, too much history for that, but something more fragile and more important. Acknowledgement. The recognition that people are more complicated than the sides they're born into. He'll stand trial, Harry said, nodding toward Lucius. Fairly. With proper representation. I'll see to it. Why? Draco's voice cracked. Why would you, after everything? Because fair trials are the difference between us and them. And because your mother, Harry hesitated. Thought of Narcissa Black, née Malfoy, whose name sat on the Black family tapestry. Your mother is family. By blood adoption. And family doesn't let family rot in Azkaban without due process. Draco stared at him. The defiance drained out of his posture, not replaced by gratitude, exactly, but by something quieter. The beginning of a reassessment that would take months, maybe years, to complete. We're not even, Draco said. We're not, Harry agreed. But this is a start. The days after the battle blurred. Dumbledore's resignation from the Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump positions was formal, public, and final. He retained the headmastership, Harry kept his word on that, but his political influence evaporated overnight. The man who had been the most powerful figure in magical Britain for 50 years was suddenly just a headmaster. An old, dying headmaster with a blackened hand and a phoenix that had started singing again, tentatively, as though testing whether its companion deserved the music. Harry didn't pursue criminal charges. The blocks, the financial theft, the compulsions, all of it remained between Harry and Dumbledore, a private wound rather than a public scandal. The political consequences were sufficient. Dumbledore was diminished, his legacy complicated, his authority dissolved. He would spend his remaining months, because the curse from the ring was still killing him, slowly but inevitably, teaching at Hogwarts and grappling with the consequences of choices that had seemed necessary and had been unforgivable. In their last conversation, truly the last, the final exchange before Dumbledore retreated behind the walls of the castle he'd served for decades, the old man asked the question Harry had told him to ask in 50 years. I know you said to wait, Dumbledore said. But I may not have 50 years. I may not have 5. Will you forgive me, Harry? Harry looked at him. The man in the chair was old and tired and dying, and underneath the century and a half of accumulated wisdom and accumulated damage, he was just a person. A brilliant, terrible, loving, destructive person who had tried to save the world and had broken a child to do it. I don't know, Harry said honestly. But I'm not going to spend the time I have carrying it. The anger. The betrayal. I'm going to set it down, not for your sake, but for mine. And if that's not forgiveness, it's close enough. Dumbledore nodded. His eyes were bright. That is more than I deserve. Yes. It is. Snape vanished 3 days after the battle. Not a betrayal, Harry had expected it, had felt it coming in the man's magic at Spinner's End. Severus Snape had spent his adult life trapped between two masters, serving a debt he could never repay, performing a penance that had no endpoint. With Voldemort captured and Dumbledore diminished, the chains that had held him were gone, and the man who'd spent 20 years in a dungeon, literally and figuratively, walked out into the light and didn't look back. He left a package at Grimmauld Place. Harry found it on the kitchen table, wrapped in brown paper, just like the letters. Inside was a pensive vial. No note. No explanation. Harry watched the memory alone, late at night, in the drawing room with the restored tapestry behind him. The memory was simple. A garden, Lily Evans's garden, the one behind the house in Cokeworth where she'd grown up. 2 children, 10 years old, sitting in the grass. Lily, red-haired and vivid, making a flower open and close with accidental magic, laughing. And Snape, young, skinny, hungry-looking, watching her with an expression of such naked wonder that it hurt to see. You're special, Lily, the boy said. I'm not special, Sev. I'm just me, all the way through. The memory ended. Harry sat in the dark and cried, not for Snape, not for himself, but for the waste of it. The staggering, heartbreaking waste of a love that could have been beautiful and instead became poison. For the boy in the garden who had been just as broken as Harry, just as shaped by forces beyond his control, and who had never found a way free. He hoped Snape found it now. Wherever he was. Molly Weasley began the long work of rebuilding. The restorative justice arrangement Talia had designed was strict but humane, monitored wand usage for a year, community service in the form of volunteer healing work at St. Mungo's, and a requirement to attend counseling sessions with a mind healer who specialized in compulsion damage. Arthur stood by her. The family was fractured but not broken. Fred and George maintained a cold distance that would take months to thaw. Ginny was quiet, processing, working through the question of which of her feelings for Harry had been real and which had been her mother's spellwork. Ron came back around faster than Harry expected, because Ron's fundamental character, loyal, brave, occasionally obtuse but genuinely good, had always been his own. Neville became the person he was always meant to be. With Dumbledore's blocks removed and his full power available, he was formidable, not in Harry's category, but solidly in the upper tier of his generation. More importantly, he was confident, in the quiet way that came from knowing exactly who you were and choosing to be that person anyway. Augusta Longbottom looked at her grandson and saw Frank, not the broken man in St. Mungo's, but the young Auror who had defied Voldemort 3 times and smiled while doing it. The Longbottom alliance with Potter Peverell became the backbone of the new political order. Not a faction, a coalition, built on shared values rather than shared ideology, flexible enough to adapt and strong enough to endure. September settled over London like a held breath. Harry stood in the Department of Mysteries, alone, before the sealed veil. The chamber had been repaired, the damaged stone replaced, the torches relit, the blood and debris cleared away. The archway stood as it had for centuries, ancient, silent, its curtain hanging still. No ripple. No whisper. No cold pressure at the edge of awareness. But Harry could feel it. Beneath the stillness, beneath the silence, the Hollow King waited. Patient. Aware. Impressed, perhaps, by the warden who had rebuilt the wall it had spent a millennium trying to tear down. But not deterred. Not defeated. Not finished. It would try again. In a decade, in a century, in a millennium, it would try again, because that was its nature. Hunger didn't give up. Void didn't stop wanting. The Hollow King was an absence that dreamed of being everything, and it had eternity to work with. Harry put his hand on the stone archway. Felt the binding, strong, whole, reinforced by the united Hallows and the Warden's will. It would hold. For his lifetime, at least. And when the time came, when his children or their children inherited the Peveril legacy and took up the Hallows and stood where he was standing, it would hold for them too. That was the promise. That was the duty. Not just to fight, but to endure. To maintain the boundary across generations, to be the wall between the world and the void, to hold the line not because it was glorious but because it was necessary. Not today, Harry whispered. Not ever. The veil rippled once, a single, gentle movement, like a sigh. From beyond it, something vast and cold and patient watched him. Not with hatred. Not with fear. With the grudging recognition of an adversary who had found, at last, a worthy opponent. Then the veil went still. Truly still. And Harry turned and walked out of the chamber, leaving the silence behind him. He found Daphne on the steps outside Grimmauld Place. She was sitting in the early morning light, a cup of tea in her hands, her hair loose around her shoulders for the first time Harry had ever seen. Without the pins and the careful styling, it fell in waves that caught the September sun and turned to gold. She was wearing something soft and informal, not the political armor, not the battle robes. Just clothes. Just herself. She looked up when he came through the door. Not surprised, she'd felt him coming, or expected him, or simply known. Harry sat beside her. The step was cool. The morning was quiet, London traffic in the distance, birdsong from the square's garden, the particular hush of a city waking up slowly on a Saturday. "Is it done?" she asked. "The veil is sealed. The binding is holding. Riddle is in custody. Dumbledore is, being Dumbledore, but less of it." He paused. "So yes. And also no. Because the thing behind the veil is still there, and it's going to try again." "When?" "Not soon. But eventually. The Warden's duty doesn't end. It just, continues." She absorbed that. He watched her process it, the implications, the permanence, the weight of what he was telling her. A lifetime of guardianship. A bloodline obligation that would extend to his children and theirs. Not a destiny, a choice, made freely by a man who understood what he was choosing and chose it anyway. "You'll need someone watching your blind spots," she said. "Are you volunteering?" She didn't answer with words. She leaned into him, shoulder to shoulder, steady and warm, and she stayed there. Not a declaration. Not a promise. A presence. A choice, made freely, without compulsion or calculation or enchantment. Harry put his arm around her. It felt natural, not the manufactured warmth of a loyalty charm, not the desperate clinging of an engineered need, but the simple human act of putting your arm around someone you cared about and letting the morning hold you both. The sun came up over London. The light caught the windows of Grimmauld Place and turned them to gold. Somewhere inside, Sirius was singing badly in the kitchen. Kreacher was complaining about the singing. Hermione was probably already reading. Ron was probably still sleeping. And Harry sat on the steps with Daphne Greengrass beside him and the weight of chains he no longer carried lifting from his shoulders like mist in the morning light, and he breathed, and he was free, and for the first time in his life, his real life, the one that started the day the blocks came off in a goblin healing chamber beneath London, he thought that maybe, possibly, if he was very careful and very brave and very honest, this might actually be the beginning of something good. The Peveril ring hummed on his finger. The Hallows settled against his skin. The world turned, and the boundary held, and the Warden watched the sunrise with someone who had chosen to watch it with him. It was enough. It was more than enough. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.